Chapter 735. The mist was so heavy that one could not even see their own fingers. Looking down from above, it seemed like the boundless sea of trees was covered in a thick blanket, or like a sea of clouds had descended from the sky. A mountain pierced through the sea of mist like a lone drifting island. The wind whistled on the top of the mountain, and flags with white lotuses fluttered in the wind. Xianghuazi stood on the top of the mountain and cast her gaze at the sea of mist. She frowned slightly. Looking at the time, Lu should have arrived yesterday. Why is she still nowhere to be seen? Has something happened? Only after joining the White Lotus sect did she realize that the seemingly powerful White Lotus sect was not without opponents. It was just that she had not realized this when she was at her level. Although the snake god cult had been defeated, their remaining strength was still terrifying. Destroying a shaman tribe like the Xianghua clan was basically as easy as crushing an insect. Mayam. A man and a woman have arrived at the bottom of the mountain. One of them claims to be your younger sister. Just the two of them? Yes. Xianghuazi arrived at the bottom of the mountain. A few disciples of the White Lotus sect had already gathered there. She dispersed some of the mist and saw Xianghua Lu and Li Qingshan through the formation. She asked in surprise, Lu, where are the others? Sister, we ran into a huge snake. The others are all dead. We only managed to escape after so much difficulty. Xianghua Lu's eyes brimmed with tears as she constantly glanced behind her nervously, as if a huge snake would lunge out from the mist at any time. Li Qingshan was filled with admiration. No wonder people said women were natural actors. He could not tell that despite her young age, her acting skills were actually so good despite her innocent appearance. Of course, this was also the result of his training as a director and scriptwriter. I can't lose to her either. With this determination, Li Qingshan bit his lip and grabbed Xianghua Lu's hand firmly. He held back his fear and acted like a pitiful child who completely relied on Xianghua Lu. The snake god cult. Xianghuazi was surprised. The expressions of the other disciples of the White Lotus sect changed as well. Open the formation, Xianghuazi said. Their identities are unknown. We can't let them in. A middle-aged man walked over from the mist. He was stern. His aura was heavy. He could already be regarded as a high-level qi practitioner. She's my third sister. What's there to be confused about? What about that child? Don't tell me you know him too? Humph, don't tell me you're even afraid of a child. This involves the snake god cult. Without the altar lord's orders, I will not let anyone with an unknown identity enter the Z Lotus altar. If he really did come across the remnants of the snake god cult, he would definitely die. How could the two of them escape? The middle-aged man's face was full of doubt. All right. I won't fight with you, just let my third sister come in. I am the disciple of the Lord Emissary. I am also a disciple of the White Lotus sect. Don't leave me outside. Li Qingshan shouted and pinched Xianghua Lu. Xianghua Lu hurriedly said, That's right, second sister. He's called Goldia Yu. He's not some unknown person. He came with me from the fragrant flower market. If you leave him outside, he'll die. At this moment, a faint voice came from the top of the mountain. Let them in. I want to ask them what happened. Yes, altar master. Everyone replied. Xianghuazi said, Lu, come with me. And you too, kid. Xianghua Lu and Li Qingshan stepped into the Z Lotus altar successfully. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled up slightly. As long as they got through this, the rest would be easy. He could sense that Xianghua Lu was trembling slightly, so he pinched her hand in comfort. Xianghuazi glanced at Xianghua Lu. As a sister who had grown up together since young, she could clearly sense that Xianghua Lu had not relaxed after entering the Z Lotus altar. Instead, she had become even more nervous. It was probably because they were about to meet the altar master. Instead, it was the child beside her who was abnormally relaxed. That extremely handsome appearance was even more eye-catching. The group arrived at the main hall at the top of the mountain. A man in white robes embroidered with lotus flowers sat on a throne on a lotus pedestal and looked down coldly. His figure was strangely and terrifyingly thin, like a skeleton wrapped in skin and bones. His hair, a mix of black and white, drooped down sparsely. He seemed eerie and terrifying. Greetings, altar master, everyone said loudly. Li Qingshan had learnt from Chrysanthemum Fragilis that most of the altar masters of the White Lotus sect were powerful shamans who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation in the jungle of the Mist province. They had been subdued one by one and conferred the title of altar master, establishing 24 branches of the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Every single one of them was loyal to the White Lotus sect. As a result, while they were altar masters of the White Lotus sect in name, they actually still practiced the shaman arts of their own tribe, so they were obviously different from regular cultivators. Xianghua Lu told him everything that had happened. Everything she said was basically true, so she did not leave anything out. She even made up Li Qingshan's identity and origins quite well. If she did not send people to investigate carefully, it would be very difficult to expose her on the spot. As long as Li Qingshan took back the Azura field from Xianghuazi, everything would be fine. The altar master nodded from time to time. When he heard about how the snake had devoured the envoy, he even roared, "Those who offend our White Lotus sect must be killed no matter how far away they are. The remnant of the serpent deity does not have long to live." The followers followed and shouted, "Those who offend our White Lotus sect must be killed no matter how far away they are. The remnant of the serpent deity does not have long to live." Li Qingshan felt a chill in his heart, but he could hear that the altar master's slogan came from the bottom of his heart and was almost completely sincere. On the other hand, although the followers' voices were loud and clear, they did not have much sincerity in them. The altar master's gaze suddenly fell on Li Qingshan. Such a handsome talent can be born in such a small barbarian tribe? Li Qingshan lowered his head, speechless. He was like a nervous child who did not know what to do. "Brat, the altar master is talking to you," the middle-aged man who had refused to let Li Qingshan in just now said in a low voice. "He's still young and he has suffered so much. He still hasn't come back to his senses. All of you go and have a good rest. The White Lotus sect will not abandon any of its followers. The Holy Mother Bodhisattva is watching all of you from heaven. You stay." After the followers dispersed, the altar master said coldly, "Your younger sister is lying. There's something wrong with that brat." Xianghuazi's heart trembled. "Our Fragrant Flower clan is absolutely loyal to the Holy Mother and altar master. I believe that Fragrant Flower clan is still loyal to the Holy Mother. But some people will always be bewitched. Go and ask carefully. It's not too late to mend your ways. What if they still say the same thing? Then bring them here. I have my ways to make them speak the truth." A cruel smile appeared on the altar master's face. Yes. Xianghuazi's heart trembled. If it really reached that step, she would really be in a state worse than death. "Don't worry, I will also remember your contributions. As long as you do not show favoritism, you will not be implicated." Li Qingshan and Xianghua Lu had just settled in their respective residences when Xianghuazi came to find him. Before she could speak, Li Qingshan handed her Chrysanthemum Fragilis's letter. Xianghuazi accepted the letter in confusion. After reading it, her expression changed a few times. In the end, she rubbed her hands together and crushed the letter into powder. She said fiercely, "There really is something wrong with you. How did you bewitch Lu and my mother?" She had originally thought that Xianghua Lu had only been threatened. She did not think that Chrysanthemum Fragilis would also go crazy, actually telling her to cooperate with this brat's actions and listen to all his orders. This was the White Lotus sect. Did she really want the Fragrant Flower clan to be exterminated? Li Qingshan did not pretend anymore. He leisurely sat on a chair and said, "Please give that thing to me. You don't seem to have it on you. Let's go get it quickly. I have already offered the item you spoke of to the altar master. If you want it, then come with me." Xianghuazi said calmly. Between the White Lotus sect and a brat of unknown origins, there was no need to choose. Right now, she was only considering how to cleanse the Fragrant Flower clan of their crimes. "It's that Lotus altar master from earlier? Is it still in his hands?" Li Qingshan frowned. Regular people would not be able to tell that it was an arcane treasure, but the altar master would definitely be able to. He was clearly under the influence of the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple. His mind had already become rather abnormal. If he directly offered the Azura field to the White Lotus Mother out of loyalty to the holy religion, then it would be troublesome. Of course, Xianghuazi sneered inside. Sure enough, you're afraid. It's best if you refuse to see the altar master with me, or I'll kill you on the spot in the name of resistance. But to her surprise, Li Qingshan said in a hurry, let's go right now. Although Xiang Huazi's words made him relax slightly, he did not dare to completely believe her. In case anything unexpected happened, it was better for him to retrieve the Azura field as soon as possible. Xiang Huazi furrowed her brows and said nothing. Killing intent surged from her. She did not want him to speak carelessly in front of the altar master. Li Qingshan said calmly, take me with you, for the sake of you being a Lu's sister. He seemed to be pleading, but Xiang Huazi gasped. He did not want to hide his identity, nor did he want to flee. Did he not know the power of an altar master? Perhaps there was another possibility. That possibility was why her vicious mother would write a letter like that. All right, come with me. The two of them returned the way they came, returning to the hall at the top of the mountain very soon. The altar master was still sitting there, gazing down with some doubt. He'd gotten an outcome from the interrogation so quickly? Before Xiang Huazi could say anything, Li Qingshan took a step forward and gestured with his hands. Have you ever seen something this size that seems like it's made out of cloth? Two specks of cold light exploded in the altar master's eyes. He fished out an item from his sleeve. Are you talking about this? It was the Azura field. Thank you. Please return it to me. Li Qingshan exhaled deeply, completely at ease. In reality, he was overly worried. Heart cleansing technique of clear ripple originated from the Great Wisdom Imbuement technique. Although it had the effect of almost brainwashing, allowing them to form a completely new logic of thought, it was not so simple to wipe out a cultivator's self-awareness and turn them into slaves. Furthermore, for the White Lotus sect, the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. After the altar master saw the Azura field in Xiang Huazi's hands, he quickly realized that this was a legendary artifact. He treasured it greatly, and it was even more precious than his own son. In the past year or so, there was not a moment that he did not want to refine it. Although he was loyal to the White Lotus sect, he also wanted to improve his cultivation and status, and surpass the other altar masters. Chapter 736. In the hall, before Xiang Huazi could even respond, she was sent flying by a shockwave. She widened her eyes in the air, only to see the altar lord's strangely thin body rapidly swell on the lotus pedestal. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a muscular, sturdy man. His glossy black hair draped down, filled with exuberant life force. His presence rapidly rose, filling the entire hall. It's the hidden aura goo. This ignorant kid is dead for sure today. Don't get dragged down by him again. The hidden aura goo normally hid all of its aura and spiritual chi within its body. Although it would make people seem haggard, it could extend their lifespan and hide their auras. Once it erupted at a crucial moment, it would unleash great power. The shaman arts of the South were often referred to as the arts of shaman goo, which only demonstrated just how important this goo was. Many shamans cultivated by nurturing goo, which was divided into internal nurturing and external nurturing. Internal nurturing was nurturing the goo in the body, becoming one with the goo and unleashing various powers. It was similar to the demon cores of demons. External nurturing was refining various goo insects and controlling them to fight. There were many insects, but shamans made use of their low intelligence, creating a myriad of shaman goo arts. They could attack, defend, curse, or poison. They could do anything. However, this was abandoned by the orthodox cultivation community. After all, no one liked having an insect in their body, and as time went on, even their temperaments would be affected. They would become almost as cruel and cold as insects. The altar lord was furious. He drew his blade with a clang and swung down from several meters away. Golden light surged, turning into a blade aura that was several meters long. The blade is only a spiritual artifact. Looks like shamans really aren't particularly skilled at forging artifacts, but it does seem quite powerful. It's best if I don't cause any disturbances. Faced with the incoming blade aura, Li Qingshan did not dodge at all. He leapt up to receive the blade as he evaluated it inside. Water mirror's image. The altar lord immediately lost track of Li Qingshan. Instead, he saw himself. A huge mirror suddenly appeared before him, and his reflection in the mirror swung his blade. When his blade aura landed in the mirror, Li Qingshan's eyes widened. When his blade aura struck the mirror, it was as if he had struck nothing. However, the blade aura that was originally just a reflection in the mirror suddenly flew out and slashed towards him. Although it had shrunk slightly, it was still as sharp as before. Although the Z-Lotus Altar Lord was shocked, he did not panic. The lotus platform under his feet shone brightly. They transformed into pure white lotus petals. It bloomed. When the energy saber landed on the lotus, it shattered immediately. The lotus pedestal was a sacred item the White Lotus Mother had bestowed upon the Altar Lord. He sat on it and cultivated. Not only could it calm one's mind and increase one's cultivation speed, but there was also no need to worry about external attacks. Its defense was extremely strong. The surface of the mirror shattered soundlessly, and Li Qingshan appeared once more. He had already transformed into a scarlet-haired, scarlet-eyed, a pair of horns on his head, and a pair of wings on his back. With a flap of the wind flame wings, he transformed into a streak of scarlet light. Shape-shifted demon general. The Altar Lord suddenly experienced an unprecedented sense of fear when he met the scarlet eyes. When he thought of the situation when he first saw the White Lotus Mother, he basically lost the will to fight back. However, this was only a moment of weakness. He bellowed out and swung his blade again. However, he channeled most of his spiritual energy into the lotus platform beneath his feet. The white lotus blossomed even more brilliantly, wrapping around him layer by layer. He thought that he was in an invincible position. Tremors of the ox demon. Li Qingshan punched out, and the pitch-black vibrating force sliced through the lotus petals, shattering them into pieces as fragile as paper. How is this possible? Before the Altar Lord could even return to his senses, Li Qingshan had already arrived right before him. He swung down with his blade. Li Qingshan caught the blade with his left hand and gripped the Altar Lord's neck firmly with his right hand. The Altar Lord was shocked. He still wanted to fight back, but the vibrating force filled his entire body. He was unable to gather any spiritual energy at all, and he was pressed to the ground in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan placed a foot on his head and held the Azura field in one hand, studying it and fiddling around with it. He was filled with joy from recovering something he had lost. The Azura field had not been refined by the Altar Lord. With his cultivation of the first heavenly tribulation, he was far from qualified to control an arcane treasure. Even with his current power, it would take some effort to refine it again. Everything had begun and ended in a split second. Only now did Xiang Huazi fall heavily to the ground. She stared at this scene in disbelief. The powerful Altar Lord had actually been defeated and captured in a single moment. She could not help but rejoice that she had acted rashly. Just who was this child? No, he was not human. He was a demon. At the very least, he was a demon general that had taken on a human form. And the scarlet hair and scarlet eyes were strangely familiar to her. She thought of something she had investigated over a year ago and blurted out, "You're that baby." Li Qingshan glanced back at her and kicked the Altar Lord's head. What an idiot! What kind of person do you think possesses an arcane treasure? You actually dare to attack me? An arcane treasure? That wondrous item is actually a legendary arcane treasure. I actually possessed an arcane treasure before. Xiang Huazi was even more surprised. The Altar Lord had never told her about this. He had only told her not to tell anyone about the existence of this arcane treasure. Apart from feeling shock, she also felt deep regret. However, upon further thought, arcane treasures were not something she could possess, or it would only lead to great trouble. The Altar Lord was proof. Are you a remnant of the snake god cult? If you kill me, the Holy Mother will definitely avenge me. The Altar Lord spoke viciously, but he did not dare to make any unnecessary movements as he lay on the ground. As long as the foot above his head exerted even the slightest bit of force, he would end up with his head on the ground. Survival was a human instinct, let alone someone like him who possessed a noble status and great strength. He had never expected the opponent to be so powerful, such that he could not use many of his techniques in time. However, since the opponent did not directly kill him and instead chose to capture him, he must have some misgivings. Do I look like a snake? A sliver of hope rose up in the altar lord's heart. Since he was not a member of the snake god cult, he did not have to kill him. Let me go, and I'll treat it like nothing has happened. No, I can even recommend you to join the White Lotus sect. Do I look stupid? Li Qingshan crouched down with a smile and removed the altar lord's 100 treasures pouch. He casually stuck it into his dantian, and when he pulled it out again, he had already grabbed a tiny black insect that was 3 inches long. It constantly struggled in his hand, maintaining a connection with the altar lord. It seemed a little like a demon's demon core. The arts of Shaman Gu truly were interesting. A cold light flashed through the altar lord's eyes. The insect suddenly swelled up and became vicious, biting down on Li Qingshan's wrist viciously. Li Qingshan closed his hand gently, and with a flash of blue light, the insect returned to its original size. It lay there silently, without moving at all. The sliver of pity the altar lord had for the altar lord had been completely suppressed. The altar lord suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. His body rapidly withered away, returning to his original skeletal state. Clearly, losing the insect had damaged his foundation, causing his cultivation to regress drastically. I'll take the insect, but I'll spare your life for now. Li Qingshan pressed his hand against the altar lord's head, and blue light rippled out, completely suppressing his remaining presence and even his consciousness. He laid there without moving like a corpse. He obviously did not do this out of benevolence. Benevolence to his enemies was cruelty to himself. It was very likely for the altar lord to possess a life lamp in the main altar of the White Lotus sect. If he killed him, the White Lotus mother would probably kill her way over before long. He still wanted to refine the Azura field here. Are you fine? Xianghua Zi looked back, only to see Xianghua Lu leaning against a pillar as she asked fearfully. She heard that Xianghua Zi had taken him to the top of the mountain again, so she had secretly rushed over, afraid that something would happen to him. The little girl really does have some feelings for me. All these days of training haven't been in vain. Though she's still young and naive. If it were Chrysanthemum Fragilis, she would never have risked her life. Li Qingshan smiled. In the past few days, he had been alone with a woman, spending all day and night together. It was not like he was some upright gentleman, and Xianghua Lu had only been reluctant, so he had taken advantage of her a long time ago. He was in a good mood right now, so he casually tossed the altar lord's 100 treasures pouch to her along with the hidden aura goo. Here, this is for you. As long as he refined the Azura field, he would be able to retrieve all of his wealth. A barbarian's 100 treasures pouch really was nothing in his eyes. As for the shaman goo, it was even more useless to him. He already had enough paths of cultivation. The ocean pearl, the demon heart, and the divine talisman of great creation were all waiting for him to absorb them back into his body. How could he split his attention? This is a goo insect. Xianghua Lu received the 100 treasures pouch and the hidden aura goo in a daze. She looked at Li Qingshan, at Xianghua Lu, and then at the altar lord on the ground. She still did not understand the situation. Xianghua Zi's eyes were filled with shock and envy. He had actually given such an astonishing amount of wealth to Alu without any hesitation. Alu had only helped him tell some lies. Compared to her painstaking efforts in the Z Lotus altar, it was so easy that it made her jealous. No wonder Mother told me to cooperate with him with all my strength. I've probably obtained many benefits as well. Compared to climbing up bit by bit, climbing up a large tree was naturally much easier. Furthermore, with his strength, it would be extremely easy to destroy this Z Lotus altar. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated and knelt down on one knee. A Z is willing to pledge loyalty to Lord Yu. At the same time, she said to the confused Xianghua Lu, "Third sister, quickly thank Lord's reward." The meaning behind her words was for Alu to put in a good word for her. Lord? Xianghua Lu found it very hard to associate this bad boy, who bullied her whenever he was free with this word. Li Qingshan said, "Get up. The guy outside, hurry up and get in here." Zhong is also willing to pledge loyalty to Lord Yu. All these years, the matters of the Z Lotus altar have been handled by this lowly one. As long as Lord is willing, no one will know what happened here. I can guarantee it with my head. A man scrambled into the hall from outside the door. It was the middle-aged man who had tried to stop Li Qingshan from entering the Z Lotus altar. His face filled with flattery. When he heard that Xianghuazi had returned and brought that beautiful child into the hall, he became curious and guessed that there was most likely a problem with that child. Xianghua Lu had been able to pass through the many obstructions and smoothly enter the hall because he had secretly used his strength. He wanted to implicate Xianghua Lu in this matter to deal a blow to Xianghuazi, who was vying for power with him. But he had not expected the great Z Lotus Altar Lord to be defeated so quickly. When a shout reached his ears, he did not dare to hesitate and immediately came in to pledge loyalty, only asking for a way out. Chapter 737. Zhong was overjoyed. As long as he had value, he could escape. Right when he was about to say something, Xianghuazi cut him off. You can announce that he's in secluded cultivation. Zhong glared at her, but Xianghuazi completely ignored him. She stared straight at Li Qingshan and felt slightly regretful inside. She could only hate herself for not listening to Chrysanthemum Fragilis earlier. If she had stated her stance right from the beginning, she definitely would have benefited quite a lot. Now she had to expend so much effort to salvage the situation, and she even had to compete with others. What are you glaring at my sister for? Xianghua Lu also stood beside Xianghuazi without the slightest hesitation, which comforted Xianghuazi greatly. At crucial times like these, it was still her family that could be relied on. She looked at Xianghua Lu, who had already grown into a slender and elegant woman. Just what did you dote on her so much? Was it because? Thinking up to there, she became even more confident and stuck out her chest a little. Zhong thought, oh no, these bitches are using their beauty to bewitch people, but I'm not their opponent. He called out, Sir, Xianghuazi is inexperienced. She's only been placed in such an important position because of her relationship with the Altar Lord. How can her words convince everyone? Xianghuazi was furious, but she still wanted to argue. Alright, there's no need to be like fighting cocks. Then I'll have to trouble the two of you with what happens next. I just happen to be in secluded cultivation for a while, so I hope the people in the Z Lotus altar can settle down and not cause any rumors or make it to the headquarters of the White Lotus sect. I won't say any more threatening words. Just do as you see fit. If you want to die, I definitely won't stop you. Li Qingshan waved his hand in an unconcerned manner. He was not worried about whether they would betray him or not, let alone the fact that two measly Qi practitioners had no means of long-distance communication. Even if they did manage to contact the White Lotus Mother, only death would await them. They would never do something as stupid as that unless they had been brainwashed by the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple. Zhong and Xianghuazi clasped their hands and accepted the order, backing out of the hall. They left behind Xianghua Lu, who was still rather confused. What, you can't bear to leave me? Li Qingshan wrapped his arm around her soft waist with a smile, stroking it gently. You don't. Xianghua Lu's body immediately softened, and she powerlessly pushed him away. Her soft voice was more like a temptation than a refusal. Over the past few days, not a single part of her body had been able to escape his caresses, and she had even tasted lust for the first time. Li Qingshan gently kissed her lips. In a few days, I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be a woman, okay? Not good. I'm going to find my second sister. Xianghua Lu's face was bright red. She pushed him away and turned to leave, running out of the hall as if she was fleeing. Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile. That night, Zhong and Xianghuazi announced in the name of the Altar Lord that they would seal off the Great Hall and enter seclusion. No one was to disturb them. Their positions in the Z Lotus altar were very high. Furthermore, the fact that the altar master had been silently captured was too unbelievable. No one suspected anything. In the spacious hall, Li Qingshan sat on the lotus pedestal and began refining the Azura field again. Actually, with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to refine an arcane treasure. However, he had the experience of refining one in the past, and his imprint still lingered in the Azura field, which gave him a certain chance. Red and blue light constantly flowed through his hand, entangling with one another and seeping into the Azura field strand by strand. The blood-red inscriptions on it sprang to life, flickering with light. His heart was calm, and his soul sense began to penetrate the Azura field. Before he completely entered a state of selflessness, he thought of Wuxia. He wondered where she was right now and how she was doing. With the senses of the spirit turtle, he could vaguely sense that she was still alive. She was not in life-threatening danger. However, his strength had yet to fully recover, so it was impossible for him to accurately sense where she was. Li Qingshan silently dismissed his thoughts. Once his strength completely recovered, he would obviously find out. 3 years ago, in the rainforest of the Mist Province, the sky was hazy and torrential rain poured down, constantly pouring into a huge pit and forming a new lake. A slender woman in white walked out of the rainforest and stared at the lake sternly. The surface of the lake was shrouded in mist, constantly rippling like her mind. It was said that the Dragon King of the Sea had slain the North Moon once. Some kind of terrifying aura still lingered in it, preventing wild beasts from approaching it. Don't tell me he's actually already. Wuxia's heart ached, and she was momentarily at a loss. She had spent almost 2 months, crossing almost 15,000 kilometers from the Green Province to the Mist Province to find his traces. She knew there would be no results, but she still came. What a coincidence! How many times had she dreamed about this scene before her? The air was filled with the unique aura of the Mist Province, constantly stirring up her memories of the past. Even the water of oblivion could not suppress it anymore. Just how many things did a person have to forget, and how many burdens did they have to cast aside before they could continue moving forward? That's... Wuxia became cautious. All she saw was a black lotus suddenly emerge from the misty surface of the lake. The lotus bloomed, and a man in black robes and a crown made of a black lotus said gently, "You're right." He said gently, "Fellow, have you specially come to visit the ruins of this battle as well? Unfortunately, far too much time has already passed. Many of the crucial auras and traces have already vanished. May I ask for your name, fellow?" Wuxia shivered inside. This person had probably undergone the second heavenly tribulation already. Names are just code names. You can call me Black Lotus. The man who called himself Black Lotus smiled gently and walked over on the water. Wuxia found him rather familiar. Her heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me he's Altar Lord Black Lotus of the White Lotus sect? Have you heard of my name before, fellow? Venerable Black Lotus's eyes flickered slightly. I haven't. Then have you heard of the White Lotus sect? The sun rose and set. Time passed by slowly. Over a month later, the Azura field suddenly circled around in the main hall of the Z Lotus altar. It shone with rings of blood-red light above Li Qingshan's head. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and raised his head. He smiled faintly. I'm finally done. Sending his soul sense into the Azura field, a familiar sight unfolded before him. A great banyan tree stood between the sky and the earth. The night roamers lived right under the tree. The Azura field fought for itself on the ground, honing their martial arts. The haunts wandered through the wilderness. However, within a range of several hundred kilometers, there were many more lakes and rivers. He could still remember that this was the result of him channeling tremendous amounts of water spiritual chi into the Azura field. You're still alive. A thought emerged from the great banyan tree, filled with faint surprise. Even with his intelligence, he never thought he would actually be able to escape alive after being hunted down by the Dragon King of the Sea. Li Qingshan sniggered. How can I be killed so easily? You better not tell anyone. Trees don't speak carelessly. The banyan tree king laughed aloud. The tree trembled, and the night roamers all raised their heads. They had no idea what had happened to make the banyan tree king so happy. This is yours. Take it. The 100 treasures pouch returned to Li Qingshan's hands once again, along with 3 other items. A deep blue bead that possessed the vast aura of the ocean. A blood-red crystal, condensed from endless malice and killing intent. Chapter 738. The 3 lights were 3 cultivation methods as well as 3 paths. If Li Qingshan absorbed any one of them into his body, his strength would increase drastically. However, Li Qingshan was in no hurry to do that. After undergoing Nerva rebirth, the most important thing was to use the time of growth to slowly balance out the various powers in his body. If he devoured all 3 at once, it would only disrupt his original pace, which was why he could only choose one of them. The ocean pearl should be the best choice. It could raise his strength back to early golden core immediately. Combined with his recovered strength, there would only be a very limited number of people who could threaten him in the Mist Province. However, after a moment of thought, he still chose the demon heart, as it was a little more compatible with the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, and it would not disrupt the balance between water and fire in his body. And speaking of which, who knew how much more powerful the demon suppression statuary was compared to the arts of the boundless ocean? The reason why it did not demonstrate great power was actually because there was a crucial step he had never taken, which was to completely give up on the arts of the boundless ocean and convert his cultivation to the demon suppression statuary. In the past, the unraging monk had converted the Saraira he had cultivated arduously into a demon heart, which was why he had truly succeeded in practicing the demon suppression statuary. Without this step, the demon suppression statuary would actually be an empty shell. Li Qingshan had to rely on his powerful demonic nature to barely unleash some of its power. The reason why Li Qingshan had never taken this step was because of many considerations. This conversion required time. He did not have too much time and energy to spend on it. After all, demon cultivation was his foundation. Human cultivation was actually secondary. The arts of the boundless ocean was a little weaker, but it was more complete, so it was easier to practice too. Originally, he planned on converting the arts of the boundless ocean to the 9th layer of perfection, which would basically allow him to unleash the full power of the first 6 layers of the demon suppression statuary. However, as it seemed, it was time for him to make a choice now. If he did not use this opportunity to tidy up the various powers in his body, he would have to wait for this Nerva rebirth. He extended a finger, and the blood-red, crystal-like demon heart suddenly shone with intense light. He silently operated the demon suppression statuary, and the light slowly receded. It was translucent and glistening. Afterwards, he looked at the ocean pearl again. Under the control of his divine sense, the deep ocean pearl began to spin faster and faster, and its smooth and round shape gradually changed. It gradually approached the demon heart. A droplet of liquid suddenly flew out of the ocean pearl and landed on the demon heart. It immediately led to a powerful reaction. The red light flickered constantly, illuminating the entire hall. Under Li Qingshan's control, over a day had passed. Only then did the light gradually settle down, and the demon heart began to shine even more brightly. Afterwards, the droplet of the second droplet, just like that, time passed day by day. The deep sea pearl grew smaller and smaller, and the demon heart grew brighter and brighter. The demon heart that was originally blood red was now intertwined with a deep blue. The two colors merged together, making it seem even more magnificent. The benefits of combining the two powers went without saying. His current strength as a human cultivator was definitely much greater than before his rebirth. Right now, even if the White Lotus Mother directly charged over, he could advance and retreat with ease. 2 months ago, his mirror clone had sent him good news as well. According to their agreement, Gu Yinying had helped him collect a large quantity of fire-attributed pills and spiritual stones. He directly paid for it. Of course, he had to thank Si Qing for her generosity and asking her to continue collecting them. With this sum of resources, he could begin practicing the second layer of the Phoenix's scripture of Nerva. However, there was no need for him to be in such a hurry. After a lengthy period of cultivation, he needed to rest slightly, so he took out the Azura field. "Sister, where do you think Master has been these past few years? Why hasn't he summoned us even once?" The Tree King clearly knows, but he refuses to tell us. In an exquisite treehouse in the Azura field, Yi Liusu and Yi Liubwa sat opposite one another. Smoke curled up from their tea. Everything in the room was carved from wood, engraved with complicated and beautiful patterns. The air gave off a fresh, natural fragrance, completely different from the gloominess and mysteriousness underground. He's probably focusing on cultivation right now. At his realm of cultivation, it's nothing strange for him to enter secluded cultivation for a few years. Actually, there are regular demons who can enter secluded cultivation for several decades at a time. It's best if you don't think about it too much. Focus on cultivation. Yi Liusu comforted Yi Liubwa, but her gaze was rather unfocused. The most precious thing in the world of cultivation was time, but it was also the least valuable thing. What? Several decades. I'll die. Liubo was tongue-tied. She leaned on the round wooden table powerlessly and groaned. Reunions are always short. Parting is forever. Liubo, don't you understand? Liusu stroked Liubo's hair gently and said gently. With his talent, becoming a demon king was nothing difficult. His lifespan would reach over 10,000 years. As night roamers, they might live a little longer than regular human cultivators, but they were nowhere close to demons. They would basically die before him. And that was not the cruelest part. It was possible for him to ascend even faster and even higher, ascending to an even greater world. That would not be a barrier of time but a barrier of space. I don't care. I don't care. I want to follow Master for the rest of my life. I haven't even given birth to his child yet. Liubo called out shamelessly like a child. Liusu sighed. Just when she was about to say something, the scenery before her changed. A voice rang out from behind. As long as you try a few more times, you'll definitely have a child. Suddenly, she looked back and saw a 12 or 13-year-old child standing on the lotus pedestal a few steps away, smiling at them. The voice had come from him. Your master? Liubo recognized the familiar scarlet hair and eyes with a single glance. Who else could it be? Before Li Qingshan had even finished speaking, Liubo lunged over and hugged him firmly. She murmured, Master, you've become so small. Liusu also asked, what happened? Don't you know? It's a long story. Li Qingshan roughly explained what had happened. That's roughly it. I'm currently recovering, which is why I've become a little smaller. However, I'll recover very soon. Chapter 739. After that, Li Qingshan told them to focus on cultivation and not to slack off. It's not like I have my sister's talent. Even if I cultivate for another century, I'll only undergo the second heavenly tribulation. I'm better off staying here and spending some more time with you. It'll be better than staying in that tiny box. It'll be so boring. After reuniting after so long, how could Liubo just leave like this? She hugged Li Qingshan and clung to him. The space in there isn't small. Can't it hold you? Li Qingshan patted her bottom gently with a smile. I'm not strong enough right now, so even I have to endure it. However, there will be a day in the future when I can roam the 9 provinces, and you can roam the 9 provinces. Then we'll be looking forward to that day arriving sooner. Liubo, let's go. Liusu said. Fine. Liubo said reluctantly. As soon as they returned to the Azura field, a pitch-black shadow suddenly appeared in the room. The shadow solidified, turning into a female night roamer who resembled Liusu slightly, except her appearance was more mature, and her figure was even more graceful. She was Yi Mingzhu. Mother. Liusu said. Liubo also bowed reluctantly. Liusu, what's happened? Yi Mingzhu frowned. After undergoing the second heavenly tribulation and gaining control over the night roamers, her bearing had become even nobler than before. Her words and actions were both dignified, adding to her charm. Liusu roughly explained what had happened. I see. Yi Mingzhu felt deep regret. As it turned out, he had been heavily injured in the past few years, losing control over the Azura field. No wonder there had been no news from him. If she had known this earlier, she would have attempted to refine the Azura field from within. Not only would she have obtained an arcane treasure, but she could even take it a step further and completely break free from the North Moon's control. She could definitely achieve that with her cultivation, but it was too late for regret now. She probed again, is Sir North Moon well? I still need some time to recover. Mother, you don't have to feel trapped here. He said that one day in the 9 states we can move freely. Liusu comforted her mother with confidence. She could faintly sense the change in her mother's mood. She was definitely unwilling to stay in the tiny Azura field forever. I believe that day will come. Yi Mingzhu smiled happily, but she didn't believe it at all. He had formed a deadly feud with the Dragon King of the Sea. It was clear that he would never be able to make a comeback. Can only hide like a mouse. Back at the top of the banyan tree, in the cave that belonged to her, her expression changed. His eyes were bright and gloomy. Perhaps this was an unprecedented opportunity bestowed by the heavens. If he missed this opportunity when he fully recovered his strength, or even became even stronger, there would be no more opportunities left. She had already endured this kind of life. She was trapped in this small space and ordered around like a servant. She was no longer the mistress of the Spider Shadow clan. She had crossed the second heavenly tribulation and possessed a great power that was unimaginable in the past. Therefore, she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Just as Li Qingshan was about to put away the Azura field, he suddenly sensed a divine consciousness coming from the Azura field. Master, I have something to report. What is it? I want to report it to Master in person. Li Qingshan frowned and thought for a moment. He waved his hand and let Yi Mingzhu out of the Azura field. He sized her up. This woman had become even more alluring. If there was a chance in the future, he might as well enjoy her. He asked, "What is it?" When Yi Mingzhu saw his appearance, she thought to herself as expected. Clearly, this attitude was not of his own will. From his appearance, his current strength was probably only 50% to 60% of his peak. At most, he could be considered a demon general. I should be able to defeat him now. With various thoughts, she said sincerely, "I'm worried about Master's safety. If there's anything you need Mingzhu for, please call me at any time." Indeed, if Li Qingshan needed help, she who had crossed the second heavenly tribulation and possessed powerful assassination skills, was undoubtedly the best choice. You just want to see how much strength I have left. Li Qingshan supported his chin with his hand and said with a smile. He could trust Yi Liusu and Yi Liubua, but before he had the strength to protect himself, he would definitely not summon Yi Mingzhu out of the Azura field. Otherwise, there would be the threat of a backlash. If he did not want to be betrayed, it was best not to give others this chance. I'm innocent, Master. Li Qingshan's prestige was still there. When Yi Mingzhu heard that, her expression changed drastically, and she immediately knelt on the ground. I'm greatly indebted to Master. The stars and moon can bear witness to my loyalty to Master. The midday sun shone through the exquisitely designed skylight into the hall, making the hall appear extremely bright. Her exquisite face did not have the usual nobility and arrogance. Instead, it was filled with grievance and submission. Is that so? Then why do you have to say these words in front of me? You can still say them to me in the Azura field. Li Qingshan was interested. His scarlet eyes reflected the sunlight and glistened as he moved his fingers gently. How can I be at ease if I don't see Master? Yi Mingzhu only wanted to get out of the Azura field as soon as possible before his strength recovered. She did not expect that she would succeed so easily. She had not thought of a suitable excuse, but her reaction was not slow. Actually, I can't endure the pain of lovesickness. That's why I want to see Master. Oh, Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows as if he did not expect her to say that. He said with a smile, so my charm is so strong. Why? Do you want to become my woman too? Yes. Since the first time I saw Master. Yi Mingzhu began to talk about her emotional journey of falling in love with Li Qingshan. All right, I'm very touched. On account of your deep feelings, I'll reluctantly agree to it. Li Qingshan listened for a while. At first, he was quite happy, but after a while his teeth ached. Although he did not cultivate the Xieji transformation, he was not a fool who would fall for a few nice words. He did not believe a single bit of Yi Mingzhu's confession of love. Thank you, Master. Yi Mingzhu said joyfully. Go back to the Azura field first. I'll summon you when the time is right. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Although he had recovered to the age where he could do something, he was not that thirsty. I want to spend more time with Master. Yi Mingzhu caressed her chest inadvertently, and her eyes suddenly became charming. Is that so? Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly as if he wanted to see through Yi Mingzhu. His lips curled into an unfathomable smile, but it did not seem to be the joy brought by a beauty offering herself. Yi Mingzhu hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes. Then come over. Li Qingshan did not intend to do anything in this childish manner, but he suddenly changed his mind at this moment. Yi Mingzhu was about to get up when Li Qingshan said, Don't get up. Just come over like this. Yes, Master. A trace of darkness flashed in Yi Mingzhu's eyes, and she knelt in front of him. Do you know? For some people, the more others suppress and humiliate them, and treat them like slaves, the more obedient they will be. On the contrary, if someone treats them well and gives them strength, the more ambitious they will be. They will never consider feelings or gratitude, and only consider the pros and cons. Mingzhu, are you such a person? Li Qingshan bent down, and his forehead almost touched Yi Mingzhu's. His red eyes looked deeply at her. Of course not. Yi Mingzhu's heart tightened. Has he guessed what I'm thinking? Since she had come out this time, she had no plans on returning to the Azura field. As long as she merged into the shadows of the Mist Province's jungles that never saw the light of day, no one would be able to find her. The world was vast, and she could go anywhere with her cultivation. However, she did not immediately turn around and flee after leaving the Azura field, as she wanted to try something, which was to assassinate the North Moon. Since she had decided to betray him, she had to take action. The level of danger was the same. If she succeeded, she could take over everything from him. Even if the assassination failed, she could flee far away. She was confident that even if she could not win, escaping would not be a problem. By then, as long as she spread the news that he was still alive, he would still struggle to escape the fate of being hunted down and killed by the Dragon King of the Sea. This was the heaven-sent opportunity she saw. If she won, she would win everything, but if she lost, she would not lose anything either. Of course she had to try it. That would be for the best. Li Qingshan smiled. Yi Mingzhu eased up inside. Looks like he's just too wary, which is why he's warning me like this, or he would have directly attacked me. This instead proves how weak he is right now. If it were in the past, he would never waste his breath like this. If he were bold enough to betray me, he would just directly kill me. In the past, he had casually given her the origin spirit pill not because he trusted her, but because he was not afraid of her doing anything at all. Now he was afraid. She became even more confident in her plan. She needed to do something to make him completely lower his guard. As a woman, she obviously had to use one of her greatest weapons. I'm willing to do anything for Master. That's fantastic. Li Qingshan did not hold back anymore. He suddenly lifted her up and pressed her against the lotus pedestal, ripping apart her armor without the slightest tenderness. He played around with the softness that had leapt out from her chest fearlessly. Yi Mingzhu let out a soul-stirring moan. She sneered in her heart, "You've finally taken the bait. But with your current appearance, I'm afraid you can only move your hands and feet." As if sensing her thoughts, Li Qingshan's figure suddenly grew bigger. His devil heart glowed with a bright light. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a handsome child into a ferocious-looking brawny man. He chuckled. Lotus petals bloomed on the lotus pedestal, completely enveloping them. The sunlight shifted bit by bit, slowly dimming until it completely disappeared. There were no lights in the main hall, and it was as dark as water. It's getting late. Are you still not going to make a move? Li Qingshan said with a smile as he stroked Yi Mingzhu's smooth back. Master, what are you talking about? Yi Mingzhu said lazily. I'm just joking with you. Li Qingshan chuckled. Chapter 740. Bang! The blood-red heart stopped beating, and the black poison spread like a shadow. The heart was corroded into a pitch-black color in the blink of an eye. Li Qingshan's laughter did not stop, and his expression did not change at all. Even the movements of his hands were still gentle. Someone once sold my whereabouts to the demon slayer Fu Qingjin. You were the one who did it, right? So what if I am? Yi Mingzhu turned into a shadow and blended into the darkness. Her voice echoed in the hall. Not only is the heart not a vital point, it can't even injure him severely. If I had known this would happen, I would have attacked the brain directly. In the past, I didn't take you to heart. After experiencing this incident, I realized that I really shouldn't have left any latent dangers in the Azura arena. Li Qingshan sat up, his long hair falling down to cover his face. He put his hands on his knees and shook his head hard, as if lamenting his negligence in the past. Unfortunately, it's too late for you to understand. If I had waited for you to fully recover your strength, how would I dare to attack you? What I don't understand is, if you don't make a move, how can I justify killing you? North Moon, I had thought that you were a big shot, but it turns out that you are so timid. You gave me the chance to kill you for such a ridiculous reason. I will come and go as I please. What can you do to me? Yimingzhu felt a chill in her heart, but she immediately dismissed it. He did not understand how powerful she was right now. As long as she was not trapped in a spatial domain like the Azura field, she could hide all of her aura and pass through any obstacles. Be it steel or formations, she could ignore them all. This was the way night roamers fought. The way of survival was the way of an assassin. Defeating the strong with the weak was nothing but a walk in the park. No matter how strong the enemy's defense was, he would be able to kill them with a single strike. Even if he failed, he would be able to escape far away. To you, Liusu's idea might be a laughable reason, but to me it's not. As for who I am, that's not for you to judge. You've been spouting nonsense here. Why aren't you making a move? Are you afraid? Then I'll let you have 3 moves first. 3 moves? Was it still because of Liusu? What a good son-in-law. No, it's because you're just serving me well now, mother-in-law. The corners of Li Qingshan's mouth raised into a smile. A black sword pierced through the space between his brows. A shadow appeared behind Li Qingshan. Ignoring the tough cowhide and tenacious tiger bones, he pierced through its skull with a single strike. The second move. Li Qingshan didn't move, ignoring the shadow behind him. Yimingzhu was shocked. Where was his vital point? If an attack that one thought was fatal was useless in a fight, it could very well affect the outcome of the battle. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian sneered coldly. Since you dare to act so arrogantly, don't blame me for being ruthless. 100 Ghosts Night Tour. One by one, human figures walked out of the darkness like thin shadows. Some had swollen bodies, some had long limbs, and they were constantly twisting and changing like ghosts, approaching Li Qingshan on the lotus platform. Li Qingshan continued to sit there without budging, as steady as a mountain. The ghosts lunged over, and their heads suddenly split open, turning into huge mouths with crisscross teeth that bit down on Li Qingshan and tore at him viciously. Yimingzhu's heart sank. Did he not have any vital points on his body? The third move. With your strength, even if I let you have another 100 moves, what can you do? Li Qingshan said indifferently. Waves of demonic qi gushed out of his body, sweeping away all the ghosts. His body expanded until it was more than 3 meters tall. He had completely demonized. A sinister scarlet armor covered every inch of his skin, leaving only a pair of eyes that were similar in color to his demonic heart, a mix of red and blue, staring at the boundless darkness. The traitorous demon sword appeared in front of his knees. Its single eye turned, demonic light swirling around it. Yimingzhu's eyes widened. He's hiding his strength. What a powerful aura. This isn't demonic qi. She suddenly realized that although she had known him for a long time and had even had a fling with him, she did not understand him at all. It would not be easy to kill him. Without hesitation, she immediately sneaked out of the hall. If she couldn't kill him, then she wouldn't kill him. In any case, the Dragon King of the Sea would kill him for her. You still want to leave? Li Qingshan stroked the traitorous demon sword, feeling the new strength flowing through his body, but he still did not attack. Yimingzhu had already passed through the wall and arrived outside the hall. Just as she thought that she would be able to soar freely in the skies, she suddenly slammed into a black wall and was bounced back. What is this? At some unknown time, a towering black pagoda had appeared atop a lone peak, enveloping the entire hall. Yimingzhu dove down and slammed into the black floor that was also made of the same material. She bumped around in the pagoda like a headless fly, but she was unable to escape. It's the demonic intent in your heart, and it's also the demonic intent in my heart. The cultivation method you night roamers practice is called the night demon scripture. What a coincidence! Swish! Countless pitch-black chains of demon suppression seemed to extend out of thin air, crisscrossing with one another. Yimingzhu turned into a shadow, thinking that she had hidden very well. In the blink of an eye, countless chains of demon suppression came shuttling back and forth, aiming at her position. She was shocked and flew away, but the chains of demon suppression were like maggots in tarsal bones, chasing after her. No matter how fast she was, dodging the pursuit of so many chains in such a narrow space was rather taxing. Suddenly, a huge net woven from chains fell towards her. She dared not test whether the net could touch her body or not. The shadow twisted and became extremely thin, passing through the opening of the net. However, she felt her waist tighten, and the net tightened as well. She paused, and countless chains of demon suppression wrapped around her. No matter how she struggled, she was unable to break free. From beginning to end, Li Qingshan remained seated on the lotus pedestal the entire time. The chains before him intertwined like a ball, with a black shadow bumping around inside. "Why don't you show your true form?" Li Qingshan waved his hand and dispersed the demon suppression tower. "Spare me, master. Mingzhu will never do it again." Yi Mingzhu revealed herself and begged for mercy in a panic. Only now did she understand that everything was within his plan. The so-called opportunity to kill him and escape had never existed in the very beginning. Li Qingshan stood up and shook his body. Crack! A crack appeared on the scarlet armor, quickly spreading into a sea of cracks. The originally sinister and shiny armor suddenly became like a rock that had been dried up, covered in cracks and scattering. Like an eggshell shattering, a brand new appearance was revealed. His figure was much smaller, only slightly taller than an ordinary person. He still seemed to be wearing armor, but there was an additional dark blue color. His slender and smooth body flowed like the clouds in flowing water. Even his face was covered by a curved visor, making it impossible to see his brows. However, there were ripples of water, like surging waves or rising and falling tides. His joints were covered in swirling patterns, giving him a magnificent sense of beauty. After completely melting the deep ocean pearl, the demon suppression statuary finally transformed from an empty shell into substance, revealing the true form of a demon commander unique to Li Qingshan. "I originally thought that you would be able to make me move a bit. How disappointing." The visor opened, revealing a face that was very unfamiliar to Yi Mingzhu. It was very similar to Li Qingshan's original appearance, except that it was not as angular as before, appearing softer. However, there were beast markings on both sides of his cheeks, and as he spoke, he revealed sharp fangs. "Master, I beg you to spare my life for Liusu's sake. I will serve you well. Otherwise, I will detonate the Night Demon Core and you will get nothing." "If I say that as long as you hand over the Night Demon Core, I will spare your life, what will you choose?" Yi Mingzhu fell into a dilemma. If she handed over the Night Demon Core, she would lose her final bargaining chip. But if she did not hand it over, she would die without a doubt. She thought again and again. "As long as you swear." Before she had finished speaking, there was a flash of sword light. Yi Mingzhu's head, still wearing a stunned expression, rolled to the ground. "If you only wanted to escape and not take the opportunity to assassinate me, I might have spared your life. Even at this point you still want to threaten me? You're really seeking death." Li Qingshan put away the traitorous demon sword and held a black pearl in his hand. There seemed to be dark shadows lingering within it, forming an ever-changing devil's face. It was the Night Demon Core. He then put Yi Mingzhu's corpse into his 100 treasures pouch and returned to his child's appearance. Then, he waved his hand to summon Yi Liusu and Yi Liubu, saying, "Yi Mingzhu tried to assassinate me and has been killed by me." "What?" Yi Liusu and Yi Liubu both revealed expressions of shock. "She said that she had something important to discuss with me, and that it had to be outside the Azura field. After we met, seeing that my strength had not recovered, she had ill intentions." Yi Liubu said hatefully. "I could tell that there was something wrong with her expression during the day. So she was testing Master's strength." "Mother." Yi Liusu murmured and became sorrowful. She did not doubt his explanation at all. If he did not want her to know, all he had to do was say that Yi Mingzhu had escaped. There was no need for him to tell her at all, and doing something like that suited Yi Mingzhu's personality. Deep regret filled his heart. "It's all my fault. I've said too much to her." If he had not told Yi Mingzhu that he was currently in a weakened state, she would never have done anything given how cautious she was. And clearly, this information was not true either. "I personally believe I have a clear conscience towards the night roamers, yet this is how I've been repaid in the end. It's truly disappointing. Once the time is ripe, I'll move the night roamers away. Master wants to abandon us?" Yi Liusu cried out involuntarily. Yi Liubu's expression changed drastically too. Had he grown suspicious of all night roamers because of what happened to Yi Mingzhu? "Not you but everyone else. The only people I care about among the night roamers are the two of you. The fates of the others have nothing to do with me. I can't be bothered with oppressing them and using them for fun like Helicoverpa either. Why don't we all go our separate ways? Yiliobwa stopped worrying. Yiliosu knelt down. Please take back your name, master. The greatest difference between her and Yi Mingzhu was their ideals. Yi Mingzhu only needed to consider her own benefits and losses. When it mattered, she could even cast her daughter to the back of her mind, completely unconcerned about the effects of her escape. On the other hand, Yiliosu considered the development of the entire night roamers. Originally, everything was going very smoothly. All she had to do was wait for the day he became a demon king, and the night roamers that followed him would obviously be able to stand in the world. Chapter 741. Yiliobwa said, "Yeah, master. It's far too boring to stay in the Azura field alone. It's only fun with more people. If you want to revitalize the night roamers, then ingest this night demon pill, and undergo the second heavenly tribulation as soon as possible." Li Qingshan passed the night demon pill to Yiliosu. Yiliosu stared at the night demon pill, but she did not accept it. Even though she had the dream of revitalizing the night roamers, even though Yi Mingzhu only had herself to blame, she was still her mother after all. How could she just accept the night demon pill so easily? Li Qingshan waited quietly for her to make her choice. He also felt rather strange inside. I killed her mother, and I'm even forcing her to do this. I really am a demon. At the end of the day, their relationship was not equal. This equality did not refer to strength or weakness. Ruexian was much weaker than him, but they were still equals. It was exactly because of the 3 words, asking for nothing, that Ruexian was never willing to take advantage of him. She even tried her best to avoid getting him involved in her matters, which instead benefited him greatly. As a result, he treated her as an equal, treating her as a confidant. However, night roamers were different. Since they had a request and they had a master-servant relationship, they definitely had to pay a certain price. At the very least, it had to be loyalty. If she wanted benefits but she did not want to pay any price, he would not fly into a rage and just part ways. "Master, you're so biased." Yiliobwa suddenly called out. With elder sister's talent, she can undergo the second heavenly tribulation with ease, but I don't have any confidence at all. You don't give this high-grade night demon pill to me, instead giving it to elder sister. If that's not bias, what is it? That's reasonable. I'll reward it to you then. Li Qingshan smiled and tossed the night demon pill to Yiliobwa. Yiliosu let out a gentle sigh of relief and cast a grateful gaze at Yiliobwa. Cultivate properly. The Azura field isn't a paradise either. One day I will leave this world. Li Qingshan said meaningfully and had Yiliosu and Yiliobwa return to the Azura field. Then he cast his gaze outside the hall and waved his hand. Come in. The sisters Xianghua Zi and Xianghua Lu, as well as the chief steward of the Z Lotus Altar's master, Azhong, arrived in the hall. Though the demon-suppressing pagoda had only appeared for a moment before it was put away by Li Qingshan, the commotion it had caused was not small. The entire Z Lotus Altar was alarmed. You've gotten bigger again. Xianghua Lu exclaimed in surprise. It had only been a few months, yet he had grown up quite a bit again. He was slowly breaking away from his childishness and revealing his true bearing. You look like you've grown up a lot. Li Qingshan smiled. Is that so? Thank you for the hidden breath goo. Xianghua Lu's face reddened, and she was a bit bashful. These days, Xianghua Zi had taught her many things. That's right, what happened just now? It was just a rat that snuck in. Has anything happened in the Z Lotus Altar recently? Xianghua Zi grumbled. Just a rat can cause such a great commotion. Just how big is the rat? Azhong said. Nothing happened. Really? Then something's going to happen very soon. Li Qingshan gazed towards the southwest. He could not sense the cultivation of Xianghua Zi and the others. Several dozen kilometers away, a demon chi rose up indistinctly, rapidly drawing closer. Xianghua Zi and the others were all confused. Boom! The demon chi collided with the formation viciously and produced a ring of light, suddenly illuminating the entire Z Lotus Altar. Even the hall trembled slightly. Oh no, it's the snake god cult. Xianghuazi's face paled. The snake god cult had irreconcilable grievances with the White Lotus sect. Once they broke through the formation, they would definitely slaughter everyone here to vent their anger. Yet the altar lord just happened to be crippled. The only person they could rely on was Goldie, a Yu of unknown origins. It was still unknown whether he would become enemies with the snake god cult or not. If they directly gave up on the Z Lotus altar, they were dead for sure. Booms constantly rang out, and the entire Z Lotus altar descended into chaos. Many people rushed towards the hall. "All right, you can go back and rest." Li Qingshan waved his hand. "We're willing to advance and retreat with you, sir." Zhong too. "We're willing to die for you, sir." Li Qingshan saw through their thoughts and smiled gently. With a flash he vanished from the hall. Xianghuazi and Zhong exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with shock and despair. In their eyes, both the snake god cult and the White Lotus sect were colossal, undefeatable existences. No one would be willing to openly oppose them, so choosing to flee was completely normal. They could even silence them along the way, avoiding the White Lotus sect's attention. Alu called out, "Be careful, eh?" It made Xianghuazi and Zhong glance at each other. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? At the center of the surging demon chi was a graceful golden-haired beauty. She wore a short, strapless skirt that seemed to be woven from golden scales. She constantly used her demon chi to attack the formations of the Z Lotus altar. She was certain something must have happened in the Z Lotus altar, or the altar lord would have come out to face the enemy long ago. "I haven't waited here for so long in vain. I've finally waited for this opportunity." Suddenly, a voice rang out by her ear. "Are you a member of the snake god cult?" "I'm the protector general of the snake god cult, Gold Thread." "Who are you?" Gold Thread looked down and saw a handsome child standing in the sea of trees. "This is the child they've been talking about. You don't have to worry about that. I have some matters I need your snake god cult's help with." "All right, I'll talk to you after I take down the Z Lotus altar." As Gold Thread said that, she suddenly felt that she could no longer swing her right arm. She felt a sharp pain, and she discovered in shock that a bloody hole had appeared in her right shoulder. Then she looked at the handsome child. His thumb and middle finger were locked together, and a crystalline droplet of water flickered between his fingers. He was the culprit that had heavily injured her. If the attack had been aimed at her head, she would have died already. Gold Thread withdrew her demon chi and landed in the sea of trees. She clutched her shoulder and stared at Li Qingshan in shock. "Just who are you? You only need to ask once." Li Qingshan interrupted her rudely and crossed his arms as he sat on the tree root. "With your strength, sir, what do you need our snake god cult's help with?" Gold Thread's face sank. She was careful. His strength was unimaginable. "Help me find this person, and I'll give you the altar lord's head." With a thought from Li Qingshan, water vapor gathered and turned into a woman. She was lifelike and lifelike. It was Wuxia. If Wuxia still remained in this land, there would definitely be people who had seen her. As a local organization, the snake god cult definitely had many eyes and ears. The White Lotus sect was obviously a better choice, but he did not plan on going to the main altar of the White Lotus sect. "Why are you looking for her?" A gleam of light flashed through Gold Thread's eyes. "You've seen her?" Li Qingshan had never thought his search for Wuxia would go so smoothly. He could find traces of her just by asking the first person, no, the first snake. "I haven't. However, with the strength of our snake god cult, we should be able to find her very soon. You better wait for the good news." Gold Thread turned around to leave. Li Qingshan smiled. "You're not even asking for her name or cultivation. Are you bullying me because I'm young? Believe it or not, I'll skin you alive if you tell another lie. Where is she?" Gold Thread's body froze, and a violent hostility rushed over. She felt as if she was in the mouth of a ferocious beast. If she said anything wrong, she would be chewed up and swallowed. In order to save her life, she could only say honestly. In order to protect her life, she could only answer honestly. "She's in the main altar of the White Lotus sect." "How do you know?" Chapter 742. The snake god cult had stood against the White Lotus sect for many years. If they did not even know anything about the upper echelon of the other party, who knew how many times they would have been destroyed a long time ago? The moment she saw Ru Xian, Gold Thread recognized her. She was the lord of the Clear Ripple Hall Shiji, who was rather renowned in the White Lotus sect. Although she had never clashed with her before, she had heard that she was impervious to weapons and had a heart of stone, and her methods were cruel. Anyone who ended up in her hands would suffer a fate worse than death. It was extremely miserable, enough to make the vicious shamans pale. She was a capable member of the White Lotus sect, and the White Lotus Mother was very fond of her. The reason why she had refused to reveal it immediately was because she was worried that this powerful child of unknown origins would have some close connection with the White Lotus sect. Let alone gaining another powerful enemy for the snake god cult, they would probably even lose their lives. All she could do now was accept her fate. Li Qingshan was taken aback. Although he had a feeling that nothing would happen to her, he never thought she would actually already be the lord of the White Lotus sect. Her status was even greater than the lord of the Z Lotus altar. He had also gained a slight understanding of the system of the White Lotus sect. Back in the Green Province, the White Lotus sect originally did not have a hall lord. It was the White Lotus Mother who led a group of altar lords to carry out underground activities and terrorism. However, after coming to the Mist Province, they were no longer suppressed by the Hawkwolf Guard, so they were able to develop legitimately. As a result, the rank of Hall Lord was added. The 22 altar lords controlled the various branches, while the Hall Lords resided in the main altar. There was the Heart Cleansing Hall that controlled punishment, the Tiny Lotus Hall that controlled the nurturing of disciples, and so on. They controlled the various authorities of the White Lotus sect. If they did not possess extraordinary strength and were deeply trusted, they would not be able to sit in a position like that. What does the Clear Ripple Hall do? It seems to be for spying. Before Goldthread could finish, once they discovered that there were clans or tribes that held grudges against the White Lotus sect and had ill intentions, they would take action to clean them up. Wherever the Clear Ripple Hall went, not even a chicken or dog would be spared. Really? Li Qingshan thought happily. Could it be that that fellow is looking for me? It seems that worrying about her is completely unnecessary. With her intelligence and cultivation, she can do well anywhere she goes. The only thing I'm worried about is being brainwashed by the heart cleansing technique of Clear Ripple. However, I feel that there's no need to worry too much. Since even the Qian Rongji of the past was able to endure it, she shouldn't have any problems. He waved his hand at Jean C nonchalantly. Looks like you're quite cooperative. I'll spare your life today. Jean C felt as if she had been pardoned. She wished she could run away immediately and get as far away from him as possible. However, she paused and said tentatively, "Sir, just now you seem to have promised me something." You're talking about that. You have some guts. Forget it. An hour later. Come and get it yourself. Li Qingshan took a step forward and disappeared into the dense forest in the next moment. Not a trace of aura was left behind. Come and get it myself? Jean C seemed to be in thought. She paced around the forest for a while before suddenly stopping and gazing in the direction of the Z Lotus altar. I'll just wait an hour. In the Z Lotus altar, there was a hubbub of voices in the hall. The disciples of the White Lotus sect surrounded Xianghuazi, Zhong, and the other two. Where's the altar lord? Where is the altar lord? Zhong, didn't you say the altar lord was in secluded cultivation? Where is he? Xianghuazi, what the hell are you doing? If you don't explain yourself, don't blame me for being merciless. The snake god cult had attacked the sect, but the altar lord had not appeared the entire time. This situation was far too unusual. Coupled with the strange boom earlier, all the disciples surged into the hall. Zhong was a caretaker, but he was still unable to do whatever he wanted. Among the disciples of the White Lotus sect, there were quite a few who possessed similar strength to him, and there were many who were more experienced. They had grown tired of his arrogance a long time ago. In the end, they all charged in like a swarm of bees, only to see an empty hall. They could not help but become suspicious. Vicious faces filled the surroundings. Once shamans became vicious, they could kill without hesitation. I swear on my ancestor that this has nothing to do with me. It's the strange child these two bitches brought in that harmed the altar lord. I was worried about the altar lord's safety, which was why I was forced by them. In the face of danger, Zhong shifted the blame to Xianghua and Xianghua Lu. Immediately, numerous pairs of bloodshot eyes stared at him. Old bastard, stop slandering me. Be careful that your son doesn't. Xianghua placed her hands on her hips and cursed at Zhong. However, she grumbled inside. Just as the hall descended into a mess, a figure climbed onto the platform like no one else was present. Suddenly, he took out a person from his bosom and placed him on the lotus throne. It was the Altar Lord. Altar Lord. Altar Lord, what's wrong? Who are you? Swish. 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 He drew his blade and sword, brimming with killing intent. Who knew how many vicious shaman gu were ready to be unleashed? Are you fine? Xianghua Lu went up and asked. Sir, Zhong tried to sell you out earlier. Xianghua riled up and pointed at Zhong, who was silently retreating in the crowd. His face immediately became sheet white. I heard you have an elder sister in the main altar of the White Lotus sect? Li Qingshan held a loose hand and made his way out of the hall. Xianghua followed behind in a hurry. Yeah, Sister Hong is a disciple of the main altar. Her status is much higher than ours. Let's go seek shelter with your elder sister. Why? Because the Z Lotus altar is about to be destroyed. Li Qingshan naturally wanted to use the same trick again. He wanted to go to the main altar of the White Lotus sect to find the Clear Ripple Hall master that he had not seen in a long time. Kill him. The White Lotus disciples swarmed forward, all kinds of goo insects buzzing and flapping their wings. A formless killing intent engulfed the entire hall. In that instant, it was as if time had stopped. Everyone froze on the spot, unable to move. The goo insects fell to the ground one after another. Li Qingshan pulled Xianghua Lu out of the door and went down the mountain in a short while. He looked back and saw Xianghua following closely behind. When she saw him looking over, she hurriedly bowed. Sir, aren't we going to kill those people to silence them? That's not for you to worry about. Li Qingshan said. When he came there was one, and when he left there were two. He was a step closer to fulfilling Chrysanthemum Fragilis's promise. Li Qingshan unfurled the mental map of the Mist Province that Gu Yenying had given him, and took in the entire Mist Province. It was over 10 times larger than the Green Province. He found the location of the main altar of the White Lotus sect. It was rather far away from here. With their cultivation, it would probably take them several months to get there. It was better for him to find a suitable place to rest first. When the time was right, he could directly fly over with them. An hour later, a rumble rang out from the direction of the Z Lotus altar again. Light constantly illuminated the night sky. At this moment, it began to rain heavily. Lightning surged and roared as the two types of light intertwined. The golden thread reverted to her original form, a huge, golden-scaled python, constantly bombarding the formation. The formation was powerful, but without anyone to control it, it still failed to escape the fate of being destroyed. Let's go. Let's report the news that the Z Lotus altar has been destroyed by the snake god cult. Perhaps we can even become disciples of the main altar. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and clouds rose up beneath his feet. Just when the sun was about to rise, a streak of light flew over from the southeast and landed on the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. It turned into an old woman with white hair. Although her face was covered in wrinkles, she seemed extremely benevolent. The deep wrinkles on her face made her seem like she was smiling at all times. She held a white lotus in her hand. The White Lotus mother glanced around and frowned slightly. The Z Lotus altar had already been reduced to ruins. There was not a single living creature left, and the lingering demon chi had already become extremely faint. It was impossible to track down. Obviously, Gold Thread was not stupid enough to kill the altar lord first. Instead, she took down the Z Lotus altar and wreaked havoc before killing the altar lord. Originally, she wanted to ask him about the inside story of the White Lotus sect, but as soon as she woke up the altar lord, he immediately went berserk. The altar lord had been casually tossed into the Azura field by Li Qingshan. The aura of the Azura field had corroded him, so he had completely lost his mind. All Gold Thread could do was swallow him. What a piece of trash, the White Lotus mother said. As for the person who had caused all of this, Li Qingshan currently sat on a cloud leisurely, flying due south. Look, big sister. We're flying so high and so fast. Xianghua Lu leaned on the edge of the cloud and gazed down. The boundless sea of trees was like a furry green carpet. Sir, this doesn't seem to be the direction to the main altar of the White Lotus sect. Xianghua Zi said. This isn't the main altar of the White Lotus sect. Li Qingshan said. The main altar of the White Lotus sect was in the southeast. He obviously had his reasons for choosing this direction. He discovered a palm-sized region of water on the mental map of the Mist province. It was due south 1,500 kilometers away. A few hours later, the rising sun turned into the setting sun. A glimmer appeared on the horizon. We're finally here. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up and he sped up. The glimmer turned into a boundless region of water very soon, reflecting the red glow of the setting sun. It was like a magnificent crystal embedded in the sea of trees. He flew straight to the edge of the region of water. Above the clouds he was actually unable to see the end. Even Xianghua Lu, who had already grown rather numb to flying, sighed in amazement. Is this the ocean? Don't tell me this is the legendary Great Marsh of Cloud Dream. Xianghua Zi said in surprise. Ever since she was young, she had heard people mention that there was a great marsh of Cloud Dream in the south. It was so vast, but she had never seen it before. That's right. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and sensed the dense water spiritual qi in the great marsh of Cloud Dream. Sure enough, this was a virgin land that had yet to be developed. On the map it was only the size of a palm, but it was actually a region of water that spanned several thousand kilometers. It was even larger than the entire Clear River Prefecture. The lakes of the Rui Commandery all seemed tiny in comparison. If you wanted to refine it, even the water god seal in Li Qingshan's possession would be rather difficult. The Mist province was a chaotic and lawless land, but taking out a water god seal as large as that was basically impossible. As a result, there were a few powerful clusters of demon qi rising up from the lake, but there was no water god present. He found a lone island and descended on a cloud. Li Qingshan did not take out the water god seal immediately to refine it. The time was not right yet. His trip this time was more for investigation, and to find a suitable place to cultivate. His trip to the main altar of the White Lotus sect might be a little troublesome. He needed to push the 6th layer of the demon suppression statuary to the peak, and he took out a ring. Chapter 743. The Soaring Dragon Sword was not one of the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace, but it was close. Perhaps what it lacked was a powerful swordsman for its name to spread across the world. Or perhaps it just lacked an empty spot among the 10 renowned swords for it to fill. In terms of quality, the Soaring Dragon Sword was definitely an arcane treasure. Arcane treasures were not divided into inferior or high quality, as every single arcane treasure was unique. They all possessed different spirituality and power. In terms of resources, the Azura field obviously consumed more than the Soaring Dragon Sword, but in direct combat, the Soaring Dragon Sword's destructive power was still slightly greater at the end of the day. The reason why Li Qingshan had never used his Sumuru ring to refine the Soaring Dragon Sword was because he did not want to attract the attention of the Sword Collection Palace. However, he had even fallen out with the Dragon King of the Sea now, so an additional Sword Collection Palace was nothing. Although the traitorous demon sword had other special abilities and could constantly grow stronger, perhaps becoming extremely powerful in the future, it still could not compare to an arcane treasure renowned sword that had been passed down for several thousand years right now. What are we doing here? Xianghua Lu asked in confusion. As the cloud descended, the swampland of Cloud Dream unfurled, becoming more and more vast and boundless. Even the rather scheming Xianghua Zi momentarily forgot about her worldly possessions. Light reflected in her eyes as the speck of jade green rapidly expanded. Sightseeing. Li Qingshan smiled. The swampland of Cloud Dream was enveloped in a layer of mist that lingered throughout the year. The air steamed and hot winds surged, filled with heavy moisture. The vegetation on the islands in the lake was particularly lush. The dense greenery piled up, almost overflowing the edges of the islands. Like large flower pots, a flock of white water birds flew up from the islands, flying over the lake as they cried out before diving into another island. Under the setting sun, it was as beautiful as a painting. No natural scenic spot in his past life could compare to it. Calling it sightseeing was obviously a joke, but it was not exactly wrong. Wasn't this life just a tour? The cloud beneath his feet dispersed, and he stood in the center of the island. Towering trees filled the surroundings. They stood in great numbers, blotting out the sky. It was still dusk outside, but it was already late at night here. Li Qingshan patted a tree beside him that would require 10 people to wrap their arms around. The trees here were clearly much larger than those in the fragrant flower market. It seemed to be due to the climate. The further south one went, the taller the trees became. It was said that in the southernmost region, ancient trees that were hundreds of feet tall could be seen everywhere. And there were even some that were thousands of feet tall. It was known as one tree, one mountain. In other words, every tree was a mountain. However, the largest tree was obviously the banyan tree king. However, the island was not at peace either. The island was not peaceful either. A strange roar came from the dense forest. In an instant, thousands of birds flew up in fright and circled around the island. Xianghua Lu and Xianghua Zi both trembled. This island clearly had a master. And it wasn't an ordinary demonic beast. Of the banyan saint spirit king of spirit sneered Xianghua. King of the tree of saint. Xianghua of dragon king of the li of the had. A silverback gorilla glared angrily at the tiny figure on the tree branch. It pounded its chest with its fist, roaring and howling. A foul smell filled his face with saliva. Li Qingshan wrinkled his nose. You don't mind if I borrow your place for a while, right? His demon heart flashed and demon chi surged. King's figure shrank, and it turned to flee to the other side of the island. Thanks. Li Qingshan smiled and waved his hand. He returned to the Xianghua sister's side and said, I'm going to start cultivating. You two run around and play. Don't forget to make up a good excuse. Tell us how we escaped from the Z Lotus altar, what hardships we experienced along the way, and finally arrived at the main altar to ask for help. Xianghua Zi, I'll leave this to you. After settling the matter, Li Qingshan found a secluded cave and dove into the Azura field. On the peak of the snowy mountain, wild winds danced in his crimson hair. Demon chi surged out and poured into the Sumeru ring. A moment later, the Sumeru ring opened up, revealing a vast space. Li Qingshan did not have the time to see what was inside. A golden beam of light shot out with a dragon roar, shooting into the skies. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and looked up, not in a hurry to give chase. The flying dragon sword flew into the skies and slammed into an invisible barrier, bouncing back. That was the boundary of the Azura field. Under Li Qingshan's control, it was not something that an ownerless Dharma treasure could break through. The dragon roar grew louder and louder. The flying dragon sword turned into a majestic golden dragon with scales and claws. The golden light swam rapidly, dragging a golden arc behind it as it rampaged through the Azura field. It was bounced back continuously, unable to find a way out. Suddenly, it turned back and stared at Li Qingshan, who was on the peak of the mountain below, as though it had realized that he was the problem. It's true that divine swords have spirits. Li Qingshan let out a long roar and leapt up. The snowy peak beneath his feet shattered, and he was already high in the skies. He threw a punch at the flying dragon sword. Famed swords were like fierce horses. Only the strong could tame them. The flying dragon sword suddenly turned into a streak of golden light and shot towards Li Qingshan. Boom! The golden dragon was sent flying. Although it was intelligent, it was still just a sword after losing the control of a swordsman. How could it contend against Li Qingshan's great strength of the ox demon? I was worried that I'd break it, so I didn't dare to use the tremors of the ox demon. Never did I think that I would fail to even defeat the golden dragon it conjured. It really is a good sword. Li Qingshan praised with a smile. He flew up, determined to refine the flying dragon sword. The flying dragon sword was extremely unyielding. It knew that it was no match, but it still charged over. However, the dragon's roar was slightly more solemn, and the golden light it gave off was even more dazzling. In the Sword Collection Palace, generation after generation of disciples would ascend the Sword Collection's peak in search of their fated sword. It seemed like they were choosing a sword, but in reality, the sword was choosing a successor. Only then would it be drawn. However, Li Qingshan wanted to leave it with no choice, forcefully becoming its master. It might not have had the concept of dignity, but the will that its past masters had left behind in the sword was only 4 words. It would rather break than bend. Boom! 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 They clashed 3 times in a row. Li Qingshan did not take a single step back, sending the flying dragon sword flying 3 times. The golden light dimmed, and the golden dragon conjured became much thinner. However, it still showed no signs of yielding. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. If this continued, even if he could refine the flying dragon sword, its intelligence would be worn away at the same time, causing its quality to drop. It really was a famed sword that had been passed down through the Sword Collection Palace for generations. It really was not something that outsiders could lay their hands on so easily. The flying dragon lunged over once again. With a flash, Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed the dragon's horn, flipping over and standing on the dragon's head. Demonify! Li Qingshan suddenly assumed his demon commander form. The curved visor surged with waves. Waves surged on his curved visor, demonstrating his excitement. Chains of demon suppression. Several dozen black chains extended from thin air. It stretched out from the void, locked onto the golden dragon, and abruptly tightened. The golden dragon let out a sorrowful cry and turned back into a 3-foot-long blade. Li Qingshan grabbed the dragon-shaped hilt. However, he still felt the sword tremble in his hand. It refused to yield. He could not help but smile. What's too hard is easy to break. Let's see who's more patient. Li Qingshan left the Azura field. Now that the flying dragon sword had been completely sealed up by his power, it was no different from keeping it in his Sumeru ring. He did not have to worry about the Sword Collection Palace tracking him down. Droplets of water dripped from the tips of the stalactites in the dark, silent cavern, landing in the shallow water below. Li Qingshan sat with his legs crossed. His eyes were firmly shut, and he did not move at all. The flying dragon sword wrapped in chains rested across his knees. In his vast sea of consciousness, he constantly visualized the ox demon and tiger demon. The demonic nature in his chest surged, becoming as firm as a boulder, eager to kill and fight. At this moment, demon suppression statues appeared in his sea of consciousness. The nameless demon folk had transformed from human to demon, but they refused to yield to their demonic nature the entire time, constantly fighting against it. They did not achieve the great enlightenment of casting aside the butcher's knife and becoming a Buddha on the spot. Instead, they fought against themselves endlessly with a tenacious will. This spirit seemed to be connected to the ox demon and tiger demon. The demon heart has no regrets. We are unwilling to achieve great enlightenment. We are only willing to grasp the sharp blade firmly and stare at the dripping blood. The demon heart shone with rings of light, extending a meter out of the body and condensing without dispersing. Sometimes it would turn into the tiger demon that fought against the world, sometimes it would turn into the indomitable ox demon, and in the end it would turn into a demonic person, constantly changing into the various forms of the demon suppression statues. The stronger the demonic nature, the brighter the demon heart, and the greater the power of the demon suppression statuary. Before he knew it, Li Qingshan's method of cultivation had already become drastically different from the unraging monks. It had even deviated from the imagination of the creator of the cultivation method. Normally speaking, existences with demonic nature like the ox demon and tiger demon would look down on the demon suppression statuary. They would only walk towards the apex of the demonic path, either destroyed by the demonic nature, or become a powerful figure of the demonic path. Only the wisdom and forbearance of the spirit turtle and the nobility and virtue of the phoenix could suppress such a powerful demonic nature, creating a sliver of possibility within the impossible. Surging demon chi flowed along the demon suppression chains and wrapped around the flying dragon sword. Since he could not use force, then he would use a different method. He would use his own will to influence it. It was just like when he faced a rebellious teenager. If he used force alone, it would only lead to even more intense resistance. He was better off taking it slow and making it accept a new principle. Fu Qingjin used the heart of the sword as his own heart, but he lost himself in the end. He only found himself after the sword broke. However, Li Qingshan wanted to make his own heart the heart of the sword. If he succeeded, Not only would the flying dragon sword retain its spiritual nature, but it would even strengthen after receiving the powerful will of its new master, Li Qingshan. However, who knew how many times more difficult it would be? Could he really defeat the heart of the sword forged by the previous masters of the flying dragon sword? Even Li Qingshan himself was uncertain. If he really had no other choice, then all he could do was erase the spiritual nature of the flying dragon sword. Several days later, he smiled and opened his eyes. A sliver of demon chi had already seeped into the flying dragon sword, leaving behind a demonic mark. Just like how it was easy to learn the bad, it was difficult to learn the good. It was very difficult for a rebellious teenager to become a good student who developed morally, intellectually, physically, and physically, but becoming a hoodlum was as simple as it could be. In the words of the cultivation community, it was easy to become demonic, but difficult to enter the path of cultivation. The sword is a weapon of slaughter. Rather than destroying it for the sake of pointless perseverance, why not follow me and kill to our heart's content, realizing our original intentions? Li Qingshan laughed softly. The flying dragon sword trembled endlessly, but its will to resist weakened somewhat. A dam of 1,000 li could be destroyed by an ant's nest. Once a hole appeared, the rest would follow naturally. The black mark continued to expand. In a mere 3 days it had dyed the entire flying dragon sword. Its color became somewhat deep and gloomy, but its edge became increasingly sharp. Only the dragon eye at the hilt continued to shine with golden light. After another day, the dragon eye suddenly became the same color as the demon heart. It let out a deafening dragon roar, from low to high, echoing endlessly in the entire cave. Chapter 744. Li Qingshan's soul sense flowed like water, entering the soaring dragon sword along with the demon chi. Suddenly a world unfolded before him. Countless figures stood with swords in their hands, wielding countless soaring dragon swords as they danced through the air. Flicking, stabbing, hacking, and slashing. Countless exquisite sword techniques combined into a majestic path of the sword unique to the soaring dragon sword. The famed swords of the Sword Collection Palace were precious not just because of their power, but because they were the legacy of the Sword Collection Palace's power. The figures were the comprehensions and wills of the past masters of the soaring dragon sword over the path of the sword. Perhaps they paled slightly in comparison to the profound sword intent of the Three Absolutes calligraphy, but they were clearer and easier to comprehend. Streaks of light crisscrossed in the depths of Li Qingshan's eyes. He nodded from time to time as if he had comprehended something. Quite a while later, he dismissed his thoughts and comprehended the path of the sword. He felt like he had benefited quite a lot again. Though I don't need so many voices. The surging demon chi spread out in the world within the sword. The countless figures vanished, merging into a single person in the end. It was Li Qingshan's demonified self, more condensed than any of the figures in the past. He swung the soaring dragon sword gently. Clang! The demon suppression chains broke apart inch by inch. The flying dragon sword let out a long dragon cry, and its overall shape changed greatly. The perfectly straight blade became curved, and a layer of fine dragon scales covered it, giving it a sinister air. The golden light was gone. Dark light flowed like a dragon and a sword. It was obvious with a single glance that it was a demon artifact. Unless they were extremely familiar with the soaring dragon sword, they would never be able to connect the two together. Li Qingshan's fingertip brushed past the spine, and the edge of the sword thrummed gently, becoming submissive. It began to dance slowly. His movements were extremely slow. The light from the sword swam around him like a dragon, flowing and profound. However, in terms of compatibility with the sword, even the soaring dragon elder paled in comparison. Their minds were one like an extension of their limbs. From today onwards, you will be called the Demon Dragon. Fragrant Flower Market. Chrysanthemum fragilis currently soaked in the hot spring. Within the rising steam, a figure walked over and called out her name, Chrysanthemum fragilis. It was a woman's voice. It was extremely pleasant. However, it was rather cold. It sounded like metal. Who is it? Chrysanthemum fragilis leaped out of the water and struck out with her palm. Layers of mist dispersed, revealing a white-clothed woman with an ice-cold expression. He turned a blind eye to the incoming energy. However, when Chrysanthemum Fragilis saw the woman's clothes, she was shocked. He twisted his right hand. The energy swept past the woman, and with a loud bang a wall was split open. The woman's clothes were embroidered with lotus flowers. It floated slightly. "Sir, may I ask which hall master of the White Lotus sect is it?" Chrysanthemum Fragilis said. That was the attire of a hall master of the White Lotus sect. Normally, she wouldn't even see an altar master here. So why would a hall master of the White Lotus sect grace her with her presence? Clear Ripple Hall. So it is Hall Master Sure who has graced us with her presence. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Please allow me to change my clothes. Chrysanthemum Fragilis was shocked. She had also heard of the great name of the Clear Ripple Hall, or rather the infamous name. It made her tremble with fear. The infamy that the Clear Ripple Hall Master Shurji had made in these 3 years was simply too resounding. If she was offended, the Fragrant Flower Clan would face the calamity of extermination. No need, this is fine. I am here to investigate the matter of the Z Lotus altar. Shurji said coldly, standing with her hands behind her back. What happened to the Z Lotus altar? Chrysanthemum Fragilis' heart trembled. 3 months later, Li Qingshan stepped out of the cave. Specks of sunlight twinkled between the leaves like stars. He raised his right hand, and a ferocious demon dragon coiled around his wrist. 3 months of cultivation was still not enough for him to unleash the full power of the 6th layer of the demon suppression statuary, but it was close. Coupled with the demon dragon sword, he had basically recovered most of his strength. Congratulations on emerging, sir. You. Xianghua Zi and Xianghua Lu rushed over. How's your story coming along? As long as I don't investigate it in detail, there definitely won't be any loopholes. Xianghua Zi said confidently. Then let's go check it out. Li Qingshan unfurled the mental map of the Mist Province and found the Lotus Flower Peak where the headquarters of the White Lotus sect resided. With a wave of his hand, a cloud rose up and he flew off. The Lotus Flower Peak appeared on the horizon, like a lotus flower that was about to bloom. It glowed with rings of white light, illuminating the night sky. Let's just leave her here. Li Qingshan gazed at the lotus flower in the distance and descended on the cloud. He switched to walking and rushed to the foot of the Lotus Flower Peak under the cover of night. Everything went much more smoothly than he had imagined. He did not even have to say the words he had prepared beforehand before being let in. It was even easier than entering the formations of the Z Lotus altar. This originated from a form of confidence. Even if the cult leader of the snake god was bold enough to infiltrate the headquarters of the White Lotus sect, he could only enter but not leave. Xianghua Zi mentioned Xianghua Heng's name, but the person who came was an unfamiliar man with a cold expression. He asked, "You're the disciples who escaped from the Z Lotus altar?" "Yes. Come with me." The man turned around and made his way up the mountain. "May I ask where we're going, brother?" "You'll know once we get there." Moving along the mountain path, Xianghua Zi and Xianghua Lu were both uneasy. They subconsciously moved closer to Li Qingshan. Very soon they arrived before a building. A boulder at the entrance was engraved with the words, "Clear Ripple Hall," lifted up by a lotus flower. The Clear Ripple Hall. Xianghua Zi cried out involuntarily. A sliver of fear appeared on her face. Li Qingshan thought, there really are a lot of people who know about the Clear Ripple Hall, but if they have not personally seen her and identified her, they would not know even if they knew. "Our hall leader wishes to see you and ask about the Z Lotus altar. Be careful when you speak later. If you show any disrespect." A sliver of killing intent flashed through the man's eyes. Xianghua Zi said in a hurry, "I wouldn't dare." They passed through the hall and arrived in a quiet courtyard at the back. The man bowed politely. "Hall leader, I've brought her. Ruexine." Li Qingshan almost blurted out these 2 words. He stared straight at the woman in white. Who else could it be apart from Ruexine? However, Ruexine did not seem to recognize him. She was indifferent. "How dare you?" the man called out, and Li Qingshan imitated Xianghua Zi and Xianghua Lu and bowed. "Disciple of the Z Lotus altar, Goldia Yu, greets the hall leader. You can leave first." Ruexine waved her hand, and did not even look at Li Qingshan. She arrived in front of Xianghuazi and Xianghualu, and placed her hand on their shoulders. She said softly, "Your mother told me everything. There are spies in the Z Lotus altar. Was it you?" "We are not spies." Xianghuazi cried out involuntarily. Under that pressure she could not maintain her calm at all. She could not help but raise her voice. Xianghualu was even more speechless. "Then it's you." Ru Xian glanced at Li Qingshan. "That's right, it's me." Li Qingshan suddenly turned into his crimson-haired and crimson-eyed form. He looked at Ru Xian with a burning gaze. Chapter 745. Ru Xian? Li Qingshan frowned. This was not her usual tone of voice. "I never thought you'd actually find your way here. However, the Ru Xian of the past is already dead. Right now, I am the leader of the Clear Ripple Hall Shiji." Ru Xian's voice was filled with distance and indifference. "Don't tell me you really plan on spending your days with that bullshit White Lotus mother." Li Qingshan went up and grabbed her hand. It was as cold and hard as jade. "Shut up. The White Lotus mother saves the world and saves all life. If you continue to speak rudely, don't blame me for being merciless." Ru Xian shook off his hand and said resolutely, "Oh, I'd like to see just how merciless you are." Li Qingshan's eyes turned cold. Of course, he was not angry at her. She had clearly been struck by the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple, and her mind had been completely twisted. What a White Lotus sect! Before he had even finished speaking, a hand whistled towards his heart. Ru Xian had actually tried to kill him mercilessly. Li Qingshan did not dodge. There was a sliver of pain in his heart, but it was mostly anger. His chest ached. The tip of her finger pierced through his skin. It was much easier than Ru Xian had imagined, but the hand stopped. "What, didn't you want to kill me?" A gleam of light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes. "I know I'm not your opponent, and I don't want to make a powerful enemy for the White Lotus sect. You can go." Ru Xian pulled back and returned to her senses, turning her back to him. "I've come this time to take you back to the Green Province." "I won't be returning to the Green Province." Ru Xian looked back. The determination in her eyes made Li Qingshan's brows furrow even tighter. "You've been struck by the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple, but I will heal you." Li Qingshan took a step forward. His expression was equally resolute. Now was not the time to be conflicted. No matter what she said or did, he had to take her away from the White Lotus sect. "Li Qingshan, do you know what kind of place this is? The spell formation of Lotus Peak has been activated. You won't be able to escape even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms." Ru Xian said righteously, a mischievous glint flashing in the depths of her eyes. 3 years ago, after meeting Venerable Black Lotus, she was invited to join the White Lotus sect, but her purpose was to use the power of the White Lotus sect to search for the whereabouts of Li Qingshan. However, Li Qingshan had hidden himself too well. It was only after the destruction of the Z Lotus altar that she finally found some clues. He found Chrysanthemum Fragilis, convinced that he was still alive. Fortunately, he wasn't in front of her at that time. At that time, she really lost her composure. Of course, she also tried the heart-cleansing ripple technique. The effects were nothing special. Perhaps it was because she practiced the heavenly tome of Cloud Furnace, or perhaps there were just too many things she could not let go of, but it did affect her a little, but it was nowhere close to the level of brainwashing. He had made her worry for so long for nothing. It was such a great opportunity to reunite after so long. If she did not tease him a little, it would be far too much of a waste. However, she could not continue or this guy would actually attack her. She had already begun to anticipate his expression. Li Qingshan was ready to strike. He wanted to directly subdue her, shove her into the Azura field, and take her away. Ru Xian sucked in a breath gently. Just when she was about to speak, the faint fragrance of lotus flowers drifted over, and a white-haired old woman approached the courtyard with her back bent. "Cough cough, you're right. Shiji with me here, no one can take you away. The White Lotus Mother." Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He should have hidden his aura very well, unless Ru Xian had secretly reported this to the White Lotus Mother. Originally he had some doubts, but as it seemed now, She really had been brainwashed by the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple. Wuxia was taken aback as well. She had specially told them to directly bring anyone from the Z Lotus altar to see her if they came to the Lotus Flower Peak, as she did not want to attract the White Lotus Mother's attention. Why has the White Lotus Mother come? We're in trouble now. If she continued to pretend to be brainwashed by the clear ripple heart-cleansing technique, then Li Qingshan wouldn't give up until he took her away. The White Lotus Mother definitely wanted to kill her as a traitor as well. She still could not find a solution. You know me? The White Lotus Mother's voice went from old and hoarse to young and pleasant. The wrinkles on her face vanished in that instant, turning into a beautiful young lady who seemed to be in her 20s. The white lotus in her hand bloomed as she pointed it at Li Qingshan from afar. The lotus flower peak shook, and a streak of white light shot into the air, dispersing in the air and enveloping the entire mountain. All of the formations had been activated. The headquarters of the White Lotus altar, that had already been a dangerous place, became even more dangerous. Bitch, release the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple, and I'll give you a quick death. Li Qingshan turned into a tall, slender demon commander in red and blue armor. The fury in his heart was reflected on his curved visor, surging with rage. It had already been a very long time since he had been so furious. Even when he was forced into a dead end by the Dragon King of the Sea, he treated it as another risk. But now he had basically been touched. With the demon dragon sword in hand, dragon cries rang through the entire lotus flower peak. Only death can cleanse away something as impure as this. A cold light flashed through the White Lotus Mother's eyes. How dare he speak to her like that on the lotus flower peak? He really was reckless. Hold on. Wuxia wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Lotus bloom. The lotus in the White Lotus Mother's hand completely bloomed, turning into rings of pure white light that resembled the petals of a flower. They flew towards Li Qingshan layer by layer. Li Qingshan felt threatened as well. The lotus was anything but ordinary. It was very likely to be the arcane treasure that the White Lotus Mother had slaughtered several 100,000 people to refine, like Gu Yenying had mentioned. It seemed pure and innocent, but it was filled with a deep evil nature. However, his killing intent became sharper and sharper. He drew the demon dragon sword with a clang, and the dragon's cry immediately turned into a dragon's roar. With a flash, sword chi shot out like a rainbow, splitting the layers of petals in half. An arcane treasure. The White Lotus Mother was surprised. She understood just how rare an arcane treasure was. In order to refine the lotus in her hand, who knew how much effort she had put into it, but all of it was worth it. The petals seemed fragile, but even golden core cultivators would struggle to escape death if they were sucked in. The lotus had played an important role in defeating the snake god cult. Lotus bloom. The White Lotus Mother bellowed out, and the white lotus shone with even more resplendent light. It conjured white lotuses that constantly bloomed. There was nothing around Li Qingshan, only thousands of white lotuses that gathered around him. The power they contained wanted to forcefully grind him to pieces. Dragonification. The demon dragon sword flew out of his hand, turning into a demonic dragon that danced around Li Qingshan. It even used a profound sword technique in its dragon form. For a moment, sword chi rampaged. The demonic dragon danced about, ripping the lotuses to pieces. It was unable to approach Li Qingshan at all. However, the lotuses continued to multiply, giving him no room to catch his breath. This was a clash between two demonic arcane treasures. The shockwave knocked Wuxia away. All she saw was the clear ripple hall she had stayed in for almost 3 years, crisscrossing between the two lights. It was completely destroyed. It was reduced to fragments, specks of white light. They gathered over from all directions. The White Lotus Mother seemed even younger as she murmured to herself. Under her control, the entire clear ripple hall seemed to become a lotus, wrapping around Li Qingshan. The White Lotus Mother has the geographical advantage, but his strength hasn't completely recovered. If this continues, he'll be in danger. Wuxia thought with a frown. Suddenly, she saw Li Qingshan step onto the dragon's head within the white light. The demon dragon flew forward, and the lotuses surged over. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and demon chi wrapped around it as it spun rapidly like a vortex. The ocean pearl had vanished, but it had been converted into a brand new power in the demon heart. Meanwhile, the various methods of circulating power from ocean wielding still existed, and they had been demonstrated once again in a brand new manner. The vortex form. The demon chi spun rapidly like a drill, piercing through the countless lotuses and pressing towards the White Lotus Mother. Just where did such a powerful figure come from? The White Lotus Mother shivered inside. She was surprised, but she did not panic. With a flip of her left hand, she grabbed a pure white lotus seed and flicked it away. The lotus seed turned from white to red in the air. Boom! Like a bolt of lightning, the violent flames swallowed Li Qingshan, turning him into a sea of fire. The White Lotus Mother stood on the lotus pedestal with her bare feet. The surging flames were unable to approach within a meter of her. She sneered. Every single lotus seed of divine fire was extremely rare. It required the lotus to be planted in a lake of fire and fire to gather the fire spiritual chi. Only a single lotus seed could be produced after a decade of meticulous nurturing, so its power was obviously extremely great. At this moment there was a dragon's roar, and Li Qingshan emerged on the dragon. He parted the sea of fire and threw a punch at the White Lotus Mother. The White Lotus Mother was surprised. He seemed completely unscathed. Lotus closure. The petals on the lotus pedestal below her closed up, wrapping around her as they flickered with white light. She felt no fear at all. If he swung the demonic sword over, she would still be in some danger, but it was impossible for him to break through her defenses with just his fist. Bang! The petals twisted and collapsed. Li Qingshan's punch smashed through the lotus, landing on the White Lotus Mother's face. Even though he had yet to fully recover from the strength of the ox demon, how could a regular technique stop him even without the power of tremors? Die! Cult masters, that a Zhong has already made it to the Lotus Flower Peak. Jin Si reported to a man and a woman in a hidden underground cave over 100 kilometers away from the Lotus Flower Peak. The man possessed a dignified bearing. He wore faint, golden robes, and he wore a circlet with a golden snake coiled around his head. The woman had a graceful figure. She wore a silver-white dress and a circlet with a silver snake circlet on her head. Since ancient times, the snake god cult had always had two cult masters, and there was no distinction between them. They were the cult master of the left and the cult master of the right. One was a human while the other was a snake demon. Unbeknownst to Li Qingshan, a scheme had already taken shape. Jin Si did not kill everyone in the Z Lotus altar. Instead, she left one person alive, and that was a Zhong. The cult master of the left of the snake god cult, the man with the golden snake crown, was rather doubtful. Do you think it'll work? Jin Si said. I'm 50 to 60% confident. That kid definitely doesn't belong to the White Lotus sect. If that old hag White Lotus learns that someone has destroyed the Z Lotus altar, and even infiltrated the Lotus Flower Peak in an attempt to take away the lord of her Clear Ripple Hall, she'll never let the matter go. That kid is no saint either. When the time comes, it'll be a heaven-sent opportunity for us. 50 to 60% confident? That's enough. If you succeed, you'll have done a great deed for the snake god cult. I'll definitely reward you. White Lotus, Black Lotus, I want you to die a horrible death. The cult master of the right said viciously. His snake eyes flickered with a vicious light. Tremors rang out from afar, and the cult master of the left riled up. They really have begun. Chapter 746. Li Qingshan struck the White Lotus Mother's face viciously, and violent energy poured out. The White Lotus Mother's beautiful face twisted and collapsed. With a bang it exploded, and blood and brain matter scattered everywhere. He brushed past her. The White Lotus Mother's headless corpse still stood on the lotus pedestal without moving at all. The demon dragon turned into a sword and returned to Li Qingshan's hand. He snorted coldly. So that's all you've got? The headless White Lotus Mother suddenly moved again. With a flash, lotuses bloomed with each step she took, pulling away. Li Qingshan was rather surprised. Normally, even demons with powerful vitality would probably die if their heads were directly blown up, let alone human cultivators. She really does have some skill to be able to last so long against Gu Yenying. At the very least, it's a skill to take a beating. Another head grew out of the White Lotus Mother's empty neck in the blink of an eye. She stared at Li Qingshan in disbelief. If it were not for the wondrous cultivation method she practiced, she basically would have failed miserably at such an easy task, dying to the punch for no reason. Just who are you? She understood something. Even on the lotus flower peak, enveloped by the numerous formations, he was not a weakling that she could crush as she pleased. Instead, he was like a vicious beast trapped in a cage. The person who will kill you. 2 streaks of white gas sprayed out from the back of Li Qingshan's shoulder plates, and he suddenly accelerated, shooting towards the White Lotus Mother. Suddenly, he sensed danger and came to a halt. A streak of white light brushed past his body, leaving behind a startling wound on his back. Even the body of a demon commander could not block such power. If he were directly struck, it would be no laughing matter. He lunged to the left again. A streak of white light pierced through the afterimage he left behind. In that moment, streaks of white light shot over. Li Qingshan's figure flickered, constantly turning and dodging with the senses of the spirit turtle. At times he would fly to the foot of the mountain, and at other times he would fly to the peak, leaving behind a long white streak. Under the White Lotus Mother's control, the protective formation that enveloped the entire lotus flower peak began to operate madly. I don't care who you are. Only death awaits those who dare to barge into my White Lotus sect. Li Qingshan roared with laughter as he flew. The White Lotus Mother's expression became stern. The rays of white light did not disperse. Crisscrossing, she waved the lotus in her hand and pointed at Li Qingshan. Inescapable net cut. Hundreds and thousands of white lights crisscrossed and sliced towards him. Li Qingshan was alarmed. The light was as dense as a spider web. He had sealed off all escape routes. He seemed to be scared silly. He stood motionlessly in the air above the lotus peak, still releasing the interweaving beams of light, displaying his might to the extreme. In an instant, the place where he stood became a blazing white focal point. The White Lotus Mother's expression eased up slightly. No matter how tough his body was now, he would not be able to escape the fate of being reduced to ashes. Moon reflection. The focal point flashed, and thousands of rays of light shot out in all directions. Li Qingshan's eyes became as calm as still water. Pieces of the spirit turtle's profound shell danced around him, reflecting every single ray of light back. Under his exquisite control, the spirit turtle's profound shell changed angles, and the rays of light instead became his weapons. From the buildings on the Lotus Peak to the disciples and hall masters of the White Lotus sect, several dozen rays of light shot towards the White Lotus Mother. Several dozen streaks of light shot towards the White Lotus Mother. At the critical moment, she powered the formation in a hurry and deflected most of the streaks of light, but there was still one that she could not deflect or dodge in time. It directly punched a huge hole through her body. Basically, all of her organs had been incinerated. Only a thin layer of skin and flesh around her waist remained, holding her upper and lower body together. The White Lotus Mother stopped the attacks from the formations. Ignoring her wounds, she gazed at the Lotus Peak. The headquarters of the White Lotus sect that she had managed for over a decade had already been reduced to ruins. Basically, all of the buildings had been destroyed, and countless elite disciples of the White Lotus sect had died. Even 3 hall masters had died. She could not help but become furious. Ruexian's eyes were filled with surprise as well. She already knew he was powerful, but she still found it unexpected when she saw it in person. Originally, she thought it would be an extremely dangerous battle, but the White Lotus sect was slaughtered instead. Li Qingshan had never expected the water mirror's image to be so effective. His strength had yet to recover completely. Originally, he planned on using the water mirror's image to open up a path of survival the moment all the rays of light gathered on him, and catch the White Lotus Mother off guard. However, the moment he used the water mirror's image to reflect the rays of light, he changed his mind as it was just too effective. Basically, all of the attacks were reflected. Compared to physical attacks like blades, fists, and kicks, it was clearly easier to reflect light. And while the rays of light were powerful, they did not possess the will of a cultivator. They were just pure blind destructive power, which was why he had grasped the opportunity. The light vanished, but before he could even celebrate, he felt his head spin. Using the water mirror's image took an extremely great toll on his mind. He was already extremely exhausted. The demon chi in his demon core had basically run out. If the White Lotus Mother continued to use the formation to attack him without any regard, perhaps he would be the one heavily injured. Fighting against the White Lotus Mother in the headquarters of the White Lotus sect was indeed extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could cost him his life, but he had far too many tricks up his sleeve, which was why he seemed so relaxed. If it were not for his phoenix bloodline, the Fire Lotus seed alone would have been enough to injure him. If it were not for the strength of the Ox Demon, it would have been impossible for him to smash through the White Lotus Mother's protective technique in a single punch. Then, with the home advantage, she would be able to constantly recover her strength, making her invincible. And if it were not for the water mirror's image, probably no second heavenly tribulation humans or demons could face the attacks of the protective formation head-on, let alone launch a counterattack. This was the power of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. It basically allowed him to deal with any situation. Even though he did not possess an advantage in terms of overall strength, it allowed him to gain the upper hand in every single clash, forcing the White Lotus Mother into a retreat. Li Qingshan ignored the stunned White Lotus Mother. He gripped the hilt of the demonic dragon sword with both hands and raised it high into the air. The light from the sword extended to several hundred meters, producing a tremendous dragon's roar. He aimed it at the lotus flower peak below and swung it down in a devastating manner. There was a flash of resplendent light in the surroundings. It was like a meteor piercing through the sky. The lotus-like mountain split down the middle, collapsing to the 2 sides. It produced a deafening rumble, and the ground shook gently. Without the spiritual vein of the lotus flower peak as a foundation, the formations all collapsed. Ru Xian flew in the air and watched this startling sight. Looking at this shocking scene, is the White Lotus School destroyed because of my joke? Li Qingshan exhaled and felt his anger ease up slightly. He looked back at the White Lotus Mother, but his killing intent burned even more intensely. The White Lotus Mother used her wondrous technique again to heal her horrific wounds. She seemed to become slightly younger. When the pair of eyes filled with killing intent looked over, her anger turned into coldness. Die! Li Qingshan bellowed out. The demon dragon sword roared furiously. The White Lotus Mother used the wondrous technique of blooming lotuses with every step again. Lotus flowers bloomed in the sky one after another. They bloomed everywhere. Her figure drifted about, flashing through the lotus flowers one by one. Before long, a White Lotus Mother stood on every single lotus flower. Her figure drifted about, flashing through the lotus flowers one by one. Thousands of them scattered in all directions. The lotus blossoms was one of her most powerful moves. She could move between the lotus flowers. Even if he found her true body, he would only be able to attack an illusion. Whether it was for offense or defense, it was wondrous, and her escape was even more mysterious and unpredictable. The reason why she could escape so many times when she clashed with Gu Yenying was because of this move. Chains of demon suppression. Li Qingshan shuddered, and thousands of black chains shot towards every single lotus flower. From afar it seemed like a huge spider, spitting out thousands of strands of silk. The lotus flowers shattered, and only a single chain was knocked away by the White Lotus Mother. That was where her true body was, and there was not a single lotus that she could move away from. Li Qingshan whistled over with a trail of white smoke. Demon suppression. The demon suppression tower descended from above, crushing down viciously on the White Lotus Mother. Obviously, she was not a benevolent person. She possessed a powerful demonic nature, so the demon suppression tower she drew over was particularly lofty and powerful. It was impossible to dodge. As she gazed at the pitch-black tower, it was as if she wanted to suck in her mind and seal it up. Boom! 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 The White Lotus Mother flicked her finger and produced 3 fire lotus seeds, sending the demon suppression tower flying. Just when she wanted to continue fleeing, a bloodied sword protruded from her chest. She turned around, and the ripples on her curved mask formed a vicious grin. An icy cold voice rang out from behind, "You're dead. Is the lotus flower about to wither?" The White Lotus Mother frowned slightly. She was filled with pity. She did not put up any more pointless resistance. The sword was an arcane treasure. As long as the sword chi spat out, she would be directly shattered to pieces. No matter how ingenious her technique was, she would not be able to recover. Only death awaited her. Please show mercy, fellow. A streak of black light shot over. Venerable Black Lotus called out from afar. Black Lotus, go. The lotus flower will bloom and wither by itself. Don't avenge me. The White Lotus Mother said. Her talent was extraordinary, and she had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, but she was not this person's opponent. May I ask how the White Lotus sect has offended you? Venerable Black Lotus flew over and bowed politely. Li Qingshan's curved visor rippled. He could still remember the altar lord of the past. His bearing was extraordinary, even more so than before. In the past in ancient Wind City, he had once had the opportunity to kill him and Han Chongji, but he did not do so. It was not because he looked down on them, treating them like ants. As a result, he was in no hurry to take action. He explained the entire story indifferently. Remove the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple, and I gave her a quick death. Seeing how you're a reasonable person, I'll spare your life today. Black Lotus complained, fellow, you're talking about Shiji. But in my knowledge, she hasn't been affected by the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple at all. What? That's impossible. The White Lotus Mother said. In her memories, the effects of the technique on Shiji were extremely great. It was exactly because of this that she trusted her so much, bestowing her with such great authority and status. If she really was loyal to the White Lotus sect, would she behave like this right now? Black Lotus pointed at Ruexian from afar. As the Lord of the Clear Ripple Hall, she did not show any sorrow or anger over the destruction of the White Lotus sect and the White Lotus Mother's death. Instead, she seemed rather embarrassed. Afterwards, she waved her hand at Li Qingshan with a smile. How could Li Qingshan not understand what was going on? He roared out, you bastard. I was just joking, I was just joking. Shiji, the White Lotus Mother said in shock. Her expression said, I never thought you'd betray me. She was even more reluctant to accept the reality that the White Lotus sect had been destroyed because of a joke. She roared at Black Lotus, if you knew earlier, why didn't you tell me? She has no ill intentions towards the White Lotus sect, and she's contributed quite a lot in the past 3 years. I thought it would be fine. That's called fine. The White Lotus Mother pointed at the lotus flower peak that had been split in half and bellowed. The affairs of the world never go according to your expectations. Calm down. At the very least, it's much better than when we first came to the Mist Province, isn't it? Black Lotus was gentle. Then he turned around and said to Li Qingshan, look, fellow, it's all a misunderstanding. Why don't we just stop here and bury the hatchet? However, Ruexian said, it's not a misunderstanding. The White Lotus Mother said furiously, what else do you want to say, you traitor? I've treated you well over the past few years. Will you only be satisfied if you kill me? What I, the traitor, want to say is, why have you suddenly appeared at my place, Holy Mother? There's no such coincidence in the world. That's why I said it's not a misunderstanding. You've probably fallen for a trap. Originally, Ruexian planned on joking around with Li Qingshan before sending him away from the Lotus Flower Peak. As long as the White Lotus Mother had appeared a little later, the situation would not have developed to this extent. In the Z Lotus altar, a person called a Zhong escaped as well. He reported everything to me, and I'm certain he didn't lie. The White Lotus Mother was slightly taken aback. Ruexian said he didn't lie, but what he said was probably what you wanted to hear from someone else, and he omitted a lot of the truth. The White Lotus Mother returned to her senses slightly. Under those circumstances, could a measly Qi practitioner really escape? It's the snake god cult. When Li Qingshan heard the name Zhong, he immediately understood. He had specially used his killing intent to stun everyone so that the snake god cult could silence them. It would be impossible for him to escape with his own strength. He wanted to use others, but he never thought he would be used by others instead. We'll find out right away whether it's true or not. As they said that, 2 streaks of golden and silver light shot over. The 2 leaders of the snake god cult arrived together. Sir, we've come to assist you. Let's destroy the White Lotus sect together. White Lotus, I never thought you'd have a day like this too. They hid and watched from afar. When they saw the lotus flower peak destroyed, they felt indescribably delighted. However, they were also stunned by Li Qingshan's great strength. Most of their thoughts of subduing him had been extinguished. When they saw that White Lotus and Black Lotus were about to die to their swords, they suddenly began talking and no longer had any intentions of fighting. As a result, they could no longer hold themselves back and rushed over. Even if they could not subdue Li Qingshan of unknown origins, they had to completely kill White Lotus and Black Lotus and take back the snake god cult's heritage. It really was you. The White Lotus mother flew into a rage. Then Black Lotus bowed towards Li Qingshan. We've never harmed you or Shiji, nor do we stand against you in any way. This is all the scheme of those two despicable people. Please investigate this clearly and don't be used by others. The White Lotus mother said, let me go. I'll die with them. It won't dirty your hands. You can go. Li Qingshan drew the demon dragon sword and waved his hand. The demon dragon sword produced a long, reluctant thrill. Apart from Wuxia, everyone was surprised. However, he had his own plans. In the past, Altar Lord Black Lotus had spared him and Han Qiongji. If he spared them today, he could basically put an end to this. I hate being played around with very much, Li Qingshan said to the two leaders of the snake god cult before glancing at Wuxia viciously. Chapter 747. Black Lotus clasped his hands at Li Qingshan and thought, thank you for your kindness, fellow. Then he shot a glance at the White Lotus mother. Although the White Lotus mother was extremely reluctant, she still bowed reluctantly. The two cult leaders of the snake god cult were surprised. They never thought the situation would turn out like this. Don't even think about leaving here alive today. The cult leader of the left swung his hand, and a cloud of golden sand flew out. It flickered with light and enveloped Black Lotus and White Lotus mother. Although it was not an arcane treasure, it was a complete set of arcane artifacts. Every single grain of golden sand possessed the might of an inferior arcane artifact. They did not seem to be of great quality, but there were thousands of them. No matter what kind of opponent they encountered, as long as they enveloped them, they would be reduced to dust immediately. Li Qingshan was vaguely enveloped by the golden sand as well. Fellow, you've spared them today. But they'll definitely come for revenge in the future. If you don't want to do anything, just watch from one side. We're willing to serve you. A strange, ring-shaped weapon appeared in the cult leader of the right's hand as well. Its edges flickered with light, splitting into two, then into four. Before long, there were over 100 of them revolving around him. Li Qingshan ignored them. Instead, he extended his hand towards Wuxia. His hand was also covered in armor, and the light on the back of his hand extended to the tip of his fingers. It was sharp and rather vicious. Wuxia placed her hand in his. It was still as tough as jade, but it seemed to be warm now. The ripples on his curved visor formed a smile. It's time to go back. Then he said to the cult leaders of the snake god cult, are you prepared to die? The smile on his visor became a vicious grin. Do it. Kill him as well. The cult leader of the left called out. You're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I don't believe you still have much strength left after a bitter battle. The cult leader of the right said coldly. The golden sand enveloped over like mist. The circular blade was like a blade cutting through everything. I really am a little tired, Li Qingshan admitted calmly. He was mentally exhausted right now, and his demon chi had run out. Even most of his demon chi had been used up. The White Lotus mother was not some random person after all. She could not be killed so easily. However, as long as I can move one hand, I can still kill people like you. Li Qingshan gripped the demonic dragon sword tightly and thought to himself, this time, I'll let you start a massacre. Suddenly, white lotuses bloomed and blocked the golden sand ring blades. The White Lotus mother brandished the white lotus in her hand, while Black Lotus held a black lotus in his hand, conjuring black lotuses. They seemed much weaker than White Lotus, but their teamwork was flawless. Not a single speck of sand was able to penetrate them. Li Qingshan said, didn't I tell you to leave? Do you think he doesn't want to leave? Don't tell me you can't see with this thing on you? Ru Xian extended her hand and knocked Li Qingshan's visor. The surface rippled. All right then. I'll send you on your way. Li Qingshan swung the magic dragon sword. But Ru Xian grabbed his hand. Why don't we take a break and recover some strength first? You're so naggy. Haven't you heard that women shouldn't interfere with men's business? Tisk, it's not like I'm a woman. And do you even count as a man? Ru Xian was unconvinced and mocked him. Don't anger me. Be careful that I don't leave you here. That's exactly what I wanted. Long live the Holy Mother. I want to live or die with the White Lotus sect. Ru Xian was determined like the most loyal follower. In the end, she could not help but laugh. The corner of the White Lotus Mother's eye twitched. She was tempted to kill this traitor with a single palm strike. Li Qingshan said, Don't you think it's a coincidence? How is it a coincidence? 3 organizations and they just happen to be a man and a woman or a man and a woman or a man and a woman. Whatever you want. Do we count as an organization too? Alright, what are you trying to say? They just happen to be a couple. The kind that's deeply in love. Don't laugh like that. That's cursing in my hometown. What a coincidence. What coincidence? It's the same in my hometown. Fuck you. The White Lotus sect and the Snake God cult fought to the death outside, while Li Qingshan and Ru Xian stood in the center of the battlefield and chatted idly. It made them feel rather displeased for some reason. Sir, we can't last much longer. Black Lotus said. The White Lotus Mother was currently weakened, while he had only undergone the second heavenly tribulation a few years ago. He was already in a disadvantageous situation of being surrounded and attacked right from the beginning. He was unable to keep up with the 2 cult leaders who were in peak condition for too long. Move aside. Let the professionals do it. Li Qingshan bellowed out, and a dragon-shaped streak of light whistled over. It pierced through the golden sand and the circular blades, forcefully carving out a path. The White Lotus Mother grabbed Black Lotus, and the lotus pedestal beneath her closed up, wrapping around them. She charged out of the tunnel. Chase them. Don't let them go. The cult leader of the left shot a glance at Li Qingshan with killing intent before pursuing the White Lotus Mother. Suppress. Li Qingshan casually extended a finger, and the demon suppression tower descended from above. Clearly, the cult leader of the Snake God cult was no kind soul either. The demon suppression tower was extremely majestic. It crushed down viciously with the power to suppress everything. The cult leader of the left sensed great danger. He raised his hands, and the golden sand gathered into 2 huge golden hands, forcefully stopping the demon suppression tower. Hey, you're still glaring at me? Haven't you heard that the grievances of a single eye must be avenged? Suppress. As Li Qingshan said that, he brandished the demon dragon sword into a streak of light, knocking away the circular blades. The cult leader of the left was obviously unable to pursue the White Lotus Mother, while the cult leader of the right did not dare to pursue them alone either. All he could do was watch them flee into the distance, unleashing all of his fury on Li Qingshan. The cult leader of the right's snake eyes shone with silver light, as she used the innate ability of demons. Ru Xian said, Don't make eye contact with her. You'll turn into rock. However, she was a step too late. Li Qingshan had already made eye contact with the pair of snake eyes. He immediately felt his body stiffen, as if his flesh was about to turn into rock. The cult leader of the left used this opportunity to open his mouth and spit out a streak of golden light. It produced a shrill cry whistling towards Li Qingshan's head. Even though it was not as powerful as the white light from the protective formation of the lotus flower peak, it was close. And it contained the cult leader of the left's will. Even if he could use the water mirror's image, he would struggle to reflect it back. In the face of danger, Li Qingshan shuddered. He used the innate ability that he rarely used, the strength of the earth. He felt like he was connected to the boundless earth. He had always been a rock on the earth, so why would he be afraid of petrification? The silver light surged back, and the cult leader of the right felt a piercing pain in her eyes. Tears streamed down her face. In the past, when she used the innate ability, even if she failed, she had never been restrained like this. In that instant she seemed to see the boundless earth. It was vast and thick, and it was not something a mere innate ability could shake. Li Qingshan raised his arm and cut open the golden light with his sword. He then asked Ruexan strangely, "How come you're fine? I've always been a rock." Ruexan knocked the back of her hand. It was as if jade and stone were striking each other, producing a clanging sound. "You won't be like this in the future, right?" Li Qingshan understood that this was the manifestation of her cultivating the heavenly book of cloud furnace to a higher realm. However, he couldn't help but feel sorry that she had become such a jade beauty. What does it matter? It just happens to break some people's unrealistic fantasies. Ruexan seemed to see through his thoughts and said with a chuckle, "It doesn't matter if I'm a rock," Li Qingshan said resolutely. The cult leader of the left roared and pushed upwards, sending the demon subduing pagoda flying. The golden sand condensed into a fist and punched at Li Qingshan. "Good." Li Qingshan punched back. The demonic aura turned into a whirlpool and collided with the golden sand, producing an ear-piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other. Boom! The two fists collided. Li Qingshan's body didn't even shake, but the cult leader of the left flew out. His arm exploded into pieces and broken bones flew everywhere. The cult leader's eyes widened in disbelief. How can his strength be so strong? Another one who can fight me head-on. Li Qingshan withdrew his fist and saw that a layer of the armor on his hand had been scraped off, leaving behind a deep wound. There were a few grains of golden sand left in the wound, and they were desperately drilling into his body. As soon as the devil chi surged, it immediately demonized the golden sand. There were a lot of golden sand, which meant that each grain contained very little intent. Even a magic treasure like the flying dragon sword, which contained a strong intent, could be demonized by him, let alone a small inferior magic tool. This person is too powerful. Let's merge. The cult leader of the right withdrew his circular blade and flew to the side of the cult leader of the left. Merge. Li Qingshan was surprised. Ruexan said, "The snake god cult has always been a fusion of man and snake. The man is a snake goo and the snake is a man goo. Once they merge, they will become the true cult leader of the snake god cult. Their strength will increase greatly, so be careful." The two types of light intertwined and melted in the air, turning into a humanoid figure with a snake's tail. It seemed to be a mixture of a man and a woman. There was a golden and silver snake circlet on its head, and it wielded a circular blade in its left hand. Its exploded right arm rapidly recovered with the powerful life force of demons. The golden sand stuck to it, making it shine with golden light. "How dare you ruin our plans? Do you really think we can't kill you?" The voices of a man and a woman mingled together. A pair of snake eyes stared at Li Qingshan viciously, but it no longer dared to use its innate ability carelessly. "Then let's give it a try." Li Qingshan placed the demon dragon sword on his shoulder. The cult leader let out a shrill howl and spat out another streak of golden light. The golden sand danced and the circular blade flew, leaving behind a silver trail as it lunged over. Clearly, it had used its innate ability. The golden sand, the golden light, and the circular blade all shot over together. But their target was not Li Qingshan, but Ruexan beside him. He didn't hesitate to go through so much trouble just to find this woman. She must be extremely important to him, and her strength is only at the first level of heavenly tribulation. It's impossible for him to let her be killed. If he wants to protect her, he will be greatly restricted, which will become his fatal weakness. Ruexan did not dodge, or in other words, she could not dodge at all. Suddenly, a vicious, terrifying figure appeared behind her, passing through the golden sand and the circular blades and lunging towards the cult leader. Before the cult leader could even understand what the figure was, another blood-red swirl appeared before them, devouring them. Before they could even react, they charged headfirst into it. Li Qingshan withdrew the Azura field. Merch. Don't you know 1 + 1 = 2? Chapter 748. Alright, let's cut the bullshit. Let's talk slowly after I deal with them. Li Qingshan tossed the Azura field to Ruexan and dove into it. Ruxian fiddled around with the Azura field. Suddenly, she exhaled deeply and completely relaxed. Her eyes were filled with smiles as she flew towards the edge of the sea of trees. A while later, the White Lotus Mother and Black Lotus returned. They gazed at the lotus flower peak that had been split in half and looked at one another. The cult leader's aura had vanished. He had obviously died to his hands. The headquarters had been destroyed and countless disciples had been killed. But they had also eliminated a great problem. Was it a profit or a loss? The White Lotus Mother said. Just what are his origins? With such a high cultivation, he definitely isn't a nobody. He seems to use a demonic art. Is he a demonic cultivator from one of the sects in the south? Feels familiar. Black Lotus suddenly thought of a possibility, and a gleam of light flashed through his eyes. 3 years ago, the Dragon King of the Sea had killed the demon commander of the North Moon in the setting moon lake. He had encountered Shurji there. He could tell from many aspects that Shurji had come to the Mist Province to find someone, but she had never found him. Until today, when he had come looking for her. The answer was already on the verge of being revealed. The White Lotus Mother asked, "What have you thought of?" "Nothing." Black Lotus shook his head with a smile. With his understanding of the White Lotus Mother, if she knew his identity, she would definitely think of a way to get revenge. At the very least, she would make this matter public. However, there was no point in doing that. It would only lead to trouble. If he had guessed correctly, his strength was even greater than what he had demonstrated today. He had managed to escape in an open clash against one of the 10 demon kings. Just that alone was enough for people to feel reverence. The White Lotus Mother said in annoyance, "You better not underestimate me too much. I won't do anything stupid pointless. Once I undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation, whether it's Gu Yenying or this guy, I'll make them all regret it." Yes, yes. Long live the Holy Mother. You'll unite the 9 provinces. Don't try to brush me off. When the time comes, I'll definitely make you suffer. Have a taste of the heart-cleansing technique of clear ripple. The White Lotus Mother ground her teeth. Black Lotus was helpless. Under the thick shade of the trees, Xianghua Lu woke up from her sleep and rubbed her eyes. Where is this place? Weren't we in the Clear Ripple Hall? Xianghua Zi opened her eyes as well. He could clearly see the figures surrounding him. He turned pale with fright. Night roamers. Yi Liuba asked in surprise. You know about night roamers? Could it be that he was discovered as a spy? He was gifted to the night roamers tribe? The odds are against him. Xianghua Zi gazed into the distance. Who knew how many night roamers there were vaguely in the forest? Many other folk lived in the jungles of the Mist Province. Night roamers could be regarded as a large race among other folk, so they obviously did not just exist beneath the Clear River Prefecture. However, most of these other folk lived further south, so Xianghua Zi had only heard about them. Apart from the giant lumbermen and a few other mutant races, most of the mutants were hostile to humans. Any other folk could be described as a natural-born shaman. They possessed various mysterious powers and were extremely dangerous. At this moment, a rumble rang out in the distance. What's wrong now? Yi Liuba turned into a shadow and arrived at the very top of the great banyan tree, gazing into the distance. Beyond the canopy was a blood-red world, enveloped by a faint blood-red mist at all times. As the power of the Azura realm constantly seeped in, even she dared not stray too far away from the great banyan tree. Regular night roamers could be corrupted even more easily, turning into madly slaughtering monsters. However, as long as they could endure it, their strength would increase drastically, which was why night roamers would often leave the great banyan tree to undergo trials regardless of the danger. But what was strange was that while the demons had mutated and become extremely aggressive, sometimes even attacking night roamers who ventured out for trials, none of them had gone mad. Was it exactly because they lacked rationality that they did not care about losing it? Yi Liuba dismissed her thoughts and sensed a powerful aura appear in the lake in the distance. What did Master toss in this time? Boom! With another great rumble, the leader of the snake god cult threw a punch. The fist condensed from golden sand smashed an Azura general into minced meat. Waves of air erupted and kicked up a huge wave. The minced meat twisted and churned in the air, turning back into a human form in the blink of an eye. Afterwards he stepped on the waves and charged over fearlessly, working together with the other Azura generals and launching constant attacks. What is this place? It's in one of his arcane treasures. What a heavy murderousness. Is this the legendary Azura field? He actually has an arcane treasure like that. The leader of the snake god cult asked and answered himself with two different voices. He flew over the surface of the lake and used the circular blade to cut another Azura general in half. However, the Azura general's wounds healed in the blink of an eye. The leader of the snake god cult was much more powerful than the Azura generals. Originally, it should have been a one-sided slaughter, but the Azura generals possessed extraordinary battle techniques and startlingly great life force. They fell into battle formations and worked well together, which actually caused him quite a lot of trouble. Moreover, his body began to experience various discomforts. Red rashes appeared on the back of his hands, and they showed signs of spreading. It's all because of that figure earlier. If this were any other time, he would be able to suppress and remove it with some effort. However, the killing intent of the Azura field had already begun to affect his mind. Coupled with the constant harassment from the Azura generals, he struggled to calm down immediately. "Oi, don't you want to kill me?" A figure with a sword on his back suddenly appeared. He stood on the surface of the lake with his hands behind his back, blocking the leader of the snake god cult. The leader of the snake god cult suddenly came to a halt, and the Azura generals caught up. "Back down," Li Qingshan ordered as his murderousness surged. The Azura generals did not dare to act rashly. They all backed down and watched the battle from afar. "Sir, we've never had any grievances in the past. Do you really want to fight to the death with us?" The leader of the snake god cult began to feel diffident. "That's not what you said earlier. Cut the bullshit and do it." Li Qingshan raised the demon dragon sword and pointed it at the leader of the snake god cult. The demon dragon roared out impatiently, "Kill him and take the Azura field." The leader of the snake god cult roared out and shot over as a streak of silver light. A pair of magnificent phoenix wings unfurled on Li Qingshan's back. He flapped them gently, and with a flash, he turned into a string of blurs. The leader of the snake god cult missed. He turned around in disbelief, and the edge of his sword swung over. Blood splattered. The leader clutched the wound on his shoulder and retreated. How can he be so fast? Don't tell me he's been hiding his strength the entire time when he clashed with the White Lotus Mother earlier? Li Qingshan nodded. The demon suppression statuary and the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine really are quite compatible. On the Lotus Flower Peak, he did not want to expose his identity as the North Moon, so he did not use his innate abilities. He only used the demon suppression statuary to fight. He only used the strength of the ox demon that did not stand out too much from time to time. Now that he had fused the two powers together, it would really be a joke if he still could not defeat 2 stray dogs. "Hold on," the leader of the snake god cult called out. Li Qingshan completely ignored what he said and launched a palm strike from afar. "Tremble." The leader of the snake god cult felt like he had been struck in the chest by a huge hammer. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and with a flash, he assumed a defensive posture in a hurry. The golden sand condensed into a wall before him. Li Qingshan's right hand was wrapped in black cracks. He pierced the golden sand with a single strike and grabbed the leader of the snake god cult's head. He crushed it forcefully, and with a crack the skull shattered. With a swing of the sword, blood splattered everywhere. He had split the leader of the snake god cult into 2 again. Chapter 749. The demon dragon sword turned into a dragon shadow and returned to Li Qingshan's wrist in satisfaction. Li Qingshan stored the corpse into his Sumeru ring, and extracted a strange golden core from its body. It was pale gold in color, and there seemed to be a small silver snake swimming within it. It contained a strong power. Li Qingshan directly threw it into his mouth, dispelled his demon commander transformation, and returned to the outside of the Azura field. The spring gurgled and a stream splashed down, landing in the clear green pond. Ruexian sat on a green stone beside the pond. The plague ghost flashed and pounced into her body. She smiled and rubbed Li Qingshan's head. You look much more pleasing to the eye now. Li Qingshan slapped her hand away. It's time to go. To where? Ruexian looked up. The blue sky was bright and beautiful, and white clouds floated in the sky. Of course, to Qing province. Li Qingshan looked at her with a puzzled expression. I don't want to go back. You can go by yourself. Ruexian's eyes were misty. You can't be planning to stay in this forest for the rest of your life, right? Li Qingshan was shocked. When you go back this time, it should be about time for you to get married. I want to continue south and take a look at the coast of the South Sea. Otherwise, I could invite you to go with me. The coast of the South Sea. Li Qingshan thought for a moment. Must I go? Definitely. Li Qingshan said. Then wait for me. We're friends, so there's no need to be like this. I don't want to stay for 2 or 3 years. Could it be that you've fallen in love with me and want to fall in love with someone else? Ruexian said mischievously. The lake rippled and her eyes twinkled. I'm not doing this for you. I'm going to find the flower of water and fire. Didn't I tell you before? Does it not exist? Woman with long hair and short vision, who knows if what you said is true or not? Li Qingshan said as he stroked her hair. Ruexian still wanted to say something, but Li Qingshan said, I once swore that I would travel across the 9 provinces, so how can I stay in the Rui Commandery for the rest of my life? If you trust me, then wait for me. With your current strength, no matter what you want to do in the South Sea, it won't be enough. I'll find you a good place to cultivate. Their eyes met. No matter how firm her heart was, she couldn't bring herself to reject him. It was because they understood each other. So he didn't ask her why she insisted on going to the coast of the South Sea. He would never persuade her to turn back. She also knew that no one would be able to change the mind of this man in front of her. If he was forced into a corner, he would definitely resort to violence. 7 days later. On the dreamy cloud swampland, torrential rain poured down. The turbid waves rose into the air. The sun did not rise for several days and it was as dark and gloomy as night. Ruexian stood at the lakeside, gazing into the depths of the lake, hearing the roar from the great swamp. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, directly striking the center of the great swamp. A huge eel burst out of the water, wrapped in dazzling lightning. It just happened to be struck by the lightning, so the lightning became even more intense. A tiny figure stood on its huge head, clad in magnificent armor that blended red and blue. It wielded a demonic sword that resembled both a dragon and a sword. Within the surging lightning, the demonic sword was raised high into the air, producing a deafening dragon's roar as it stabbed deeply into the top of the eel's head. With a sorrowful cry, blood splattered across the armor. It remained unfazed, like a merciless god of slaughter. The wind and rain subsided, and the clouds parted. The sun dispersed. Li Qingshan stood above the great swamp and said sternly, "The last one." The water god seal appeared, and surging water spiritual energy gathered. Steam rose above the great swamp. The spirit turtle appeared, sinking into the depths of the great swamp as if it could suppress everything. After who knew how long, the water god seal suddenly erupted with extremely dazzling light, becoming much larger than before. However, the figure of the spirit turtle vanished, as if it had completely merged with the great swamp. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath and sucked the surging spiritual qi into his lungs. It was pure and dense, making him feel refreshed. I can use this place as the foundation of my dwelling. Li Qingshan smiled freely. As long as he completely recovered his strength, dealing with a third heavenly tribulation demon King Sol Nascence with the great swamp as his foundation would not be a problem at all. Of course, if it was someone on the level of the 10 demon kings, then it would be best if he fled first. Although the water god seal had not grown by much, the power from an entire region of water was countless times greater than the power from countless rivers and lakes combined in the Rui Commandery. From the perspective of a water god, it was a completely different level of power. Li Qingshan flew back, passing through the resplendent streaks of light between the clouds. Ruexian watched this and felt rather intrigued for a moment, but she soon shook her head. This guy. Li Qingshan arrived before her and handed the water god seal to her gracefully. You can play with it for a few days. Don't forget to leave behind your aura. Even if you come across a second heavenly tribulation enemy, You can still kill them. Ruexine gazed at the water god seal deeply. She could not help but be drawn away by its deep resplendent light. Suddenly she raised her head and glanced at Li Qingshan. She said in surprise, "You still haven't left." She waved her hand with a smile. "Then I'll be leaving first." She turned around and made her way into the great swamp of Cloud Dream. She snickered sinisterly. Men sure are easy to fool. The corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitched. Even she could not help but be drawn away by its deep resplendent glow. She had spoken far too loudly at the end. With a flash, he blocked her way and smiled obscenely. "Do you know what this is called in my homeland?" "What's it called?" "It's called keeping. Usually, the woman has to pay a price." Li Qingshan licked his lips. "Is that so? Then what price do you want me to pay?" Ruexine took a step forward with a smile. She seemed to be sure that Li Qingshan would not dare to do anything. Li Qingshan sized her up and said helplessly, "Forget it. You have it easy. I'm leaving." Ruexine leaned forward and moved her beautiful face close to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's breathing paused. Just when he thought that something was going to happen, he heard her say in his ear, "Go early and come back early." Her breath smelled like orchids and was filled with mischief. Li Qingshan pushed her away in annoyance and leaped up into the sky. He looked back from afar. She had already become as tiny as a mustard seed. She was still standing by the great swamp of Cloud Dream. If he stayed any longer, he might really not be able to control himself and do something. "Are you afraid that I will leave alone?" Ruexine looked at the water god seal in her hand. Even if it was for this precious water god seal, she could not leave the great swamp of Cloud Dream. As long as she stayed in the great swamp of Cloud Dream, as half the master of the great swamp of Cloud Dream, she could activate the water god seal at will. There would not be many who could harm her. Such meticulousness and thoroughness was really unlike him. Since that was the case, then she would cultivate properly. Li Qingshan sent Xianghua Zi and Xianghua Lu back to the fragrant flower workshop and stayed for a few more days. Just now he was leaving. As for what he did, only he knew. However, in the end he still saw Xianghua Hong. In order to prevent this loyal disciple who had been brainwashed by the heart-cleansing technique of Clear Ripple from hearing any rumors, Ruexine had sent her out in advance. She was very lucky to escape and was then sent back by the White Lotus sect. Li Qingshan stretched and sniffed his body. There seemed to be a lingering fragrance of flowers on him. As expected, the land of gentleness is the grave of a hero. At this moment, the smell of sulfur entered his nose. On the horizon, a black smoke rose into the sky like a beacon. There was a chain of volcanoes, the land of nirvana and rebirth. Chapter 750. Li Qingshan flew towards the erupting crater, passing through the thick sulfuric smoke. The scorching magma rushed over, swallowing him up and kicking up a huge, dazzling splash. The volcano stopped erupting. Before long, it began to rain again. A group of barbarians appeared at the foot of the mountain. The old barbarian in the lead bellowed, "Kids, hurry up! Don't fall into the pit of fire and get roasted." Yeah. The barbarians answered loudly. They all carried bamboo baskets on their backs and began searching the ground carefully. If Li Qingshan in the stone egg had been conscious, he would have discovered the barbarian who had picked him up was among them. He seemed much more mature, and he had gained another son in the past few years. It was a good thing, but it also made the pressure on his shoulders heavier. However, the barbarian who had picked up the Azura field was not so lucky. He was bitten to death by a venomous snake in the forest a year ago. The lives of mortals alternated between life and death, day after day. A few years occupied a very large portion of their lives. When they thought back to the matters of a few years ago, it was already a very distant matter. However, for the cultivators who lived in seclusion for a long time, did time become heavier, or was it diluted? Probably no one could answer that. Li Qingshan flapped his phoenix wings and rapidly dove deeper. The fire spiritual energy became denser and denser. But the influence of the underground magnetic field grew stronger and stronger. The circulation of demon chi began to stagnate, and he could not even activate his Simura ring anymore. I might have some of the phoenix's bloodline, but I still can't dive into the depths of the magma like the golden cicada spirit king. It's said that there are many bubbles of the earth's lungs deep underground. They're much more powerful than any divine lightning, and they're much more dangerous. Going too deep would instead be detrimental to cultivation. So Li Qingshan rose up again and found a suitable depth. He spun around, and the flames of the earth revolved around him, forming an egg. He took out the pills he had bought from Gu Yenying from his Summer ring, and ingested them one by one, beginning to practice the second layer of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. In the depths of the marsh, even the sky darkened. The water god seal shone with faint light. The surroundings were tranquil. I should be able to maintain a basic balance like this. Ru Xian took out Zhu Lai's heart and murmured to herself. She gently broke free from her legs and suddenly turned into a blue fishtail. He swam deeper into the forest. The sun and the moon shuttled back and forth. Time flew. Wisps of fire spirit merged into Li Qingshan's body. It was converted into pure cultivation. Now that he had the experience of the first stage of the Phoenix Nirvana Sutra, he felt that the second stage was much easier. Actually, the first two stages of the 9 transformations of demons and gods. These were all the foundations, so it wasn't particularly difficult. When Li Qingshan first cultivated the bull, tiger, and turtle transformations, it went very smoothly at the beginning. However, the phoenix's scripture of Nerva conflicted with the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, so it was suppressed, which was why it was so difficult. Now that he had grasped the basics of merging fire and water, he also knew how to control the spirit turtle so that it would not affect the phoenix too much, so it was obviously much simpler. During this process, his body also gradually grew bigger. When he opened his eyes again, he heard the long cry of the phoenix. He suddenly realized that it was his own voice. He sucked in a deep breath and smiled in relief. He had finally reached the second stage of the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. However, after the phoenix became stronger, it was forced to face a new problem. The perfectly round demon core became sluggish again. The fusion of fire and water that he had just achieved after so much difficulty began to clash again. Correspondingly, the second ability of the Phoenix transformation did not appear either. However, this was within his expectations, so he did not feel disappointed. Right now, he already knew how to go about it. All he needed to do was spend some time slowly getting used to it. The most important thing was that his figure and appearance had finally been completely restored. Although he still needed around a year or two to truly complete the Phoenix's Nerva this time and balance the various powers in his body, there was no need for him to be in too much of a hurry. He believed that once the Phoenix's Nerva was complete, he would merge fire and water again, and his strength would reach an unprecedented height. There would not be a lot of existences in the 9 provinces that could threaten him anymore. The next morning, Li Qingshan stood on the edge of the Mist Province and gazed towards the north. Green Province, I, Li Qingshan, have returned. Hua Sengzan was currently cultivating on the mountain. Suddenly, he sensed something and arrived outside the hall. A tiny sword paced around outside the formation, unable to enter. What's this? A flying sword delivering a letter. Hua Sengzan frowned and waved his hand. The tiny sword flew over with a swish, and he held it in his hand like it was nothing. The tiny sword shone brightly, crisscrossing with the patterns of clouds and condensing a strand of sword chi as if it had been tempered countless times. There was a line of tiny words engraved on it. I've long heard of your great name, fellow. Your talent is extraordinary, and your brilliance is astounding. I'm filled with admiration. May I ask to meet you and meet you with the sword? We can discuss the prodigies of the world together. Yin Xiaoqiu of the Sword Collection Palace greets you respectfully. The time and location were written at the back. The tone was rather polite, but every single word contained sword intent, displaying its sharpness. This was a letter of challenge. It's still here in the end. Hua Sengzan sighed. On the other side of the Qing Shao dwelling, there was a tiny sword nailed to the rock wall. Suddenly, the dwelling that had remained silent for a very long time opened loudly. Li Qingshan strode out and bellowed out, I've emerged from seclusion. The birds took flight in fright, and the mountains echoed. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Suddenly he saw the tiny sword on the opposite wall. He extended his hand and grabbed it. The tiny sword flew into his hand, and he finished reading the words on it. What's the Sword Collection Palace doing sending people here again? What kind of crappy name is this? In Xiaoqiu? I wonder how it compares to Fu Qingjin. It sounds a little more annoying. Fucking hell, they even changed my Moon Court Lake to Clear Court Lake. Li Qingshan casually stowed the sword letter into his Simaru ring and flew towards Clear River City. In the Hawkwolf Guard, Hua Qinglu was currently bent over her desk diligently. Suddenly, a pair of feet appeared before her. Her heart skipped a beat and she leapt up. When she saw who the feet belonged to, she could not help but blurt out, "Big Brother Li, you've emerged from seclusion. Thank you for the past few years. I really haven't been a good commander at all. It's been a few years since I last saw you, and you've become even more handsome." Li Qingshan sniggered. "I've stopped being a little girl a long time ago," Hua Qinglu said. "Then you're the big girl. Come, tell me what's happened in the past few years." Hua Qinglu told him everything that had happened in the past few years. Li Qingshan had heard most of it from Hua Sengzan. Even after so much time had passed, nothing had changed on the whole. The pace of cultivation was actually much slower compared to the world of mortals. There were fewer changes. It was very rare to hear about someone dying in an accident or getting married or having children. Most of the time it was just their cultivation progressing. What's going on? Li Qingshan placed the tiny sword on the table and asked the question he wanted to ask the most. You received it too. Hua Qinglu took out an identical tiny sword. As it turned out, the renowned Foundation establishment cultivators of the younger generation in the Clear River Prefecture had all received a sword letter like this, inviting them to the greatest lake of the Clear River Prefecture, Clear Court Lake, in 7 days' time for a gathering of heroes. Chapter 751. The bright moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling its light over the lake. In the middle of the lake, there was an island with undulating mountains. It was the former Qing court sect, which later became the abode of the Moon Devil. The pavilions and terraces were still there, but they were no longer as prosperous as they were in the past. Under the illumination of the moonlight, it seemed a little desolate. But tonight, he had become the center of attention of the entire Clear River Prefecture once again. This Yin Xiaoqiu of the Sword Collection Palace wields one of the 10 renowned swords, the Breaking Water Sword. He's at the peak of Foundation establishment, and it's said that he's already comprehended the true essence of the sword, becoming one with the sword. He's even more powerful than Fu Qingjin in the past. He's declared that he wants to challenge all the geniuses of the younger generation in the 81 prefectures of the 9 commanderies of the Green Province. He's already challenged 21 prefectures, and he's yet to taste defeat. His name has spread through the world. Above the Great Lake, the soaring dragon ship broke through the clouds and soared into the sky. A few vague figures stood on the deck. Hua Qinglu introduced Yin Xiaoqiu's situation to Li Qingshan. Wei Yongxing added, in the beginning, he visited them one by one, but many of them found an excuse to avoid him. Later on, he sent out a sword letter and invited all the challengers in the prefecture. Anyone who didn't show up would become a laughing stock. This is to build up the might of the Sword Collection Palace and strengthen the unity of the Demon Slayer. However, it's only 81 prefectures, so it'll already be impressive if even half of them go. Is he bold enough to go to the southern commanderies? Hua Sengzan shook his head. Li Qingshan crossed his arms and stood at the bow of the ship. The wind blew, but he was as still as a mountain. It made Hua Qinglu sigh inside. Big Brother Li's bearing is becoming more and more unfathomable. Just how much stronger has he become in the past few years of secluded cultivation? Is he Yin Xiaoqiu's opponent? Li Qingshan looked down at the familiar Moon Court Lake. The island was dark. There were no lights in the pavilions. Only specks of spiritual light flickered on the mountaintop. Those were the geniuses of the various sects. The most powerful aura was at the peak of the mountain. A black-robed man was sitting cross-legged. He looked to be in his 20s or 30s, but he had an aura of vicissitudes. This must be Yin Xiaoqiu. Li Qingshan touched his arm. There was a dragon-shaped shadow hidden there. Having refined the soaring dragon sword, He knew the origin of this aura. It was the will of the previous sword masters. 1,000 years passed. After experiencing the vicissitudes of life, the successor would naturally be influenced. Unless it was like Li Qingshan, who used his own will to suppress the will of the sword. Yin Xiaoqiu seemed to sense something. He looked up at the sky. Their gazes met from afar. Yin Xiaoqiu's eyes shot out two sharp sword essences, straight up into the sky. Infusing sword intent into one's vision to stun people was a great technique of the Sword Collection Palace. If one's cultivation was high enough, they could even destroy the enemy's sea of consciousness. However, when the sword intent shot into Li Qingshan's eyes, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Yin Xiaoqiu, who had intended to let Li Qingshan suffer a loss, felt a chill in his heart. Who is this person? Then, he glanced at the so-called geniuses around him. Is there finally a worthy opponent? Li Qingshan retracted his gaze with a smile and turned his head. The breaking water sword? Hey Danqing, did you bring a brush and paper? How can I not bring something that makes a living? As one of the invited geniuses, Chu Danqing seemed rather absent-minded today. His eye sockets were slightly dark, and his eyes were bloodshot. Who knew what he was thinking? Only when he heard Li Qingshan's question did he return to his senses. Hua Qinglu knew that Li Qingshan had specially gone to find Chu Danqing during the small gathering last night. Ever since then, his mind had wandered off, and he had even bid farewell and left first. Only tonight did he emerge from the soaring dragon ship. She could not help but become rather curious about what Li Qingshan had said to him. Li Qingshan smiled. Take them all out. Prepare to paint a painting. Sure. What painting? Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and thought seriously. Let's call it the painting of divine might where the wise and valiant Li Qingshan defeats the brainless, pretentious Yin Xiaoqiu. The deck suddenly fell silent. Everyone seemed like they had been struck by lightning. Even the corner of Han Tie's eye twitched. Chu Danqing smiled bitterly. I feel like this name is an insult to my painting. Then you can choose the name. I'll be going down first. Li Qingshan waved his hand and leapt off the bow of the ship, landing right in front of Yin Xiaoqiu. He smiled. Li Qingshan. Greetings, Commander Li. The geniuses from Sex set aside their arrogance and bowed. There was no one in the Clear River Prefecture who did not know the Scarlet Hawk Commander Li Qingshan. Yin Xiaoqiu. Yin Xiaoqiu could not help but straighten up and stare at Li Qingshan deeply. The first disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga's unraging guardian king, Li Qingshan, the Scarlet Hawk Commander of the Clear River Prefecture. I heard that he practices the greatest secret technique of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the demon suppression statuary. His strength far surpasses regular foundation establishment cultivators. Because he hasn't joined the monastery to cultivate, he possesses the title of the greatest secular disciple of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Even a prince has suffered greatly at his hands. When I left the Sword Collection Palace, Junior Brother Fu also told me to be careful of this person. He's definitely not someone easy to deal with. Though, hasn't he always been cultivating in secluded cultivation in the Chain Mountains in the past few years? Why has he suddenly emerged? Yin Xiaoqiu was not afraid of Li Qingshan. He possessed absolute confidence in his own strength. He just cared a little about the two words, Chan Monastery of Devanaga. Of the three great sects of the Green Province, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga mediated the balance between them, which was why the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbral Yin sect could maintain such a long period of peace. However, he cast his worries to the back of his head very soon. The path of the sword was about advancing forward fearlessly and fearlessly. He would never cower in fear. Since he's bold enough to come, I'll just take a hit at the Chan Monastery of Devanaga's reputation. Let's see whether the legendary demon suppression statuary has an undeserved reputation or not. Your sword is called the Breaking Water Sword. Li Qingshan looked at the sword on Yin Xiaoqiu's knees. The dark sheath seemed simple and unadorned, with a few lines of poetry vaguely engraved on it. However, it was a little curved, not perfectly straight. That's right. My sword is called the Water Sword. Li Qingshan smiled and waved his hand casually. The moist water vapor condensed into a transparent water sword in his hand. He flicked the edge gently, and there was a clang. Very well then. I'll see how it goes today. Yin Xiaochou's eyes narrowed. He was clearly making fun of his sword. To a swordsman, this was the greatest form of provocation, and it was filled with contempt. This was different from any opponent he had encountered in the past 21 prefectures. Danqing, are you ready? Li Qingshan said to Chu Danqing, who had hurried over afterwards. Yep. Chu Danqing took out a brush and paper as he was told. He was ready to paint. Let's change the name of this painting to the water sword. Destroys the breaking water sword. Li Qingshan called out. He pointed the tip of his sword at Yin Xiaochou and smiled. Draw your sword. Even now he did not act like he was facing a powerful enemy at all. He was as relaxed as if he was taking a stroll in the park. The successor of the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace, the supreme swordsman who had challenged 21 prefectures in a row, was only a weakling that he could defeat easily. Yin Xiaochou stood up slowly and drew the breaking water sword slowly. In that moment clear light shimmered. The bright moon paled as well. And everyone's faces. The geniuses that had been invited from the various sects and clans could not help but hold their breaths. All of the light gathered on the sword-wielding Yin Xiaochou. His clothes drifted about. He stood aloof from the world. It seemed like he was about to be blown away by the wind. However, what attracted them even more was, it was still the breaking water sword. The blade was curved and slender, like a crescent moon. It gave off rings of light. Li Qingshan's gaze was attracted by it as well, but he remained unfazed, as if he could not sense the threat from the breaking water sword at all. Without a doubt, this displeased Yin Xiaochou even more than cursing. He had traveled through the 21 prefectures, but he had never been treated like this. As a result, he said nothing more and swung his sword. No one could describe the breathtaking nature of this strike. It cut through the moonlight, cut through the flowing water, and cut off all the worries of the world. Chu Danqing wanted to paint the elegance of this strike subconsciously, but he was unable to put his impulses into action. Han Tie instinctively imagined what he would do if he faced this strike, but he admitted helplessly that he had no idea how to block it. It was no wonder he had heard that many geniuses and experts from the other prefectures would be defeated by a single strike from Yin Xiaochou, while the spectators would often lose the courage to face him, directly choosing to forfeit. However, little did he know that this strike was the most powerful strike Yin Xiaochou had unleashed ever since he left the Sword Collection Palace. In order to sharpen his heart of the sword, he had never used the power of the breaking water sword in his past battles. He only used it as a sharp, treasured sword, which was undoubtedly equivalent to binding his hands and feet in battle. But at this moment, Yin Xiaochou broke through all restraints and became one with the sword. Using the momentum of his consecutive victories, he poured all of his strength and belief into the strike. Breaking water. Li Qingshan stopped smiling and swung the water sword in his hand. It was as swift as a dragon emerging from the ocean. I've got it. Chu Danqing's eyes suddenly lit up, and his brush began to move. Last night, Li Qingshan had passed the 2 scrolls of the 3 Absolutes calligraphy to Chu Danqing, asking him to complete the final repairs so that the supreme calligraphy, painting, and sword manual could once again appear in the world. Before this, Li Qingshan had already refined them separately and comprehended the sword intent within them. He then corroborated it with the sword intent from the soaring dragon sword. In the end, it was his own belief, condensing the unparalleled sword intent that belonged solely to him. The dragon soared through the 4 seas, rampaging through the world. The seas surged vast and boundless. The 2 swords collided. The breaking water sword swept past the water sword and landed on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan raised the broken sword in his hand and sighed. A sword casually condensed from water still can't compare to a true arcane treasure at the end of the day. The breaking water sword was not just an arcane treasure. The Sword Collection Palace possessed many arcane treasure-grade swords, but there were only 10 renowned swords. They possessed the wills of the past masters of the sword, and were powered by the secret sword techniques of the Sword Collection Palace, so their power could not be compared to regular arcane treasures. Even among the 10 renowned swords, the breaking water sword was renowned for its destructive power that could cut through everything. The spectators all felt that Li Qingshan was being a little too careless if he wanted to take on it head-on by condensing a random sword out of water. However, at this point it was meaningless to use this as an excuse. Han Tie frowned slightly. This did not seem to be his personality. He seemed crude and straightforward, but he was actually the person with the most thorough thoughts. In particular, when he fought against others, he was basically extremely clever. He would never be defeated because he underestimated his opponent. As the victor, Yin Xiaoqiu's behavior was rather strange as well. Big brother! Hua Qinglu cried out involuntarily. She would probably see the terrifying sight of him being cleaved in two. Hua Sengzan said softly, "Don't worry. It's fine." Li Qingshan smiled at Hua Qinglu and tossed the broken sword aside. It turned into mist in the air and returned to the void. Then he asked Yin Xiaoqiu, "How was it?" Yin Xiaoqiu opened his eyes and looked at Li Qingshan as if he had encountered something unbelievable. His lips parted and he said with some difficulty, "How was it?" Chapter 752. There was an uproar in the surroundings, and some were even puzzled. It was clearly Yin Xiaoqiu who had broken Li Qingshan's sword with a single strike, and had slashed at his body. Even if he had held back and did not kill him with a single strike, with such a divine weapon, Li Qingshan would have died at the very least with just a little bit of force. How could it be that Yin Xiaoqiu had admitted defeat instead? Yin Xiaoqiu's eyes were also filled with unwillingness. Failure had come too suddenly, and it was filled with an unreal feeling. Then, he understood and suddenly fell from the peak of success. The moment their swords collided, he was shocked. His opponent was clearly not a swordsman, but the sword will he possessed was no weaker than his. Although he still relied on the sharpness of the broken water sword to cut off Li Qingshan's sword and fell on Li Qingshan's body, it could not move an inch further. Li Qingshan's right hand was in a demonized state. His 5 fingers were as sharp as knives. He tightly grasped the broken water sword, and the devil chi was surging between his fingers. He did not borrow the strength of the ox demon, but only the power of the demon commander. He easily suppressed the breaking water sword, which was at the end of its tether. If he had a better sword, even if it was just a low-grade magic tool, the situation would not be like this. Furthermore, his demon suppression statuary has only revealed the tip of the iceberg. As Yin Xiaoqiu thought to himself, a deep sense of unwillingness welled up in him. He had not even seen his opponent's true strength, yet he had no choice but to admit defeat. This feeling was really unpleasant. But if he couldn't even accept failure, then he wasn't qualified to be the owner of the broken water sword. But regarding Yin Xiaoqiu's decisiveness in admitting defeat, Li Qingshan was also a little surprised. He originally thought that Yin Xiaoqiu would still struggle a little more. It was a good opportunity for him to display the power of the demon suppression statuary, and announce that he had transcended the second heavenly tribulation. Once it reached Si Qing's ears, he would be able to carry out the next step of the plan. Li Qingshan let go of the broken water sword and said patiently, "I think you can try again. After all, I haven't hurt you yet. There's no need. I'm no match for you. Even if I try 1,000 times, 10,000 times, it'll still be the same. Fellow Taoist, you have a great teacher and a great disciple. Your reputation is well deserved." Yin Xiaoqiu took a step back, sheathed his sword, and cupped his hands in greeting. The breaking water sword was different from the green ruins sword. Could not create green ruins illusions. He couldn't let the sword master turn into a spiritual light and scatter. He was invincible. The sword intent of the broken water sword was concise and decisive. With a wave of the sword, no matter if it was a human or a ghost, a demon or a demon, it would not be able to escape. They were about to be severed. Although it was only one strike. He had poured all of his heart and soul into this. Now that his sword intent had already suffered a setback, he would only be asking to be humiliated if he continued fighting. However, he really wanted to know. Just how strong was he? Forget it then. Li Qingshan sighed. If he had known this would happen, he would have held back a little. At the very least, he would have fought for 300 rounds or something. Back then, Fu Qingjin was able to force North Moon into a corner. But now Yin Xiaoqiu, who was stronger than Fu Qingjin, could not even make Li Qingshan use his full strength. As expected, experts are lonely. But I still have to work hard to become even more lonely. May I ask what realm of cultivation you're at right now, fellow? Yin Xiaoqiu could not help but ask. He just could not understand how his opponent could defeat him with the breaking water sword, without even a single arcane artifact on him. Their comprehension of the way of the sword should not be too different. The demon suppression statuary was powerful, but he practiced the secret sword techniques of the Sword Collection Palace too. Kid, you sure know your place. Li Qingshan praised inside. He said earnestly, you don't have to be too dejected. I've already undergone the second heavenly tribulation, so my cultivation is slightly higher than yours. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle might not even be certain. How old are you? Yin Xiaoqiu was shocked. Every heavenly tribulation was a huge dividing line for cultivators. He had never thought of such a simple answer, and it was none other than because it was too inconceivable. Based on his age, how could he possibly overcome the second heavenly tribulation? Even among the geniuses of the Sword Collection Palace throughout history, it was extremely rare. In a small place like the Clear River Prefecture, how could he achieve this without a master or clan? I've been in secluded cultivation for too long, so I don't really remember. I'm probably not even 30 yet. I've basically completed my initial objective. The world didn't laugh at me for bragging. Ha ha ha. Yin Xiaoqiu was speechless as well, as if his defeat at Li Qingshan's hands had dealt him an even greater blow. He had challenged the geniuses of the various prefectures of the Green Province because he believed he was a genius among geniuses. Yet now, someone who was inferior to him in every aspect had left him in the dust, setting foot into an even higher realm of cultivation. Apart from Hua Sengzan, who knew about Li Qingshan's other identity, everyone else was dumbfounded. Everyone knew what undergoing the second heavenly tribulation meant. Establishing a sect and dominating an entire region was nothing more than a walk in the park. They might not be able to do whatever they wanted in the 9 provinces, but they could come and go as they pleased. There were already very few existences that could threaten them. However, it was very difficult to say what undergoing the second heavenly tribulation before the age of 30 meant. Did it mean they had a very high chance of undergoing the third heavenly tribulation and truly becoming one of the rulers of the 9 provinces? It's getting late. You should continue your challenges. Danqing, how's your drawing coming along? Li Qingshan called out loudly. It's done. Chu Danqing stopped his brush and said. Li Qingshan walked over to take a look. There were 2 figures drawn on it. Although the figures were blurry and there were no facial features, it fully displayed the 2's completely different temperaments, allowing people to distinguish between Li Qingshan and Yin Xiaoqiu at first glance. The drawing of the 2 swords was even more wonderful, as if they were about to leap out of the painting. He had also written the name of the painting. According to what Li Qingshan had said, it was called The Water Sword Destroys the Breaking Water Sword. However, the issue was the scene that Chu Danqing had drawn was the scene of Yin Xiaoqiu cutting through the water sword with a single stroke. Hey, you really know how to seize the opportunity. If people who don't know about this battle were to see this, wouldn't they laugh at me? Chu Danqing said. This battle has already become famous all over the world. Who doesn't know about it? Fair enough. Li Qingshan nodded. That was his original objective in the first place. At this moment, Yin Xiaoqiu's voice rang out from behind. Please fight me, fellow Hua. Li Qingshan never expected him to continue challenging people. He thought, he's just experienced a great defeat, yet he can immediately rouse himself. This person's temperament can be described as resolute and resolute. As a disciple taught by the Sword Collection Palace and a successor of the 10 renowned swords, he really does live up to his reputation. I wonder how Zijian is doing. I'll have to ask him about it later. Afterwards, Yin Xiaoqiu challenged everyone present one by one. Not only did he defeat everyone, but he even defeated all of them in a single strike. If it were not for Li Qingshan, his accomplishments would have become even more glorious tonight. and his name would have spread through the Green Province once more. But now, even the people being challenged seemed rather absent-minded. They would glance at Li Qingshan from time to time, as if they were looking at a monster they had never seen before. Their eyes were filled with surprise and respect. The gathering of heroes came to an end very quickly. As everyone dispersed, the news of Li Qingshan undergoing the second heavenly tribulation spread rapidly. Yin Xiaoqiu reported this to the Sword Collection Palace as soon as possible. The master of the Sword Collection Palace also sighed. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga has produced an impressive disciple. Such outstanding talent is basically rare. Chapter 753. The prefectural city of Clear River was brightly lit. Although it was already past midnight, the streets were still filled with people. It was bustling and noisy. The dazzling lanterns and bustling stages all attracted people to stop and linger around like it was some grand festival. However, today was not a festival. Most of the common people had no idea why they were celebrating. They only knew that the prefectural city had become lively with a stroke of the pen from the prefectural city. They vaguely knew it was because of the Scarlet Hawk commander, Li Qingshan. However, the entire cultivation community of the Rui Commandery was shaken up by this. Li Qingshan's name rang through the Green Province, spreading to the other provinces. The lanterns on the upper floor were resplendent. A grand banquet was currently being held. Streaks of light constantly flew over and were invited into the building. However, only Foundation establishment cultivators who had undergone the first heavenly tribulation at the very least had the right to set foot on the platform on the top floor, and they had to be a little more careful with their words and actions. In a corner of the platform, Gu Yinying and Han Anjuan were discussing something. Han Anjuan, who had always been stern, smiled slightly too. The Marquis of Rui listened to them from one side, and to their left and right were all Golden Core cultivators who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Although there were fewer of them due to the disaster of the exhibition matches of the 9 prefectures, and everyone had concealed their auras, the presences they gave off still made people feel slightly pressured. They're here. Gu Yinying suddenly looked back at the horizon. Under everyone's gazes, Li Qingshan descended from the sky with Han Qiongji. Li Qingshan was dressed in a set of azure tight robes. His bearing was as lofty as a mountain, making him look around proudly. Han Qiongji was dressed in splendid clothes too. She wore a fiery red palace dress that was as bright as fire, outlining her graceful figure. They were truly a perfect match, as if they were a match made in heaven. In the past, there had even been people who found it difficult to understand why the daughter of the Han family would take the initiative to pursue a kid from the countryside. It was rumored that Han Anjuan had vehemently objected to it. Because of this, she had almost fallen out with the Han family. In the end, she even ended up living together with him without any status. Although the cultivation community was not as particular about birth and etiquette as the secular world, it had basically become a laughingstock among the aristocratic clans of the Clear River Prefecture and Rui Commandery. They all said that Han Qiongji had become infatuated. However, Han Qiongji never cared about these rumors, and Li Qingshan didn't have the time to listen to such gossip. Now everyone admired Han Qiongji's foresight. Such a peerless genius was enough to make a large sect flourish. It would be easy for him to establish an aristocratic family that was not inferior to the Han family. No matter how pessimistic Han Anjuan was about this relationship, he couldn't help but nod slightly at this moment. Merely from the perspective of a cultivator, he couldn't help but sigh with admiration. He had admired Li Qingshan from the very beginning. The reason why he refused to accept Li Qingshan as his son-in-law was not because he despised Li Qingshan's low birth as the rumor said. On the contrary, he was worried that his daughter would not be able to control such a man, and it was indeed so. In his entire life, the only woman with such magnanimity was probably the smiling Gu Yinying beside him who held a folding fan. Fortunately, she had abstained from romantic relationships, so it was impossible for her to have any thoughts about Li Qingshan. Otherwise, his daughter really would be done for. Li Qingshan was not an irresponsible person either. What he did was equivalent to declaring his relationship with Han Qiongji once again. Han Tie was happy for his elder sister too. His brother-in-law did things as he pleased, completely different from infatuation. At least he had not let down his elder sister's love. Daughter, speaking of which, you knew Commander Li first. I think you even saved him back then. In the small garden on the top floor, the patriarch of the Hua family said to Hua Qinglu. His voice was filled with pity. Even though Hua Qinglu had become much more mature after the wisdom imbuement, she could not help but roll her eyes at her father before raising her head again. Back then, she was still a little girl. She was ignorant about the matters between men and women. Now that she thought about it, she did feel a hint of regret. If she had taken action first back then, this lustful elder brother would not have turned her down at all with her charm. First impressions are the strongest in everything. Suddenly she shook her head. What am I thinking about? Big sister Han treats me like her own younger sister. How can I think about something so shameful? She was not envious of the limitless glory. She just wanted to stay by his side legitimately. Once feelings arose, it was difficult for her to forget them. Female cultivators really did have the heaviest tribulations of love. Suddenly, she understood her elder brother a little. Since she had already fallen in love with a man like that, what interest would she have in other men? She would be better off focusing on cultivation. Hua Qinglu sighed gently. This could be considered a good thing. At the very least, she was not as obsessed with the word love as Hua Sengzan was. Because of Gu Yenying, Hua Sengzan did not appear tonight. Even if he drank 1,000 cups of water of oblivion, he would still fall in love at first sight if they met again. This was something he understood. The patriarch of the Hua family shook his head. The Han family had really struck it rich. However, he also understood that even if his daughter was willing, he might not have agreed. His objections would definitely have been even more intense than Han Anjuan's. Who would have thought that a country bumpkin could actually reach such a level in a mere dozen or so years? Everyone had different thoughts as they cast different gazes at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan remained unperturbed. He looked down and smiled. This celebration was Lu Chongqing's suggestion. Originally, Li Qingshan might not have accepted it with his personality, but when he considered his own plans, he still agreed. However, since he was already here, there was no need for him to care about keeping a low profile. Tonight, he would make Li Qingshan's name known throughout the world, completing the ambition of that mountain village teenager in the past. In that instant, Li Qingshan's aura completely erupted. Demon chi surged and malice surged into the air. The stars and moon dimmed in comparison. Everyone felt a tremendous pressure weigh down on their heads, filled with pressure and aggressiveness. Even their breathing became rather difficult. If it were not for the fact that this power only spread out in all directions aimlessly and did not target a single person, no one present apart from the Golden Core cultivators would have been able to endure it. The Golden Core cultivators were even more shocked. Didn't he just undergo the second heavenly tribulation? How is he so powerful? If they really fight, there probably aren't a lot of people present who are his opponent. On a tall tower in the distance, Yin Xiaoqiu stood with his sword on his back. He silently closed his eyes and sensed the aura. He sighed. Is this the demon suppression statuary? It really is powerful. No, it's not just the cultivation method. It's also because of this person. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga has produced such a genius. Among the younger generation of the Sword Collection Palace, no one can surpass him apart from first senior brother. Fortunately, he doesn't come from the Umbral Yin sect, or he would definitely become a great problem. Stop showing off. You can go down now. Han Qiongji secretly pinched Li Qingshan. In the beginning, she felt rather proud of receiving the attention of so many people, but as time went on, she began to feel uneasy. Aren't I trying to make you proud? Li Qingshan replied with a smile. I think you're doing it for your own happiness. Han Qiongji said. So be it if he had suddenly entered secluded cultivation for a few years, but the first person he went to after emerging was actually Hua Qinglu. She had actually only found out he had emerged from secluded cultivation after receiving a notification. Li Qingshan knew why she was angry. Following the principle of a lion using its full strength even when hunting a rabbit, he first completely refined the half of the cursive sword calligraphy he had obtained from Mou before handing it to Chu Danqing. Afterwards, he comprehended the sword intent within it. He spent 2 days on this. Time was tight, so he did not have the time to go to her. In her anger, Han Qiongji did not even watch his battle with Yin Xiaoqiu. Of course, she also knew that he had undergone the second heavenly tribulation a long time ago, so there was no reason for him to lose, let alone face life-threatening danger. Li Qingshan also knew that he had done something slightly wrong, so he tried to persuade her. It's all my fault. Don't be angry. I'll definitely make it up to you tonight, so you can resolve the pain of yearning you've endured these past few years. I don't want to. You can go find other women to pass your time. Han Qiongji turned him down flatly, but her heart softened. She was very curious about what she would have to do so that she would never be able to forgive this reckless man. As long as he said a few more sweet words, all of her anger would vanish. Which woman can compare to my Jir? Li Qingshan said with a smile. He landed on the second floor, and he did not purposefully hold back, nor did he purposefully release his emotions. He clasped his hands in greeting, then took his seat and toasted the golden core cultivators one by one. The first was obviously Han Anjuan. His father-in-law did not say anything, and he drank all the wine in his cup in one gulp. Next was his superior, Gu Yanning. Commander Gu said, "Congratulations." Then she said, "Come to my waterside pavilion of listening wind tomorrow." Li Qingshan said, "That's exactly what I intend to do." Afterwards, Li Qingshan drank to his heart's content. The entire building was filled with guests and hosts. Qian Rongji withdrew her gaze and began patrolling the building. This was her duty as a White Wolf guard. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "May I ask if you're Senior Qian Rongji?" Qian Rongji turned around and saw a handsome young man standing there. He said, "I'm Lin Xian, also from the 100 Schools of Thought of the Clear River Prefecture. I'm still cultivating in the School of Taoism right now, so I've heard of Senior's great name a long time ago." Qian Rongji had heard of this name before. He was a rising star from the 100 Schools of Thought of the Clear River Prefecture. He had made quite a name for himself in the past few years, but she had seen far too many geniuses in her life, let alone Li Qingshan and Little, and even she herself had been crowned as a genius now. She had once received Yin Xiaoqiu's letter of challenge, but she had completely ignored it. As a result, she did not believe a measly qi practitioner like that was worth his attention. She only found his gaze to be sincere and his bearing to be gentle, which made her recall a distant memory for some reason. What's the matter? The next morning, lotus flowers flowed endlessly in the waterside pavilion of listening wind, filling the surroundings with a refreshing fragrance. Li Qingshan and Gu Yanning sat before one another, tasting tea together. They were very leisurely. Gu Yanning placed down her teacup. "In other words, you've made up your mind about going to the Mist Province." Li Qingshan smiled. "The world is pressing. With my cultivation, I can't possibly remain a Scarlet Hawk commander, and according to my knowledge, there's no empty position for me in the Green Province." Gu Yanning said, "And with your name right now, neither the imperial government nor the Hawkwolf Guard will let you leave. Even the Chan Monastery of Devanaga can't do anything about it." Having a resounding name was both a good thing and a bad thing. A supreme genius who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation before the age of 30, was something that even the imperial government could not help but value. They had to keep them within the system. Although the Chan Monastery of Devanaga was renowned throughout the Green Province, it was impossible for them to contend against the Hawkwolf Guard or even the Great Xia Empire. "Oh right, you should return to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga to take a look. There's no rush for that." Li Qingshan planned on pushing the first 7 layers of the Demon Suppression Statuary to the peak before attempting the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. "That girl of yours has already emerged." Chapter 754. Gu Yanning said, "I just received the news. That's fantastic. Li Qingshan stood up. He was tempted to rush to the Chan monastery of Devanaga immediately, but he paced around before sitting down again. He still had to prioritize. It was true that Little N had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, but he probably had to become the head monk and learn the chant of Devanaga before he could meet him. Even if he rushed over right now, the door would probably be shut in his face. It was better to stick to the original plan. Xiqing definitely won't let go of the opportunity for revenge. You'll probably face quite a lot of danger if you go to the Mist Province, and it won't just come from Xiqing. Gu Yinying tapped her palm gently with her jade folding fan. Since the Mist Province was known as a lawless land, then it was obviously filled with hostility towards the Hawkwolf Guard who represented the law. Apart from these superficial conflicts, there were also many hidden dangers. I've even offended the person I can't afford to offend the most, so what danger do I still have to be afraid of? Li Qingshan smiled. Was there still any danger that could be greater than the Dragon King of the Sea's pursuit? His relationship with the Demon King of the Mist Province, the Banyan Tree King, was quite good. Gu Yinying smiled. Fair enough. You don't have to agree too readily. I'll help you fight for it. The Hawkwolf Guard will compensate you accordingly. Then I'll be troubling you. It's nothing. Alright, which commandery do you want to go to? The South Sea Commandery. Gu Yinying raised an eyebrow. That's easy. None of the commanderies of the Mist Province are more dangerous than the South Sea Commandery. I shouldn't ask too much, but I really am rather curious. Why do you suddenly want to go to such a distant place? I agreed to accompany someone to the coast of the South Sea. A woman? A friend. He left the waterside pavilion of Listening Wind and arrived in Han Qiongji's dwelling. Han Qiongji was waiting for him. Seeing him return, she asked in a hurry, Qingshan, what did Commander Gu say? Looks like she's going to be promoted. Li Qingshan sat down with a smile and picked her up, placing her on his lap. Where to? I probably have to pay a visit to the South Sea Commandery. South Sea County. Han Qiongji cried out involuntarily. In the records of the Hawkwolf Guard, there were not many places more dangerous than the South Sea Commandery. White Hawk commanders and White Wolf commanders had died there. Don't worry, your husband is about to go and gain experience. There aren't many people in this world who can hurt your husband. Then I will go with you. Cultivate in peace. I won't have anything to worry about, Li Qingshan said softly. Han Qiongji understood this as well. With her strength, even if they went, they wouldn't be able to help him much. Instead, they would easily become a burden, preventing him from using his fists and legs. Then you should wait for Little N to come out of seclusion. She will definitely be able to help you. She has already come out of seclusion. Great. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga probably won't release their most outstanding disciple. Come adventuring in the Mist Province with me. Li Qingshan shook his head. He was not optimistic about it. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga basically guarded against him like he was a thief. They were tempted to never see Little N again. Then what are we supposed to do? Han Qiongji frowned. What are we supposed to do? It's not like I'm made of clay. Even if I'm alone, I can still turn the Mist Province upside down. Li Qingshan saw how furrowed her brows were, and he was touched inside. He pinched her cheek with a smile and embraced her firmly, kissing her ear. He said gently, Qiongji, the 3 years of mourning have passed. We can officially get married. Han Qiongji was very tempted, but she said, wasn't that time in the past official? Of course it was. Then isn't that enough? There's no rush for something like this. You better make good use of your time right now and cultivate properly. I don't want to become a widow right after getting married. Han Qiongji broke free from his embrace. Li Qingshan thought about it and agreed with her. If he had to travel to the South Sea before he could even have a honeymoon, that would not be too good either. As a result, he smiled. Madam, we'll be apart more often than not. The night of love is too short, so let's go at it again. The Samadhi flames of Whitebone blazed as a Whitebone Sarira revolved, possessing a luminous and wise Buddhist nature. Dragon cries rang out, sometimes soft, sometimes loud, as if they were slowly reciting an eternal scripture. His eyes suddenly snapped open. They were clear and flawless like glass. Little An sat under a verdant Bodhi tree. As far as the eye could see, the surroundings were boundless emptiness. Apart from this body and this tree there was nothing else. This place was known as the Bodhi realm of emptiness, a miniature world similar to the Azura field. It possessed a Buddhist nature, and was a place of cultivation provided by the Chan monastery of Devanaga. There was nothing outside the body and nothing outside the mind. The concept of time had become non-existent. If his mind was not resolute and he was not wise enough, not only would it be useless, but it would even be harmful. Throughout history, countless eminent monks had comprehended the way here, but there were also many who suffered from chi deviation and lost their minds. But to her, this place was no different from the bustling secular world. All she lacked was a single person. Li Qingshan cultivated in the dwelling for a few more days. Suddenly, he opened his eyes one day and arrived outside the dwelling, gazing in the direction of Great Buddha Mountain. After a moment of thought, he was finally unable to hold himself back anymore, setting off for the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Below Great Buddha Mountain, pilgrims continued to rustle against one another in an endless stream, rushing over from all directions to pay their respects. Suddenly a streak of light flew over. The guardian monk called out, "Who goes there? Flying is forbidden on Great Buddha Mountain." Li Qingshan landed before the entrance and clasped his hands. Secular disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan. The monks were surprised. All of them had heard of this name before. The reception monk returned in a hurry to pass on the news. A while later, on Great Buddha Mountain, bells and drums rang out, and the gates opened wide. Monks lined the path to welcome him. "I've only ever heard of the Buddha saying that all life is equal. Today I've finally experienced it for myself." Li Qingshan smiled gently. In the past, when he came to pay his respects to the monastery with Little An, he had suffered quite a lot of setbacks. But today, he had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, and he had done it before the age of 30. With such a supreme genius, even the Chan monastery of Devanaga had to lower themselves and consider his feelings and thoughts. He strode in, making his way straight to the top of Great Buddha Mountain. Even when he arrived at the entrance of the inner courtyard, he did not stop at all, arriving before the grand hall. Just now he stopped and gazed inside. The dauntless monk sat in the center, with the various head monks beside him, and behind him was the Buddha, overlooking all life. Logically speaking, secular disciples, even true disciples of the inner courtyard, might not necessarily have the right to enter the grand hall, but now there were no longer any obstructions before Li Qingshan. He stepped over the tall doorsill, brought his palms together and bowed. Disciple Li Qingshan greets the dauntless abbot and the various masters. Amenba. With the Buddhist chant, the monks returned the greeting. They no longer possessed the slightest arrogance. The dauntless monk was solemn as he studied Li Qingshan. The rumors were true. He had indeed undergone the second heavenly tribulation. "May I ask where Little An is right now, abbot?" Li Qingshan cut right to the chase. The dauntless monk said, "One Will is currently studying the chant of Devanaga, preparing to succeed as the head monk of the Wuz nunnery. She's temporarily unable to meet with you." Sure enough, Li Qingshan thought, "I wonder how long she'll need for now." The chant of Devanaga is the very foundation of the monastery. The Buddhist Dharma is vast and profound. If you want to completely master it, it'll take 30 to 50 years at the very least, up to 100 or 80 years at the very most. One Will's Buddhist bones are naturally formed, and she's intelligent and wise, but it'll probably take a decade or so. The head monks all nodded in agreement. The abbot is right. I began studying the chant of Devanaga 30 years ago, but even now I feel like I've only scratched the surface. Yeah, the Buddhist Dharma is boundless. It'll take a lifetime, no, an entire lifetime to comprehend and explore. Li Qingshan cursed inside. "What the fuck, you damned bald donkeys. It's all because your ability to comprehend is too low." Afterwards, the dauntless monk tried a series of threats and promises, trying everything he could to get Li Qingshan to accept the precepts and become a formal disciple of the monastery. He expressed that he only needed to shave his head, and he would immediately become the head monk of the Hall of Arhat. There were countless other benefits as well. Eating well and drinking well was not out of the question. The other head monks chimed in too, which annoyed Li Qingshan. He suddenly bellowed out, "Enough! How dare you yell at the Buddhist hall?" The dauntless monk shot him a glance, glaring furiously. Li Qingshan laid out his hands and said lazily, "Masters, please spare me. I'll never ever become a monk. I have neither a Buddhist nature nor a root of wisdom. All I like in my life are fine alcohol, delicacies, and beauties. Not all the heavens under Buddha Tathagata are monks. You can just treat me as a foreign demon that accidentally converted to Buddhism. Amitabha. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. Then I'll roam the four seas and go with the flow." No matter how furious the dauntless monk was, there really was nothing he could do to him. If a regular disciple were bold enough to speak like that in the Grand Hall, he would have directly subdued them a long time ago and sent them to the disciplinary courtyard for reflection. The monks all shook their heads and sighed. Li Qingshan acted like he feared nothing, but he was troubled inside. How was he supposed to see little Anne? A few casual words were fine, but if he really barged in forcefully, the dauntless monk would definitely deal with him for the sake of the monastery's dignity. At this moment, a gentle voice rang out from behind, "Qingshan." Li Qingshan suddenly looked back. A young woman stood before the steps. She wore faint gray monk robes, but even that struggled to hide her beauty. Her long dark hair that resembled seaweed reached her ankles. Her clear, flawless eyes were filled with deep joy. When she saw him, she smiled. She was alluring, and the hall dimmed in comparison. Little Anne. The two of them strode over at the same time, standing in front of the grand hall and embracing one another firmly. At that moment, Li Qingshan felt like his heart was filled to the brim. Little Anne's glass-like eyes shone brightly too. All they could see was each other. They had forgotten about everything around them. The dauntless monk frowned heavily. He was almost tempted to launch a palm strike. The monks all had different expressions. Some raised their eyebrows, some widened their eyes, some curled their lips, some pinched their noses. They were all indescribably strange. A sight like this had appeared before the greatest holy land of Buddhism in the Green Province, the Grand Hall of the Monastery of Devanaga. It was very displeasing to the eye no matter how he looked at it. She was originally arranged to cultivate in a place called the Bodhi Realm of Emptiness. That place is cut off from the world. Even if she can emerge, how does she know he's come to the monastery? The dauntless monk was perplexed. "You've grown up again." You have a genius disciple, and it's even a buy one get one free deal with me as a bonus, yet you're actually thinking about burning the bridge after you've outlived your usefulness. Do you still want us to go out and chop people up for the Chan Monastery of Devanaga in the future? Li Qingshan said with righteous indignation before turning to Little Anne. "Little Anne, don't you think so?" Little Anne smiled resplendently and nodded gently. Even Li Qingshan was taken aback by her momentary radiance. He sighed emotionally. "It's been a few years since I last saw her, and this girl's looks really are getting stronger and stronger. The path of white bone and great beauty really is impressive." Afterwards, he turned around and continued to look at the unraging monk. He did not feel like he had been seduced at all. Even the unraging monk, a monk who ate meat and drank alcohol, who did not adhere to conventional etiquette, still felt the corner of his eye twitch when he heard what Li Qingshan said. He suddenly bellowed out, "Tiske, you damned brat. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga is a holy land of Buddhism, not some gang of the Jianghu. Who wants you to chop people up?" "That's exactly what I meant. Please pass on this to the abbot. As long as he doesn't make things difficult for us anymore, he wants us to guarantee that we'll contribute to the Chan Monastery of Devanaga in the future, and add to its glory. The Buddha has said that you can't force anything, much less become attached to it." Li Qingshan had absolutely no interest in the true Buddhist Dharma, but he had read quite a lot of things like Chicken Soup for the Soul in his past life. He could pick up most of the tones of the various masters and eminent monks in there. "Shut your mouth. If you mention the word Buddha again, I'll kill you with a single palm strike. The unraging monk sat up. Master, you violated the precepts of anger. Aren't you unraging? All right. I'll stop talking. It's true that we're fated, but I just feel like there'll be a day when you bring me an overwhelming disaster, brat. The unraging monk let out a long sigh. He had watched over the demon suppression hall for many years, so he actually understood that Li Qingshan's words were crude, but they were not crude at all. If just lecturing on the scriptures and Dharma could deliver everyone from suffering, what was the point of having abilities? The Buddha is merciful, and it also needs a guardian to purge demons and demons. To put it bluntly, it was no different from a gang of the Jianghu. Where there were people, there would be conflict, let alone the fact that the cultivation community was not limited to just people. You could choose not to chop people up, but if you lacked the power to chop people up, you would be close to death. Undergoing the second heavenly tribulation before the age of 30 was already startling. Who would have thought he had already kept this news a secret for several years? His talent was no less than Little Anne's. Little Anne was under the guidance of the dauntless monk and the other masters in the monastery, but he had completely relied on himself. Such cultivation speed was truly startling. The Chan monastery of Devanaga really was blessed by the Buddha for accepting these two disciples. They were quite fortunate. Aren't you afraid of Si Qing's revenge now? I've already made my preparations. I want to go to the South Sea Commandery for training. Since it's all within your plans, then I won't say anything more, said the unraging monk. This disciple of his had brought him far too many surprises, and he had always been meticulous and well prepared. Even if it was a dangerous place like the South Sea Commandery, he was not too worried. As long as he did not run into third heavenly tribulation experts, he would not be in any danger. I want to take Little Anne to the Mist Province with me, said Li Qingshan. That's impossible. Senior brother will never let him go. The unraging monk said firmly, do you know just how many demonic cultivators are hiding in the Mist Province? There are even large sects no weaker than the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Just how many attacks will a head monk of the Chan monastery of Devanaga attract if he goes there? It's exactly because there's danger that we have to go together, Li Qingshan said. As long as he had some time and his strength completely recovered, so what if he ran into third heavenly tribulation experts? Moreover, he believed that with Shaoan's current strength, he would definitely be able to help him. He just happened to require an environment filled with danger so that the tiger demon could break through to the fifth layer through battle after battle, so that Little Anne could obtain even more, so that he could continue his cultivation of the path of white bone and great beauty. I still haven't mastered the chant of Devanaga, but I've already memorized it firmly. I don't need to stay in the monastery to cultivate it. I'll go talk to the dauntless abbot. Little Anne, who had remained silent the entire time, suddenly said. Unwavering determination flashed through his eyes. It had been far, far too long since they parted. This time he had to be by his side no matter what. The unraging monk said, all right then. He changed the topic. Qingshan, are you ready to explore the demon suppression hall again? Chapter 756. The unraging monk swung his sleeve, and the door of the demon suppression hall swung open loudly. It was like a huge pitch-black mouth sucking in the fierce wind. Li Qingshan's clothes and hair ruffled. The 8th floor of the demon suppression hall is still very dangerous to you. You can't be careless. You definitely can't enter the 9th floor. No matter how confident you are in your strength, what's suppressed there isn't something you can handle. The unraging monk put away his usual playful smile and said sternly. Li Qingshan said, I'm not someone who doesn't know what's important. The unraging monk said, I'll go talk to senior brother right now. As for the outcome, it'll be up to fate. Li Qingshan smiled. If we cultivators let fate decide, we'd sink into the mundane world a long time ago. In a century, we'd be reduced to dust. Little Anne also said, the abbot will definitely agree. The unraging monk shook his head. Only geniuses at their age and level could possess such drive. Strictly speaking, the cultivation community was just a slightly more special mundane world. Li Qingshan bid farewell to Little, and leapt into the demon suppression hall. The door slammed shut. The resplendent palace once again appeared in front of him. Li Qingshan had a vague feeling that the demon suppression hall might be like the Azura field, a wondrous treasure that could carve out a space. As the first person to practice the demon suppression statuary in the past millennia, and he possessed the great strength of the third heavenly tribulation, the unraging monk wondered whether he had refined it or not. With this thought in mind, Li Qingshan flew towards the center of the first floor and arrived before the golden door in the blink of an eye. The door opened, and the demon suppression statue stood majestically in the hall. The surroundings were littered with demon folk corpses. Has a disciple come in for training? As Li Qingshan advanced, he began encountering demon folk blocking his way. He could not be bothered with wasting time, so he directly transformed into his demon commander form and scared the demon folk into fleeing. However, the demon folk had all been cleared out in the center of each floor, where the demon suppression statue stood. He arrived on the 5th floor, and a conversation rang out from the golden door. "Senior brothers, we can't go down anymore. It's very dangerous down there." The voice sounded familiar. Li Qingshan put down his hand that was pushing the door open and listened to what they were saying. "Duoj, we came to the demon suppression hall to train. If there's no danger at all, would it still be called training?" A voice said disapprovingly. "So it's that brat Duoj. He's now taking up a promising job as a guide." "Yes, including Duoj, there's a total of 6 people. All of them are experts who have undergone one heavenly tribulation, so they should be able to pass through the 6th level." Li Qingshan didn't want to meet with this group of monks, so he simply waited for them to go down first. At that time, he would be the first to reach the center of the 6th level and eliminate the devil general that was entrenched there. This could be considered as helping them reduce some of the danger. As expected, after arguing for a while, they still chose to head to the 6th floor. Duoj was the unraging monk's disciple, and his cultivation was not weak either, but he was still young. As a demon folk, he seemed rather weak when he tried to defend himself against the formal disciples of the monastery. Li Qingshan entered the 6th floor of the demon suppression hall. Sure enough, he did not see Duoj and the others, but he did not take it to heart either. He made a beeline for the 6th demon suppression statue. Boom! Li Qingshan kicked open the gilded door, and the demon generals all looked back cautiously. Before they could even make out Li Qingshan's appearance, countless chains of demon suppression shot over, directly piercing and mincing their bodies to pieces. When they flew back to Li Qingshan's side, they all carried demon hearts of various colors. Li Qingshan took out the traitorous demon sword. The demon heart that served as the eye had already become extremely weak. He could use it a few more times before cutting it out and swapping it for the demon hearts of the demon generals. However, after trying a few, the traitorous demon sword refused to accept any of them. He lectured, "You sure are picky with your lousy sword. All right, I'll kill a few demon commanders and give them to you." Right when he was about to set foot on the 7th floor, his ear suddenly twitched. Howls and roars rang out from outside the gilded door. It was the monks. Originally, he wanted to ignore them, but he remembered that they were still fellow disciples after all. If the unraging monk found out, he would lose face. And he still had a junior brother like Duoj, so he had to take care of him a little. As a result, he flew off with a flash. Speaking of which, the monks really were unlucky. They had been moved to a spacious room on the 6th floor, and a group of demon generals just happened to be gathered there. When they saw them, they really became extremely furious when they saw their enemies. They immediately demonified all of them and attacked with their full strength. One of them died on the spot. They fell into a formation and resisted the endless attacks, no longer as high-spirited as they were just now. They all regretted listening to Duoj's advice and not coming to the 6th floor of the demon suppression hall. Normally, when they said things like cutting off one's flesh to feed the eagle, or sacrificing one's life to feed the tiger, they treated it as nothing special. Only when it was their turn did they understand what death is the most difficult thing in all of history truly meant. After demonifying, the demon generals became even more vicious. They either grew 7 or 8 arms or 5 or 6 eyes. Their bodies swelled up to a dozen times their original size, opening several dozen mouths filled with sharp teeth and so on. They assumed various strange and twisted postures as they attacked madly. A while later, the formation tottered on the verge of collapse. Hold on, everyone. The unraging master is watching from above. He'll come and save us very soon. This is the trial of the demon suppression hall. No one will come to save us. We have to kill our way out together. This was something that had been made clear before they entered the demon suppression hall. If the disciples knew they were under the protection of a powerful senior at all times, why would they feel any sense of danger at all? The trial would become meaningless. In reality, having Duoj lead the way with his understanding of the situation in the demon suppression hall was already their greatest guarantee of safety. Duoj was also groaning inwardly. None of the senior brothers who had come to the demon suppression hall to train were easy to get along with. There were plenty of people who disliked him, and his master had never stood up for him. This was not the first time he had come across a situation like this in the past few years either. He rubbed the demon heart prayer beads around his neck. As long as he ingested one, killing all these demon generals would be nothing difficult. However, the last time he did this, he ended up devouring all living creatures before him and losing control of his mind, falling into a frenzy. Only when the unraging monk personally suppressed his demonic nature did he return to normal. The senior brothers might not be nice, but none of them have any ill intentions towards me. I don't want to eat them, even though their flesh is tender and tastes quite nice. No, how can I think like that? If I completely demonify again, I might completely lose control and turn into a demonic beast. At this moment, Sword Chi whistled over, sweeping through the entire room with surging malice. In that moment, all of the demon generals froze up. Under the surprised gazes of the monks, they collapsed, reduced to a pile of mangled corpses. You bunch of big baldies. Don't you understand that you should just listen to my advice and eat your fill? Li Qingshan stepped into the room with the traitorous demon sword on his shoulder. Who are you? Duoj said in surprise and joy. First senior brother. Just call me senior brother. There's no need to add the word first. Why? Around the demon suppression statue, demon hearts were scattered on the ground, but there was not a single corpse or bloodstain. Amitba, I'll send you to paradise in the west. The monk pushed forward with his hands, and scorching light that could blind a person filled the entire hall. The power it contained was all-encompassing and all-pervasive. Li Qingshan knew where the demon folk corpses had gone, and his competitive spirit was roused. He wanted to see just what this senior brother One Lamp was capable of. He swung out with the traitorous demon sword that had gained a new eye. Sword Chi whistled through the air, and a dark slash split the light and fire into two, directly approaching the One Lamp monk. The One Lamp monk let out a soft gasp of surprise. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations slightly. He had only ever seen such sharp and profound sword intent from the most outstanding disciples and elders of the Sword Collection Palace. He extended his index finger and tapped the oil lamp gently. Immediately, a streak of firelight flew out, intercepting Li Qingshan's sword chi and launching a counterattack. Interesting. Li Qingshan smiled. He pointed the traitorous demon sword at the one lamp and began to swing it gently, as if he had sprouted thousands of arms, each hand gripping a traitorous demon sword. Layers of light constantly piled up, pushing towards the one lamp monk like a heavy wall. The streak of firelight seemed extremely feeble, as if a gust of wind could blow it out. However, it forcefully passed through the wall of light, and was reflected in Li Qingshan's eyes. However, it was already at the end of its tether. It was cut in half by a single strike. The one lamp monk's surroundings shone brightly, blocking the whistling sword chi. His body swayed and he stood up. His eyes were no longer just filled with surprise, but also deep fear. This demon commander is startlingly powerful. And the demonic artifact in her hand is impressive too. It'll definitely be a bitter battle this time. May I ask if your senior brother won lamp? I am Li Qingshan. The curved visor opened, and Li Qingshan stowed the traitorous demon sword away and bowed. You're Li Qingshan? The unraging master's disciple? What proof do you have? The one-lamp monk was mildly surprised, but he did not lower his guard at all. He had undergone many trials in the demon suppression hall, so he understood the viciousness and craftiness of demon folk extremely well. Many demon folk knew some illusions and arts of charm. Seduction was the most common method. There were also those who disguised themselves as children or old people to win sympathy, or they could express that they had realized their mistakes and were willing to convert to Buddhism. However, as long as they had the opportunity, they would strike valiantly. Many disciples who had come for trials had died to these sneaky tricks. In his memory, Li Qingshan should have been a young man in his 20s or 30s, so how could he possess such great strength? As a result, he was certain that this person was the demon commander in disguise. If you don't believe me, move aside. I want to go to the 8th floor. Li Qingshan strode towards the demon suppression statue. Stop! If you take another step forward, I'm going to strike. The one-lamp monk called out. Suddenly, he tossed the oil lamp in his hand into the air, and it landed right above his head. His monk robes ruffled, and even his skin shone with light. He had become a figure of light. Li Qingshan burst out laughing. With an oil lamp on his shiny bald head, he seemed like he was one with the lamp. It was hilarious no matter how one looked at it. The one-lamp monk had cultivated for many years, so he obviously would not be fazed by his enemy's mockery. The light around him was withdrawn, becoming even more dazzling. He was ready for battle. All right. This can be used as evidence. Li Qingshan thought about it and took out a string of prayer beads, tossing it to the one-lamp monk. The one-lamp monk caught the prayer beads extremely carefully and checked them. The string of prayer beads was not some powerful arcane artifact or arcane treasure, but it did possess a heritage. All the monks with some status in the monastery recognized it, and it possessed the aura left behind by the unraging monk, so it was impossible to fake. He raised his head. You really are that Li Qingshan who made a mess in the courtyard of secular affairs. The Scarlet Hawk commander of what prefecture? The Clear River Prefecture. I can go over now, right? The one-lamp monk withdrew the light around him and tossed the prayer beads back, basically acknowledging Li Qingshan's identity. Then he asked in some disbelief, Junior brother, you've already undergone the second heavenly tribulation? Yeah, not too long ago. Junior brother, you're not even 30 yet, right? I'm almost there. The one-lamp monk clicked his tongue in wonder. Junior brother truly is a prodigy. You've caught the unraging monk's eye and been accepted as his first disciple. Have you returned this time to visit the unraging monk and prepare to shave your head and become a monk? I don't plan on that right now. The two of them conversed a little in front of the demon suppression statue. Li Qingshan only found the one-lamp monk to be rather slow and inarticulate, so he lectured him bluntly, persuading him to renounce the secular world and shave his head and become a monk. After being turned down by Li Qingshan, he sighed and shook his head as if he was exasperated at his failure to live up to his expectations. Li Qingshan chuckled. He was not angered. After all, the one-lamp monk did not possess the arrogance of the first senior brothers he had seen in the past. Moreover, when he persuaded him to become a monk, his intentions were even purer than the dauntless monks. His face was like, why can't you understand something so great? I've been a monk for several decades, so why would I lie to you? After learning that little and had already undergone the second heavenly tribulation, the one-lamp monk's eyes flashed, and his heart stirred slightly. After little and formally joined the Chan monastery of Devanaga, every single disciple felt pressured, and the pressure he felt was particularly great. He had no parents growing up in the monastery. With his extraordinary cultivation talent, he received the attention and care of everyone. He was one of the abbot's successors. However, as soon as Littleton arrived, he took away quite a lot of his glory. Whether it was his Buddhist nature, root of wisdom, or his ability to debate, He was nowhere close to this child who was several decades younger than him, let alone his bearing and appearance. Originally, he possessed an advantage in terms of cultivation, but now that his only advantage no longer existed, he could not help but feel a little lost. However, he immediately roused his fighting spirit. Please wait here, senior brother. I'll be right back. Hold on, junior brother. The 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall is extremely dangerous. There are many powerful, cunning demon commanders. The Unraging Master once told me that you definitely can't go to the 8th floor. I'd advise you to stop here. Right when Li Qingshan was about to head to the 8th floor, he was stopped by the one lamp monk, who tried his best to persuade him. I've entered the Demon Suppression Hall this time to go to the 8th floor, and learn the 8th layer of the Demon Suppression Statuary. My master has agreed to it too. The one lamp monk became rather hesitant inside. The Unraging Master won't let me go to the 8th floor, but he does. Does he think I'm weaker than him? But he's only undergone the 2nd heavenly tribulation recently. Isn't he underestimating me a little too much? He thought of a possibility. Junior brother, are you going to disguise yourself as a demon commander and make your way to the demon suppression statue? Of course not. I'm obviously going to kill my way over. That's the only way to demonstrate the might of our Chan monastery of Devanaga. Li Qingshan flicked the traitorous demon sword with a smile. He had never worried about fighting too much. In order to practice the tiger demon transformation, he had to seize every opportunity in battle. If that's the case, I'll go with you. We'll have a better chance if we work together. The one lamp monk was in high spirits. Chapter 758. Li Qingshan studied the one lamp monk in a strange manner. Originally, he did not feel any sense of danger, but as soon as he said he wanted to go with him, he felt such a strong sense of danger. Did this monk seem honest and kind, but he was actually harboring malicious intentions? As a result, he tried to persuade him, Senior brother One Lamp, since my master told you not to enter the 8th floor, he must have his reasons. You better stay here and continue cultivating. It's fine if you're alone, but do you think it'll be dangerous if I'm included? If there's no danger at all, how can you call falling out of love? The one lamp monk disagreed. He was certain the unraging monk was biased towards his disciple, but he just refused to accept it, wanting to go down and compete. These words sound a little familiar. If you don't secretly try to trip me up, you'll obviously be quite the assistance. Li Qingshan curled his lip and thought. With how insistent the one lamp monk was, he was unable to persuade him otherwise. He would just have to adapt to the situation when the time came. Just like how it was said that those who were not bald could not be venomous, those who were not venomous could not be bald. He really did have to be careful just in case he ended up getting stabbed. As a result, the two of them worked together and ventured into the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. On Great Buddha Mountain, the dauntless monk stood on the edge of a cliff, overlooking the thousands of believers and the distant mountains below. His kasaya drifted in the wind as if it was about to drift away with the wind. Senior brother. The unraging monk bowed towards the dauntless monk's back, while Little and brought his palms together. What do you want to say? The dauntless monk asked without even looking back. The unraging monk told him what Li Qingshan had said. And sure enough, the dauntless monk became furious. Hack people. What does he take this place for? If we really want to hack purge demons, do we even need him? Don't tell me you and I are just there for show? There will be a day when we return. The unraging monk smiled. That kid isn't a Buddhist and acts recklessly and recklessly. But he's a person who knows how to repay kindness and is faithful to his word. There's no need to say anything more about this. Since he finds my monastery to be too small, I won't force him either. I'll let him go to the ends of the world, but one will never follow him, just in case it ruins her path of cultivation. Then the dauntless monk said to Little and One will, I won't look into you leaving the Bodhi realm of emptiness this time. You can go back and cultivate by yourself. This disciple is willing to spread Buddhism in the South Sea. Little An said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Didn't you hear what I said just now? The dauntless monk frowned. How could I not understand Abbot's good intentions? However, how could the path of cultivation be arranged by others? Abbot, don't look down on me just because I'm young, Little An said. What if I insist on keeping you in the Chan monastery of Devanaga? The dauntless monk turned around and stared at her. Once a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, you'll always be a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. If you break the precepts of the monastery, I'm willing to accept all punishment. If not, Abbot, please give me freedom and let me find my own path of cultivation. Little An stared back without flinching. So this is the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall. It sure is large. Li Qingshan whistled. The 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall was no longer a labyrinth. There were only golden pillars that stood several dozen meters tall that extended into the distance. As far as the eye could see, it was impossible to see the end. The endless pillars were not the only thing that could not be seen. There was also the surging sea of people, no demons. Countless demon folk of various shapes and sizes lived in this vast space, roaring and making a ruckus. With their sudden arrival, it immediately fell silent. Countless flickering eyes gazed over, filled with anger, hostility, malice and killing intent. They were like silent, invisible waves that surged over one after another. Even with the one-lamp monk's mental fortitude and cultivation, he could not help but shiver inside. He groaned inside. He never thought the terrain of the 8th floor of the Demon Suppression Hall would actually be like this. Didn't that mean there was no room for negotiation at all? As soon as he emerged, he would have to endure the attacks of thousands of demon folk. He heard Li Qingshan sigh from the bottom of his heart. What a nice place. The one-lamp monk widened his eyes. A nice place? Where? Even if this junior brother of his is a prodigy, isn't he a little too arrogant? Within his senses there are already over 13 demon commanders. Who knows how many more are hidden in the depths of the Demon Suppression Hall? This is clearly a place of danger. I'm Li Qingshan. I've come to kill you. Li Qingshan called out loudly. His voice pierced through the sea of demons and reached the depths of the hall, echoing between the pillars. Like a stone that kicked up 1,000 ripples, the demon folk were thrown into an uproar. The sea of demons surged. Over a dozen demon commanders pressed over, and even further away, powerful waves of demon chi approached them as well. I'll kill all of you and give her a nice gift for our first meeting, Li Qingshan said softly before turning around and smiling. Senior brother. Just protect yourself. Kill them. Kill the bald donkeys of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. I want to rip off their flesh piece by piece and eat them. The voices were tremendous, and the waves turned into a raging tide. Li Qingshan casually swung the traitorous demon sword backwards, and several dozen demon folk were ripped to shreds by the sword chi. Blood sprayed everywhere, blooming in that instant. The edge of the sword drew an arc, pointing straight ahead. The fingers of his left hand formed a sword, pointing at the countless demon folk. He gripped the hilt firmly with his right hand, pulling it back and tightening it. He stabbed out. In that moment, Li Qingshan vanished from where he was, appearing several hundred meters away. The edge of the sword pierced the head of a demon commander. A magnificent streak of light followed closely behind him, lingering in his field of vision for a very long time. It was impossible to tell whether it was the person or the sword that came first. Wherever the streak of light passed by, blood blossomed along the way. Dismembered corpses formed a path several hundred meters wide. The deafening battle cries came to a momentary halt. The first one. Li Qingshan drew back the traitorous demon sword. Violet blood flowed from the wound, but compared to the demon commander's colossal body, it was nothing at all. Demon commanders with their powerful bodies could still recover even if they were injured 10 times more horrifying. The demon commander let out a furious roar as if she wanted to lunge at Li Qingshan, but she leaned backwards and collapsed loudly. She did not even manage to demonify in time. She died with her eyes wide open. On the hilt of the traitorous demon sword, the demon eye swiveled around as if it was observing the surroundings. The long narrow edge was enveloped in layers of evil light. Even the one lamp monk was dumbfounded. A demon commander had been killed just like that. Although it was the weakest demon commander among the dozen or so, and he could still defeat it, it definitely would not have been so easy. Li Qingshan bent his waist slightly and leaned forward. He held the traitorous demon sword horizontally across his waist and struck out. An extremely sharp, circular streak of light flashed past with him at the center. By the time Li Qingshan straightened himself out, there was not a single living creature within a radius of over 30 meters. In an instant, he had begun a massacre, and the stench of blood permeated the air. If one were to look at it from above, it would seem as if a huge paintbrush was first drawing a straight line on the ground before drawing a perfect circle. Demonify. Instantly, the dozen or so demon commanders in his field of vision demonified at almost the same time. They became giants with 3 heads and 6 arms, monsters covered in barbs or seductive demonesses, but none of them took the initiative to attack. All of them adopted a defensive stance. Chapter 759. Li Qingshan turned around and swung his sword at the space there. Clang! Metal clanged and sparks flew. A completely transparent figure appeared. It was an assassin-type demon commander. He never expected Li Qingshan's senses to be so sharp, discovering him as soon as he struck. Missing, he immediately fled into the distance. Chains of demon suppression. Li Qingshan bellowed out coldly, and the chains of demon suppression shot out, pursuing him relentlessly like a parasite. No matter how the demon commander assassin dodged and moved, the clattering grew closer and closer. He could not help but be frightened out of his wits. A gigantic pitch-black shield descended from the sky, cutting off the demon suppression chain's pursuit. A ferocious-looking demon commander, who resembled a statue in a mountain god's temple, stood there like a fortress with its muscular body clad in heavy armor. It bellowed, "The demon commander is the demon commander. What are you waiting for? If we don't kill them, none of us will be able to rest in peace. Do you really want him to defeat us one by one? No matter how much grievance we have between us, can it compare to our hatred towards the Chan monastery of Devanaga?" The demon commander seemed to possess very great prestige among the demon folk, so the demons immediately responded to him. But in the next moment, Li Qingshan cleaved through the waves and arrived before the shield wall, locking gazes with him. Die! The demon commander swung the huge, pitch-black shield in her hand. The ghost face on it suddenly sprang to life, wailing like a sharp awl piercing the soul. Li Qingshan was unfazed. He swung his sword diagonally and cut through the huge, pitch-black shield. The demon heart on the hilt immediately shrank by a size. Right when he was about to take another step forward, he suddenly sensed killing intent from behind. The assassin demon commander had grasped the opportunity and struck again. If they work together and save each other, it really will be rather troublesome. They're still demon commanders after all. That's what Li Qingshan thought. He bellowed out, "Demon suppression!" The demon suppression tower descended from above. With a rumble, it suppressed Li Qingshan and the 2 demon commanders together. At this moment the demons responded. They all demonified and attacked the demon suppression tower furiously. Blades and axes swung, fire burned, and lightning struck. Even though the demon-suppressing pagoda was extremely sturdy, it was riddled with scars and was on the verge of collapse. There were just far too many demon folk, and there were so many demon commanders and demon generals mixed in with them too. The quantity was enough to cause a qualitative change. Boom! The demon suppression pagoda shattered into pieces, and Li Qingshan walked out from within, one large and one small head in his hands. The third one. Good kill. The one lamp monk cheered loudly. He had already felt some despair, but Li Qingshan had slain 3 demon commanders consecutively, giving him a great boost in confidence and a will to refuse to admit defeat. Junior brother is so brave. Could it be that Master Buru will let him enter the 8th floor of the demon suppression hall? Could it be that I am inferior to him? He soared into the air and activated the great light scripture. A dazzling platinum light erupted from his body. Buddha light illumination. Under the illumination of the light, The group of demons let out miserable cries as black smoke rose from their bodies. The demon generals could still put up a fight, but countless demon folk were illuminated by the light. Like snow melting under the scorching sun, they were completely incinerated before long. Not even their demon hearts remained. The attack seemed to be even more powerful than Li Qingshan's, but most of the people it killed were regular demon folk. The demon generals were injured, but they survived tenaciously. The one-lamp monk truly did live up to his title as the strongest disciple. He was extremely powerful, far more powerful than many of the golden core cultivators he had seen in his life. A demon commander covered in tentacles charged towards the one-lamp monk. Several hundred tentacles shot out like javelins, all filled with venom. As long as they scratched his skin, his life would be in danger. Wheel of Great Radiance. The one-lamp monk brought his palms together and placed the oil lamp on his head, ramming his head into the demon commander. The oil lamp produced rings of light. The tentacles shattered before they could even approach. The tentacle demon commander was smashed to pieces. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. This move was powerful enough, but it was just too funny. The two of them worked together, and after 2 hours of intense battle, they killed almost 20 demon commanders. Finally, they swept through all the demon folk in the area. Even with the one-lamp monk's purifying light, the hall was still littered with severed limbs. Blood flowed everywhere, enough to drown their ankles. Li Qingshan sat on the corpse of a demon commander. His armor was riddled with wounds. If it were not for the suppression of demon suppression, it probably would have shattered already. He fiddled around with a few translucent demon hearts in his hand. As for the other demon hearts, they had all become food for the traitorous demon sword, which only demonstrated the brutality of the battle. After absorbing the power of so many demon commanders' demon hearts, the traitorous demon sword had clearly grown by quite a lot. Although it was still a certain distance away from an arcane treasure, as long as it continued to grow, there would be a day when it did. By then it would work with the demon dragon sword, and he could directly kill his enemies with one in his hand. The other turned into a dragon and danced around him. It could be used from afar or close, both offensively and defensively. Its power would definitely be extremely impressive. The one-lamp monk hovered in the air, resting with his eyes closed. His body flickered with light as he slowly recovered his strength. Rest well, senior brother. I'll go check out the demon suppression statue first. Li Qingshan made his way towards the demon suppression statue. For some reason, his sense of danger had become even stronger. Chapter 760. Li Qingshan arrived before the 8th demon suppression statue, and a violent aura flooded his face. The demon folk who had been humanoid in the beginning had completely become a supreme demon, but his eyes were filled with benevolence and peace, contradictory yet harmonious. Li Qingshan took a step forward, and a will emerged from the demon suppression statue, rushing straight into his head. I'm the one who loves to fight and kill. I'm the one who indulges in sensual pleasures. I'm the one who upholds justice. Wherever my heart goes, I do whatever I want. Why do I have to be so clear-cut? Who cares if it's Buddha or demon? What am I suppressing? Thinking up to there, demon chi erupted from his body. Red and blue intersected, churning like light and mist. It was already quite different from the will the demon suppression statue had given off. There was no conflict between sinking into the demonic path or converting to the Buddha. I am me. The one-lamp monk gazed at Li Qingshan's tall figure. His gaze was rather mixed, as if he felt some admiration, but also like he refused to admit defeat. His fighting spirit burned brighter and brighter as he made his way towards him step by step. Li Qingshan was currently submerged in his comprehension of the 8th layer of the demon suppression statuary. He did not move at all, as if he had not sensed the one-lamp monk's approach at all. The one-lamp monk arrived before Li Qingshan and extended his hand, raising his hands. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and said quietly, "Come. If you really have any ill intentions, I'll show you what I'm capable of today." However, the one-lamp monk only brought his palms together and chanted softly, "Amitba." Li Qingshan imprinted the 8th layer of the demon suppression statuary deeply into his head. His comprehension of this profound cultivation method deepened once again. He looked back and asked, "Is there anything else, senior brother?" "I want to thank you, junior brother. If it weren't for junior brother Li, I would have died for sure if I had barged into the 8th floor. I also want to apologize to the unraging master. The master told me not to enter the 8th floor, but he sent you, junior brother. I actually suspected that the master was biased and underestimated me. What a sin, what a sin." The one-lamp monk said sincerely, "You're too kind, senior brother. On the contrary, I should be the one thanking senior brother for lending me a hand." Li Qingshan had a good impression of one lamp when he saw that the monk had admitted his dissatisfaction without apologizing for what he had thought. He felt that this monk was not a bad person and had an extraordinary temperament. But this was even stranger. Where did the sense of crisis come from? "Junior brother's strength is far above mine. I'm just relying on a Buddhist treasure to show off. Even without me, junior brother can still come and go as he pleases." The one-lamp monk spoke extremely modestly, which instead made Li Qingshan feel rather embarrassed. "Senior brother is too serious. Let's prepare to go up. When we get out of the hall, I'll treat you to a cup of tea." "Oh, of course it's tea." One lamp, however, shook his head and looked down at the bottom of the statue. "Junior brother, you'll have to go first. I still want to go down." "What? You're going to the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall?" Li Qingshan was astounded. That was something the unraging monk had warned him about, and even if the unraging monk had not mentioned it, he would not have taken the risk. "That's right." The one-lamp monk nodded. "Senior brother, you mustn't do that. The 8th floor is already so dangerous, so how can you go to the 9th floor? Li Qingshan tried to dissuade him. A hint of intoxication appeared in the one-lamp monk's eyes as he asked subconsciously, "This is the Western paradise." The ancient Buddha's voice was magnificent, ringing through the entire world. The Western paradise. The one-lamp monk's heart was filled with endless yearning. He had grown up in the Chan monastery of Devanaga, being nurtured by the Buddhist Dharma day and night. Money, beauties, venomous insects, and vicious beasts were unable to make him waver. But the pursuit of the Buddhist Dharma was his lifelong dream. At this moment, the demoness had already lost control over the illusions. The one-lamp monk made his way forward, heading towards the Western paradise in his heart. But in that moment, the Buddhist kingdom also retreated. He sprinted forward as hard as he could, but the Buddhist kingdom constantly retreated too. It was so close, yet it actually seemed so far away. He was unable to take a single step closer. He asked in disappointment and dissatisfaction, "What's going on?" The ancient Buddha said, "You're so weak, so how can you have the right to set foot in my Western paradise?" "I'm weak?" "Yes. You need to become even more powerful than Li Qingshan in one will. Only then will you have the right to become the abbot of the Chan monastery of Devanaga in the future, and only then can you set foot in the Western paradise." The illusions vanished, but the voice continued to echo through his ears until now. Li Qingshan said, "Senior brother One Lamp, I won't stop you if you want to go to the 9th floor, but let's wait until my master returns first." But now that his mind was in a mess, he was especially sensitive. Spear of great light. The one-lamp monk let out a furious roar. The platinum light turned into spears and shot towards Li Qingshan with lightning speed. "If I can use Watermirror's image, I'll definitely show you what it means to pay someone back in their own coin." Li Qingshan swung the traitorous demon sword. Light wove into a net, cutting and shredding the streaks of light. However, the light around the one-lamp monk grew brighter and brighter. There were more and more spears of great light, denser and denser, raining down like a storm. Li Qingshan's swordsmanship was powerful, but he was gradually unable to hold on. His sword missed, and the spear of great light pierced through his body. In that moment, he was struck by countless streaks of light and sent flying. Behind the curved visor, Li Qingshan remained calm. Sure enough, enemies who have lost their cool are easier to deal with. You've only just recovered, so how long can you last with such a frenzied attack? Even without the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, just his body as a demon commander was enough to endure these attacks. The only thing that could affect him was that Buddhist treasure. As long as he waited for the one-lamp monk to run out of strength, he could subdue him with a single counterattack. Afterwards, he could immediately take him to the upper floors of the demon suppression hall and wait for the unraging monk to return. Just as Li Qingshan was planning inside, a powerful and brutal will barged into his mind. A voice roared out, "Die!" It was like a clap of thunder had exploded in his head. Li Qingshan felt dizzy, basically unable to control his body. A battle between experts only lasted for a split second. Even though the one-lamp monk was under the control of his inner demons, he would never let such an opportunity slip by. He chanted the name of Buddha. Wheel of Great Light. A ring of light appeared above the one-lamp monk's head, slamming heavily into Li Qingshan's chest. His armor immediately shattered and scattered. What a hilarious move, but it's not so funny when it's used on me. Hold on, don't tell me this move is the famed rocket headbutt? Li Qingshan was sent flying. He stabbed the traitorous demon sword into the ground, and only then did he come to a halt. He lowered his head and smiled viciously. "Don't panic, you bastard. I'll cut you to pieces sooner or later." It seemed like he was cursing him, but it was not all that different. Spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan recovered control over his body. The light before him was blinding. The one-lamp monk charged over viciously as a streak of light. "Are you done yet?" Demon Suppression Tower. Li Qingshan powered his demon heart, and a colossal demon suppression tower enveloped him. With a boom, the demon suppression tower shook, and the one-lamp monk was sent flying back. The ring of light was forcefully shattered, and blood flowed from his bald head. Li Qingshan sniggered. With how powerful his demonic nature was, if he used the demon suppression tower to defend himself, it really did seem rather indestructible. The one-lamp monk became even more furious. He shook his head, wanting to continue fighting. Suddenly, the ancient Buddha's voice rang out in his head again, urging him to go to the 9th floor of the demon suppression hall. Perhaps the collision had taken effect, but he also began to feel that something was amiss. He looked at the demon suppression tower before him before looking back at the demon suppression statue behind him. For a moment he became hesitant. Below the demon suppression statue, the door to the 9th floor suddenly opened. A great suction force appeared from the pitch-black hole. Fierce winds whistled, sweeping up the one-lamp monk and sending him flying through the door. He was at a loss. He did not know how to resist. He rammed into the door, about to fall into the 9th floor. His body suddenly came to a halt. One of the chains of demon suppression wrapped around the one-lamp monk's legs, while the other end of the chains of demon suppression wrapped around Li Qingshan's hand. He smiled. "Bastard! Don't you dare get away with this." The voice bellowed furiously. "If you don't let go, I'll just rip him in half." If it were anyone else, they might have hesitated, afraid to pull harder. However, what was Li Qingshan's personality? He switched from one hand to two, pulling backwards like a tug of war. "Come on. Who's afraid of who? I'll fight you to the death." He silently crushed the string of prayer beads the unraging monk had given him. He really did not expect the situation to develop like this. Fortunately, he had the spirit turtle's warning, which kept him on guard the entire time. If he was accidentally pulled into the 9th floor, his life would probably be in danger. The guy trapped on the 9th floor was anything but ordinary. With a rip, the one-lamp monk's robes ripped open from his waist. Afterwards, the skin around his waist began to crack too. Blood gushed out like a fountain, swept into the door by the fierce winds. Sorry, Senior Brother One Lamp, but as a Buddhist disciple, if I don't enter hell, who will? Even if I die, I can't end up in the hands of the demonic cultivators. Don't you agree with that? Li Qingshan sighed, but he did not loosen his grip at all. If the One Lamp monk fell onto the 9th floor, he would have no chance of surviving either. It was even possible for him to be used as a bargaining chip against the Chan monastery of Devanaga. He was better off taking a gamble and hoping the unraging monk could come to his aid in time. However, as it seemed, he had to think about how he was supposed to explain things to the unraging monk if he did not make it in time. Master, I've saved half of Senior Brother One Lamp. There's no need to thank me. At this moment, the chains of demon suppression suddenly loosened. Oh no, something's happened. On Great Buddha Mountain, the unraging monk and the dauntless monk conversed. Suddenly their hearts skipped a beat, and their faces changed drastically. They hurried off to the back of the mountain, arriving on the 8th floor of the demon suppression hall. Qingshan, what's going on? Why is the lamp in your hands? Li Qingshan sat in a corner of the hall, fiddling around with the One Lamp monk's lamp. The speck of light had already been extinguished. Before him was a demon suppression tower. Master, you've finally returned. I've saved Senior Brother One Lamp. It's a whole one. Li Qingshan placed special emphasis on this. With a wave of his hand, he removed the demon suppression tower. The One Lamp monk lay in there unconscious. He did not seem to be injured at all, except his waist had been stretched out in a particularly slender manner. In the final moment, the lamp on the One Lamp monk suddenly erupted with light. Li Qingshan felt the force on the other side of the door loosen, so he conveniently pulled the One Lamp monk back. When he looked at the lamp again, it had already run out of oil. Who knew whether the One Lamp monk had been roused by the pain, or whether the Buddhist treasure was sentient and automatically protected its master? What's happened? At this moment, the dauntless monk and Little N rushed over too. Li Qingshan told them everything that had happened and sighed. If it weren't for me, the Chan monastery of Devanaga would have lost a genius disciple and an arcane treasure. If the abbot still doesn't release him, that would be far too unkind of you. Little N said, Qingshan, the abbot has already agreed. I'll go to the South Sea Commandery with you. That's fantastic. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He smiled. The abbot is truly understanding. Even us junior disciples find it inspiring. The dauntless monk shot a glance at him. With a wave of his hand, a swath of golden light scattered down. The One Lamp monk slowly roused. His eyes were still rather blank. The unraging monk suddenly slapped his head. A firm warning. The One Lamp monk shuddered all over, and his eyes cleared up. He looked around and recalled everything that had happened, feeling both ashamed and ashamed. He was tempted to smash his head into a pillar and die. He bowed deeply on the ground. Abbot, junior brother, it's all because my will wasn't firm enough, which was why the demons took advantage of me. Please punish me, Abbot. The unraging monk said, there's no need for you to blame yourself too much. What's suppressed down there is the soaring locust king, one of the 72 demon kings of the past. His cultivation far surpasses yours. Even I'm not his opponent. You've been cultivating in the Chan monastery of Devanaga since you were young, so your mind is pure. This is both your advantage and your weakness. Just like how the bright are easily tainted, my disciple has always been a rock in a latrine pit, smelly and tough, which is why I have no worries. I never thought it would make you develop a competitive spirit. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.